attend the live session. Okay, do not miss it at any cost. The reason I'm telling you is, बच्चे देखो, परिधि, स्मिता, I can see Ali Ahmed, Sumit Patel, Arshad, बेटा देखो, आप बच्चे सभी देखो मेरे साथ. If you once you develop a habit, बच्चे देखना बहुत ही important बात है, once you develop a habit of procrastination, it is very very difficult to break. Okay, and what is procrastination? Recorded तो मिल ही जाएगा, बाद में कर लेंगे, है ना बच्चे. रिकॉर्डेड तो मिल ही जाएगा, मिलेगा बेटा, रिकॉर्डेड मिलेगा, बट आपने लाइव खत्म करना है. आर यू विद मी हियर? प्रॉमिस बेटा. नहीं तो क्या होगा, एक बार आपने ये सोच लिया ना, ये बाद में कर लूंगा. मेरा जिंदगी के एक्सपीरियंस है, आई एम टेलिंग यू ऑल, बाद कभी आता ही नहीं है, कि बाद नेवर कम्स. एंड रिकॉर्डेड इकट्ठे फोन पे होते रहते, दिमाग में कुछ जाता नहीं, रैंक आती नहीं. एवरीबडी क्लियर हियर? कि नंबर वन थिंग आई वांट यू टू डू इज, please attend a live session if it is happening. Do not procrastinate until and unless there is a family emergency or a medical emergency. You will not miss a live class. Okay, but for your comfort, these live classes will be uploaded in the next day. वो आपके इसी जगह पे ऐप पे live class upload हो जाएगा. Okay, that is rule number 1. Rule number 2, make notes in the class. ठीक है बच्चे, although you will be having the video with you, but in the end beta, I have seen over so many years, in the end, in the last 1 month, only people who are able to revise are one who have notes with them. ठीक है, तो notes क्लास में बनाने. So what I will suggest to you is, keep your phone थोड़ा सा दूर रखेंगे अपने से, and you can go on a landscape mode or a जैसे भी मोड आप पढ़ना चाहते हैं, but I would always prefer the landscape mode, और notes बनाएंगे. ठीक है, everybody clear? Okay, number 3, read the topic on the same day. Read the topic on the same day. अब बच्चे कोई भी मुझे बताए, आज क्या करोगे जाके? आज क्या करोगे? बोलो. आज जाके फिजियोलॉजी में जो मैडम ने पढ़ाया आज ही खत्म कर देंगे, सो दैट देयर इज नो बैकलॉग. नाउ इफ आई डेवलप दिस स्मॉल हैबिट, इफ यू डेवलप दिस स्मॉल हैबिट, वी विल बी स्टार्टिंग टू विद क्लास को अटेंड करना तो है ही, मिस नहीं करना. लाइव क्लास हो रहा है तो लाइव ही अटेंड करना है, इंटरेक्टिविटी में रहेंगे. ठीक है, विल मेक नोट्स, रीड द नोट्स ऑन द सेम डे. नंबर 4, देयर आफ्टर डू दोज टॉपिक्स फ्रॉम DQB. In this course, you have access to DQB. Okay. And third thing that you already have an access to, which some of you might not know, you have an access to our new concept books that we have launched in this course. मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा, एक सेकेंड. I will just, okay. So let me just show it to you. When you go to your, when you go back on this window, जहां पे कोर्स में शुरू में वो लिखा है ना, ओवरव्यू, एक नया विंडो वहां पे आपको दिखेगा जिसका नाम है PDF. कैन यू सी दैट PDF? ओके, जब आप वो PDF क्लिक करोगे, यू विल फाइंड सम न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट बुक्स हैव ऑलरेडी बीन अपलोडेड इन ई-बुक्स फॉर्मेट फॉर यू. ई-बुक्स फॉर्मेट में हमने उन्हें पहले ही आपके लिए डाल दिए, है ना. बट क्योंकि ऑल ऑफ यू आर नाउ दिस इज द फर्स्ट डे ऑफ डैम्स अल्टीमेट लाइव कोर्स जो हमने इस साल लॉन्च किया है. सो फर्स्ट 1000 सब्सक्राइबर, विच इंक्लूड्स ऑल ऑफ यू, विल बी गेटिंग दीज प्रिंट बुक्स ऑल्सो बाय February. जैसे ही हम जनवरी का मतलब हम वी आर ऑल लुकिंग एट INI CET, वी आर एडिटिंग सम बुक्स, एंड सो आफ्टर दिस एडिटिंग इज डन, and we are also waiting for the announcement regarding the Neet PG dates. So we will also give you the print concept books. How will the concept books look like? I will just give you a small demonstration of a book just to understand कि उसको कैसे यूज करना है. I'll just show it to you. बेटा देखो, this is how the concept book of psychiatry looks like. इसमें क्या होगा बेटा, बीच बीच में ना we have created empty tables for you. Okay, and empty exercises for you. On each chapter we have given amount of time that you are supposed to use, how much time is required for each section to be read. This is India's first initiative of concept books, and where you have time tracker for each chapter, where you have active recall exercises on each chapter, and it will be very very interesting for you, and you all will be getting a hard copy of this course. आपको hard copy मिलेगा, but थोड़ा सा टाइम बाद मिलेगा, बिकॉज वी आर स्टिल अपडेटिंग एवरीथिंग विद INICET के अंदर क्या चेंज आया, नीट पीजी का अनाउंसमेंट एक बार आने देते हैं कि नेशनल मेडिकल कमीशन कुछ नया तो नहीं लेके आ रहा, देन वी विल प्रिंट देम एंड देन वी विल सेंड इट टू यू. Okay, but the ebooks we are immediately updating because we can always edit a little bit on the ebook format. आपके लिए कभी भी कर सकते हैं. Okay, so what is it that I want you to understand here is, I am again coming back to you with the same principles. देखो, anybody who gets a good rank in any competitive exam, the step number 1 is notes. Step number 2 is MCQ practice. Step number 3 is testing. So in this course, जहां पे you are able to see PDF, in coming weeks, when the physiology madam will want to take a test, we will have another window in the same course जहां पे PDF है, उसके बाद में एक और बटन आ जाएगा tests, and where Dr. Anupma or medicine, whichever subjects are going on, वहां पे we will be able to put your tests also. So you will have all three things with us: DQB, testing. Plus, you also have access in this course to online test series, where we will be giving you grand test, subject-wise test, and all our grand tests and SWTs come with video solutions. So, but we have taken care of everything that is required for you. Okay, you have notes that you will make in the class. Then you will do MCQ practice with DQB. Then you will give your class test. Then you will have a revision test with you called as SWT and grand tests. So this is what is called as 3-tier testing systems: Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. And this is the level 1. You have to make a habit of 50 DQB MCQ per day. है ना? मैं आपसे सिर्फ ये चाहता हूं, आप एक दिन में 50 MCQ करने की आदत डालेंगे. 50 MCQ करते रहेंगे. मैं बता रहा हूं, आई गारंटी यू we will be taking your interview in the year end, है ना? Because these are the basic principles. हमेशा रैंक लाने की यही बेसिक प्रिंसिपल होते हैं. पहले हम कॉन्सेप्ट समझते हैं, क्लास में इंटरैक्ट करना है. आई वॉन्ट ईच वन ऑफ यू टू इंटरैक्ट इन द क्लास. जब भी टीचर कुछ पूछता है, बेटा यस, नो, ट्रू, फॉल्स, प्लीज आंसर, बिकॉज वंस यू आंसर इट राइटली और रॉन्गली इन अ क्लास, यू विल नेवर फॉरगेट. Because these are all live classes, we form a good student-teacher relationship. उसके बाद क्या करेंगे बेटा, हम DQB से 50 MCQ रोज करेंगे. और CRS में जो हमने एक्सरसाइजेस दे रखी होंगी कॉन्सेप्ट बुक के अंदर, जो हमने एक्सरसाइज दी होगी, उनको करेंगे. Concept books are still under process of updation because of the changes that happened this year in INICET. That is why your hard copy Himani would be a bit delayed. थोड़ा सा डिले होगा, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होगा कि मतलब जनवरी के बाद हम उसको प्रिंट करना शुरू कर देंगे, बिकॉज वी ऑलरेडी नो द टाइमलाइंस. हमें आपका टाइम की वैल्यू पता है, वी नो दिस. एंड देन यू विल हैव क्लास टेस्ट. SWT and GT already we have mapped in your login account, and a lot of these new GTs will be added every month. Subject wise test will be updated according to the Neet PG that happens this year. So you will have some subject wise test in your login right now, but after January we will be changing them according to the new pattern that will happen, and after March we will again update them. And every few weeks you will have, every week or so, whenever a topic is getting over, a class test will be assigned to you in this very course. This is only thing that I want from your side is, मैं आपसे सिर्फ एक ही चीज चाहता हूं बेटा. मैं ये चाहता हूं कि if you have seen a dream of doing well as a doctor, है ना, आपने एक सपना देखा है कि मुझे डॉक्टर की तरह अच्छा काम करना है, मुझे पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करनी है, अच्छे कॉलेज में पढ़ना है, तो जब एक हम सपना देखते हैं, एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी आती है. ओके, सो वेन एवर यू हैव अ ड्रीम, फर्स्ट थिंग विल हैपन इज यू विल ऑलवेज हैव फियर. होगा कि नहीं होगा, कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे, है ना. एंड आई हैव सीन ओवर द इयर्स मेनी पीपल, बिकॉज ऑफ फियर दे गिव अप. अब बच्चे आप सोच के बताना, है ना, हिमानी, अभिषेक, स्मिता, परिधि, बेटा एनी अली, एनीबडी कैन टेल मेरे को, है ना बच्चे। अगर हम डर बिना मेहनत किए, विदाउट अटेम्प्टिंग एनीथिंग, without working, just because of fear that it will be an exam and we give up, what will happen then? What will happen? You will create regrets for yourself. ठीक है? So that means the first barrier to be broken in life is fear. पहली तो fear को हराना है. Okay, I will keep coming back to you every few months, every few weeks for doubt solving, strategy making. ये सब हम करते चलेंगे बार बार. इंटीग्रेशन भी करेंगे बीच बीच में, इंटीग्रेटेड सेशंस भी करेंगे. हम बहुत कुछ करेंगे इस साल में, लेकिन पहले डर को हटाओ. फेथ से आगे बढ़ना है, डर को हटाओ. ओके, दूसरा, so then there comes a zone where you start working hard. Okay, any one of you can tell me when you are working hard. Okay, when you are working hard, any one of you can answer and tell me, then what happens? Okay, when we are working hard, batao, we have the second barrier to conquer. The second barrier to conquer is pain. Okay, we start, नहीं हो पा रहा, ये तो क्लास पढ़ना पड़ रहा है, मेहनत करनी पड़ रही है. And many people, Pranav, well done beta, good to see you here, है ना. And then many people, because of pain, give up. यार ये तो पढ़ना बहुत मेहनत का काम है. Then if they give up, again they have regrets. But then what happens is, then comes the zone of passion. Many people, when they are working hard, they start enjoying the process of becoming a doctor. You are not studying just for an exam, you are studying to become a great doctor. So when you start enjoying it, now what happens? Now you have broken the second barrier also. Despite pain, despite fear, you are continuing forward with passion. Okay, this is called as grit. Grit मतलब that despite pain, fear, जो भी आ रहा है वो आगे बढ़े जा रहा है, आगे बढ़े जा रहा है. He is very sticky to his goal, and this is where the entire universe will help you. We will all, पूरा दुनिया आपकी मदद करेगा. Okay, and then I also want you to know that at this point itself, यहीं पे देखना बेटा, अब जब आप आगे बढ़ रहे होगे, एक दिन ऐसा आएगा, there will be some patients where you will save their lives. They will come back and say thank you, or you will see the look in their eyes, look in the eyes of their parents or their children, and you will know that you have found a purpose in your life. जब आप उस जगह पहुंचोगे कि जहां आपके डिसीजन के कारण किसी की जान बचेगी और उसके बच्चे आपकी तरफ इज्जत से देखेंगे, यू विल फाइंड अ पर्पस. एंड व्हेन यू हैव अ पर्पस एंड पैशन बोथ, दैट इज वेयर यू कैन बी कॉल्ड ट्रूली सक्सेसफुल. आपके पास पर्पस भी है, पैशन भी है. मतलब न्यूरो सर्जन बनना आपका पैशन है, लेकिन किसी का जो ब्रेन हेमेटोमा आपने निकाला, उसको बचाया, तो आपने एक दुनिया, सोसाइटी के लिए पर्पस भी फिल किया. Once you reach to this balance, you will start winning. My only request today is the first day of your dream that you have seen कि यार मैं डैम्स का क्लास में आऊंगा, मैं बड़ा रैंक निकालूंगा. शुरुआत की आपने, है ना, ये शुरुआत किया आपने. ओके, बट इन बिटवीन देयर विल बी फियर, देयर विल बी पेन. उसको हराना है हमने, क्योंकि अगर उससे हार गए तो जिंदगी में रिग्रेट्स रहेंगे. मुझे आपके लिए कोई रिग्रेट्स नहीं चाहिए. मैं चाहता हूं आप जब अपनी जिंदगी में पीछे मुड़ के देखें, देयर शुड बी नो रिग्रेट्स. ओके, सो दैट इज द इंटेंसिटी आई वांट यू टू वर्क विद. इंटेंसिटी, डिसिप्लिन, दो ही चीजें मैं आपसे मांग रहा हूं. इंटेंसिटी, डिसिप्लिन. कैसे करेंगे बताओ? लाइव क्लास कभी मिस नहीं करेंगे. नोट्स बनाएंगे क्लास में, चाहे कोई कुछ भी कहे. ओके, सेम डे रीडिंग करेंगे, 50 क्वेश्चन रोज करेंगे. जब टेस्ट असाइन होगा तो टेस्ट जरूर करेंगे. सिंपल. यू विल फाइंड दैट आवर प्रोसेस इज सो स्ट्रांग. हमारा प्रोसेस इतना स्ट्रांग है दैट इफ यू जस्ट ब्लाइंडली फॉलो इट, डिसिप्लिन विल फॉल इनटू प्लेस. कॉन्सेप्ट्स अपने आप बनने शुरू हो जाएंगे, लेकिन करना है आपने. आई डोंट वांट प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन फ्रॉम यू. मैं नहीं चाहता कि आप टाल मटोल करें. मैं चाहता हूं आप लगे, आगे बढ़े. आप उसके लिए आगे बढ़े जिन्होंने आपके लिए यहां तक मेहनत की है, वो है आपके पेरेंट्स. डू यू एग्री बच्चे? डू यू एग्री कि आज आप जब अच्छा करोगे और जब अपने पेरेंट्स की आंख में खुशी देखोगे तो अच्छा लगेगा कि नहीं? Today only I have shared a small interview on DAM's YouTube channel Please have a look at this. This is an interview of a girl who was not qualified in Neet PG 2019 or 2020, not qualified in Neet PG 2020, and then this year in INI-CET she has a rank of around 300. From not qualified in Neet PG to be able to do PG in AIMS. Can you imagine? And this is this girl. If you see her interview, it is just a 2-3 minutes interview. Please look at it. Reason I got it made was I asked her to give it because this is inspirational for many students, that in that interview, at the end of that interview, her mother is speaking a few lines. And I want you to look at the eyes of her mother. You will find the happiness. And imagine in place of her mother and her father, imagine your own parents. That should be your dream. Your dream should be that you will make it happen for yourself, make it happen for your parents. Every time you find a distraction, बोलो कैसे आएगा distraction? बोलो distraction ऐसे आएगा बेटा. Instagram पे देखो, अरे यार वो तो बहुत अच्छी जिंदगी जी रहा है ना. Netflix पे देखो, अरे स्कूल का दोस्त तो बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है. छोड़ना यार, वो डॉक्टर थोड़ी बनेगा, वो सर्जन थोड़ी बनेगा. To become what you want to, there are some prizes to be paid. And we will not compare with other people. हम कभी compare नहीं करेंगे, हम distract नहीं होंगे, हम आगे बढ़ते चलेंगे. This is all I ask you for. अगर आपने ये जो मैं छोटी छोटी चीजें मैंने आपको बताई, and although you might think when sir will come, he will tell about big things, but मेरा मानना है small things make a big difference. And the most important ingredient of your success will be discipline. Discipline and faith on the system that you are in. आप जो सिस्टम में पढ़ रहे हैं, ये सिस्टम हमने 2 डिकेड में बनाया है. सो हैव फेथ ऑन इट. देयर विल बी पीपल, कोई बोलेगा मैं ये कर रहा हूं, मैं ये खेल रहा हूं, मैं वो खेल रहा हूं. किसी को नहीं देखेंगे, सिर्फ अपने टीचर, अपने टेस्ट, अपने क्वेश्चन, अपने ग्रैंड टेस्ट. ओके, बढ़ते चलेंगे. एंड यू विल फाइंड अ चेंज इन योर सेल्फ. आफ्टर एवरी लाइव लेक्चर दैट यू विल अटेंड विद अस, यू विल फाइंड अ चेंज. You will find some more confidence. I'm sure आज की क्लास के बाद थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस लगने लगा होगा जनरल फिजियोलॉजी के ऊपर. You find यार ये तो मैं कर पा रहा हूँ, है ना, इतना मुश्किल नहीं है. And when a girl who was not qualified in last year's NEET PG with a regular course in DAMS can convert into a 300 odd rank in AIMS, और आज वो एम्स के अंदर, जहां एम्स पीजीआई जिप्पर की सबकी सीट है, वो she can actually get a clinical seat in AIMS. तो ये पहुंच सकते हैं आप वहां पे. But my only request here are only 3: discipline, passion, and please don't get distracted in between. बार बार लगेगा कि यार वो तो ये कर रहा है, ये वो कर रहा है, छोड़ सब कुछ, सिर्फ एक जगह लगेंगे, सिंगल सोर्स, टीचर्स पे फेथ रखेंगे और डिसिप्लिन से आगे बढ़ेंगे. 50 एमसीक्यू किए बिना सोएंगे नहीं, क्लास वाले दिन को नोट्स को पढ़े बिना सोएंगे नहीं. इज दैट सिंपल? विल यू बी एबल टू डू दिस? प्रॉमिस? एंड आई प्रॉमिस यू वन थिंग फ्रॉम माई साइड. मैं एक ऐसा प्रॉमिस मैं आपके साथ करूंगा जो मैं चाहता हूं, मेरे लिए भी बाइंडिंग है ना. मैं ये चाहता हूं, ओके, आज से 10 साल के बाद, ठीक है, ये मेरा मानना है और ये मैंने अचीव किया है जिंदगी के अंदर. आज से 10 साल के बाद मैं कहीं अगर आपको एयरपोर्ट पे मिलूं, है ना, या कहीं हम किसी शॉपिंग के एरिया में मिले, या कहीं भी आप घूम रहे होंगे, उस समय आप बड़े डॉक्टर बन चुके होंगे, रेलवे स्टेशन पे मिले, कहीं भी मिले, तो हमारे बीच में जो एक इज्जत का रिश्ता है वो बना रहेगा, क्योंकि मैंने मेरा पूरा बेस्ट किया होगा इस साल में. आई विल ट्राई टू डू माई बेस्ट इन दिस कोर्स फॉर यू सो दैट आई कैन कमांड दैट रिस्पेक्ट फ्रॉम यू 10 years लेटर. जब 10 साल भी मिलेंगे तो भी आप आप टीचर की तरह पहचान पाओगे. आप बोलोगे नहीं सर, आपने पूरी जान लगाई थी उस समय जब मुझे चाहिए था. ये मैंने अचीव किया इतने साल में. आज भी मुझे कोई भी, हमारा 10 साल हो गए, 15 साल हो गए, 17 साल पहले बच्चा पढ़ा था, तो स्टिल कम एंड से सर आपने पढ़ाया तो हमारा ये क्रिटिकल पीरियड हमारा पार हो गया. यही मैं चाहता हूं आपके साथ भी अचीव करना. मैं पूरी मेहनत करूंगा. मेरा एंटायर टीम विल वर्क very hard to maintain that respect that we have from you and love that we have from you, and we will work very hard. We will make sure कि आपको ऐसा लगेगा कि यार ये लोग इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर रहा. You will always keep feeling that. आपको बार बार ये लगेगा कि जब टीचर इतनी मेहनत कर सकते हैं तो मैं क्यों नहीं. And we will inspire you, we will work very hard, we will push you hard. Make it happen and make sure कि जो डैम्स का अल्टीमेट लाइफ कोर्स के अंदर जो डे 1 पे जिन बच्चों ने ज्वाइन किया, ये पहला बैच है हमारा इस कोर्स का पहला बैच है. ये ऐसा मैजिक रिजल्ट लेके आएगा, ऐसा मैजिक रिजल्ट लेके आए कि दुनिया देखती रह जाए. दैट इज व्हाट वी विल ऑल वर्क टुवर्ड्स. आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट. God bless you, and we will keep connecting. I will also request you to connect. Please find a group called as Dams Exclusive Club 2021 on Facebook. ठीक है, इसको आपने ढूंढना है फेसबुक के अंदर और ज्वाइन करना है. जहां पे क्वेश्चन या रोल नंबर पूछा होगा वहां पे प्लीज राइट दैट वी आर अल्टीमेट लाइव कोर्स स्टूडेंट and our team will update you and join you into the group immediately, so that you can actually start interacting with us in an informal manner in the Facebook as well. है ना, हम जुड़ेंगे बेटा साथ में, और जब हम साथ में जुड़ेंगे why the rank will not come. हम पूरी मेहनत करेंगे. मैं लेकिन बस आपसे एक ही चीज चाहता हूं, डिस्ट्रैक्ट नहीं होंगे, डिसिप्लिन से आगे बढ़ेंगे, सपने को ज्यादा वैल्यू देंगे नया वेब सीरीज के मुकाबले. मिर्जापुर नहीं देखा कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन जब आगे न्यूरो सर्जन बनेगा तो मजा भी तो आएगा ना, है ना. सो लेट्स हैव दैट क्लैरिटी इन माइंड. बड़ी गेम खेलनी है तो छोटे छोटे ये जो डिस्ट्रैक्शंस है उनको छोड़ना पड़ेगा. ओके
So, good evening everybody. Hello all, good evening everybody. I'll be discussing the further aspect of lipid and previous metabolism. I talked previous class I was talking to you about lipid chemistry, and so previous class I was talking about the lipid chemistry. So there I was talking to you about classification, where you saw how we classify the lipids into simple lipid, compound lipid and miscellaneous lipid. And compound lipid was important topic because their phospholipid description and glycolipid description was very important, which I covered in the previous class. And also I introduced you regarding lipoproteins, the basic component of the lipoprotein. I was talking to you the various types of lipoprotein. I was talking to you. So just to refresh the knowledge, again I just state that good evening everybody. So lipoprotein types are, so many types of lipoprotein are there. One is chylomicron, another is VLDL, then you have IDL, LDL and HDL, and of course you have various remnant particles which are chylomicron remnants. The ideal is nothing but this is VLDL remnant. VLDL remnant is given a special name, which is ideal. Ideal means intermediate density lipoprotein. VLDL is very low density lipoprotein, and ideal is intermediate density lipoprotein. Ideal is intermediate density lipoprotein. LDL is low density lipoprotein. HDL is high density lipoprotein. ठीक है? So this is how the various lipoproteins are all there. The chylomicron, as I have told you in the previous class, it's having the least density, and highest density is for HDL. The basic structure of the chylomicron or any other lipoprotein in that matter is actually having the inner core, which is having non-polar lipid in it, and the outer shell, which is having amphipathic lipid in it. Right? So this is the lipid distribution in a lipoprotein particle. And non-polar lipid, as I have told you, it's a triacylglycerol and cholesterol ester, and the shell is having amphipathic lipid, where you have phospholipid and free cholesterol. Right? So this is how it is all there. You have phospholipid, which is amphipathic lipid, the polar portion of the phospholipid is at the surface and non-polar tail is directed towards the inner core. Inner core is having non-polar lipid. The other amphipathic lipid in the shell is, see, these are very important questions. They keep on asking you the distribution of various lipids in the lipoprotein. So another lipid which is there is the cholesterol, which is free cholesterol, right? So this is all free cholesterol, which is embedded in the shell portion. And when you're talking about the non-polar core, inner core, you have triacylglycerol and cholesterol ester. In addition to these lipids, you have various apoproteins. I have told you the function of these apoproteins in the previous class. Kindly refer that. So we have apoproteins which may be peripheral apoprotein or maybe integrated apoprotein. Integrated means which is embedded in the shell. So it's a integrated apoprotein, right? Integrated apoprotein. So they have many role to play. The apoprotein starting with the making of the structure. These apoproteins, they act as activator of enzyme or inhibitor of enzyme, I've told you, and importantly they are being recognized by various lipoprotein receptors, right? So these apoproteins are being recognized by various receptors as well. Okay, all right. So now after learning these many aspects of the lipoproteins, now I'll be starting with the first lipoprotein metabolism, and that is the chylomicron metabolism, right? So first topic which I'll be discussing today will be the metabolism of chylomicron. You have to hear all these things very carefully and make good notes because they are very, very important for you. The basic understanding of these metabolism is very important to understand the clinical conditions where derangement of these metabolisms results in one or other metabolic problems, right? So chylomicron, when we are talking, we have the formation of chylomicron in the GIT mucosa. GIT mucosa is the place where you tend to have the formation of chylomicron. This you must remember. This is the chylomicron which is produced in the GIT mucosal cell, and this is the lumen of GIT, and this is the portal vessel, and this is lymphatics around, which I'm trying to draw in this color pen. So we have lymphatics around like this, right? So this is lymphatics. It's difficult to, okay, all right. So this is lymphatics, right? And this portal vessels around the GIT wall. When we are talking about the chylomicron, this is actually the structure which is produced in GIT mucosa from assembly of cholesterol ester and triacylglycerol in the core section, and certain phospholipids and free cholesterol are arranged in the peripheral shell like this to make you the shell. And the apoproteins, there are certain apoproteins which are arranged here in the chylomicron, right? So you have certain apoproteins like B48 and ApoA. They are there. Red color dots are talking about apoproteins. So it's not that only one ApoB48 is there. Number of such apoproteins are there. ApoA is also there. So this is a new chylomicron, nascent chylomicron, which is produced in the GIT mucosa. And the purpose of chylomicron formation is it helps in absorption of dietary lipid, exogenous lipid into the circulation. But please understand, this chylomicron is a huge molecule. It's a heavy molecule. So huge molecule, it doesn't enter the portal vessel because its capillary pores are small. So what happens, the chylomicron prefers the lymphatics and it enters the lymphatics via permeating its wall, and this chylomicron via lymphatics then ultimately enters in the systemic circulation, right? So this chylomicron comes to the systemic circulation where we call it as a nascent chylomicron, newborn chylomicron. So till now you have seen that how the chylomicron is produced in the GIT mucosa, and how it is like going to go to the lymphatics, and from there it's going to come to the systemic circulation. एक मिनट रुकिएगा. बहुत अंधेरा हो रहा है, आप इसको ठीक कर दो. आप इस तरफ कर लो. हाँ, कर दो. Produced, and once produced it is coming to lymphatics, right? So lymphatics, and via lymphatics it is going to come to general circulation. Now there are so many questions that what this chylomicron is going to do in the general circulation. Like suppose this is the chylomicron which is coming to general circulation. We are going to talk about its fate in the circulation. So anybody, any idea about the purpose of chylomicron? Why it is produced, why it is going to come to the general circulation? What is the ultimate purpose of this chylomicron? So if you don't know, you just remember that chylomicron is meant to deliver dietary fatty acid to tissues. Write it. Chylomicron is meant to deliver dietary fatty acid to tissues. Right? It is meant to deliver dietary fatty acid to tissues. So how it is going to do that? The dietary fatty acid which is incorporated in the core triacylglycerol will be delivered to the peripheral tissues. So I will just tell you how this is all going to take place. This is GIT, and nascent chylomicron comes to the circulation. Which is already having B48 and ApoE. And core section is having triacylglycerol and cholesterol ester, and peripheral shell is having the material, the phospholipid and the free cholesterol, as you know. Something very important happens in the circulation, and that is the maturation of chylomicron. That is the maturation of chylomicron with the help of HDL particle, right? So we have HDL particle in the circulation which is having abundant quantity of ApoC and ApoE. So these ApoC, A1 also it is having, but this is not going to donate ApoA1 to anybody, but ApoC and ApoE is being donated here. ApoC and ApoE is being donated to nascent chylomicron in the blood circulation. It is all happening in blood. So where this itself is a question, that where the maturation takes place. You have to say it is blood circulation. So what happens after delivery of ApoC and ApoE from HDL when it is being accepted by the nascent chylomicron? The chylomicron becomes a mature particle. You have now B48, C, ApoE, ApoA1, ApoA. Core section is having cholesterol ester, triacylglycerol, right? And shell is having phospholipid and free cholesterol. This is how this is mature chylomicron which is produced. mature chylomicron which is produced, and HDL is going to help it in this maturation process. Now this chylomicron via circulation enters the capillary lumen. Where it enters? Capillary lumen. This is capillary endothelial wall, and this is capillary lumen, capillary endothelial wall. You can see we have one enzyme which is adherent to capillary endothelial wall at its surface. Endothelial cells are having one surface enzyme. This is lipoprotein lipase enzyme. Always remember this, lipoprotein lipase. A direct question, what is the location of lipoprotein lipase? So you have to say it is adherent to capillary endothelial wall like this, and whenever the chylomicron is moving in the capillary lumen, what happens? Its ApoC and ApoC, C1 and C2, it tend to come in contact with lipoprotein lipase, where they tend to activate it. C1 and C2, they tend to activate lipoprotein lipase enzyme, which is going to act on triacylglycerol of the core section, right? So lipoprotein lipase enzyme is getting activated, and triacylglycerol of the core section is going to break into fatty acid and glycerol, right? So fatty acid is produced and the glycerol is produced. So triacylglycerol is going to break into fatty acid and glycerol, and this fatty acid is going to permeate the capillary wall and is going to go to the tissues, right? So capillary is permeating this fatty acid, which is going to enter the tissues, and along with other nutrients, this fatty acid is also going to go to the tissues. Glycerol remains in the lumen, remains in the blood, and goes to liver for gluconeogenesis. Goes to liver for gluconeogenesis. This you remember. You have seen in the previous classes that gluconeogenesis process taking place in the liver, it needs certain substrates. Glycerol is one of them. The source of glycerol is this mobilized glycerol from triacylglycerol by action of lipoprotein lipase enzyme. So what you have understood now, that the triacylglycerol is tracked out of the core of chylomicron, which is going to reduce the size of chylomicron after many cyclical reactions. When lipoprotein lipase is repeatedly acting on this mature chylomicron, what happens? The size of chylomicron will shrink. Size will become small due to removal of lot of triacylglycerol from the core. Still it is having some triacylglycerol and cholesterol ester, of course, but the quantity of tag is much less compared to the original chylomicron molecule. When you see the apoprotein arrangement, you find B48 on this and you find E on this. The ApoA and ApoC, this is a MCQ, is given back to HDL. During the course of its metabolism, when lot of lipoprotein lipase has already acted upon the triacylglycerol, then what happens? After a certain period of time, the ApoA and ApoC will be returned to HDL, and what will be remaining on the chylomicron remnant will be ApoE and B48, right? So that is going to remain at the surface, and this chylomicron remnant is not going to do anything else, though it is bringing the cholesterol ester along with its triacylglycerol. The core section is having the cholesterol ester. Though it is having the cholesterol ester in the core, it is not being delivered by the chylomicron remnant. I repeat, chylomicron is not the vehicle to deliver the cholesterol to the tissues. If at all you're talking about delivery of cholesterol to the tissues, it is via LDL particle, which I'll be discussing in next pathway. So chylomicron is meant only to deliver the dietary fatty acid, that too exogenous fatty acid, to to the tissues. Now what happens after this much of metabolism? The chylomicron remnant will be identified and cleared by receptors at liver. Receptors at liver, right? Receptors at liver. So which receptor will be able to identify this chylomicron remnant? For that, you need to refer the previous class where I said that which all receptors are being recognized by what all ligands, right? So ligands means apoproteins. So when we talk about apoprotein E, you have seen in the previous class the LDL receptor, the LRP, the remnant receptor, all of them they can recognize ApoE. I write it here. The receptors recognizing ApoE. See, B48 is not recognized by any receptor, so this is not acting as a ligand. So ApoE is recognized by LDL receptor. So, all right. So LDL receptor, then LRP, then remnant receptor, So LDL receptor related protein, LRP, LDL receptor related protein, then remnant receptor. All these are receptors which are able to recognize ApoE. So what happens? The remnant particle is cleared from the circulation, right? So this you must know. And this is a simple metabolism, that is chylomicron metabolism. So I repeat the key points in this metabolism. Number one, the formation of chylomicron occurs in the GIT mucosa to help absorption of dietary lipids. And once it is coming to the circulation via lymphatics, what happens? The HDL particle comes forward to donate ApoC and ApoE to make it a mature chylomicron. Once matured, this chylomicron brushes against this lipoprotein lipase, and then what happens? The ApoC of it activates the lipoprotein lipase, and this lipoprotein lipase, once activated, then acts upon the triacyl glycerol, which is releasing its fatty acid and glycerol moiety. The fatty acid enters the tissue and glycerol remains in the blood and goes to the liver for gluconeogenesis. And after number of cyclical action of lipoprotein lipase, lot of triacylglycerol is mobilized out, reducing the size of chylomicron. We call it as remnant particle. But what is very important here, that ApoE and C is being returned to HDL, though the taken was C and E, but now being returned is A and C. And this results in formation of chylomicron remnant, which is then being cleared by various receptors present at liver. And the receptors which are going to identify ApoE are these many. So any of the receptors, so whatever is encountered first, will be clearing the remnant particle from the circulation. All right. All right. Any doubt? Tell me. Agarlata, Tirupati. If there is no doubt, we go for next pathway, next metabolism, that is VLDL metabolism. Yes, ApoE hota hai na, and that is very important. ApoE is very important for remnant particle because this helps in clearance of this remnant particle. If anything goes wrong with ApoE, which I'll be talking to you later, this remnant particle will not be cleared from the circulation, and slowly their concentration will increase in the plasma. So ApoE is of course there on the remnant particle, right? बोलो जी. चलो जी सही है. तो फिर we go further and see what next is there for you today, and that is going to be VLDL metabolism. All right, G. Now coming to VLDL metabolism, right? VLDL metabolism. So VLDL, it is produced from the liver. It's a vehicle of endogenous lipid transportation, right? So we'll see that. So now put the heading VLDL metabolism, and this is very interesting. VLDL metabolism is having two aspects about it. The first aspect talks about the fatty acid delivery to tissues, similar in fashion with chylomicron, like the VLDL metabolism also go hand in hand, delivers the dietary fat, the endogenous fatty acid to tissues. And second half of VLDL metabolism, we discuss how the LDL is formed, and LDL is delivering the cholesterol to the tissues. So VLDL metabolism is all the more interesting for you to learn, and we'll see that how the VLDL is converted to LDL particle in the circulation. Okay? Very good. Yes, Purnima, you're totally right. HDL is donating. C and E, not totally right. You're wrong. A is not being given by HDL. Purnima, HDL never gives A. It gives C and E and takes back A and C. Right? Gives C and E to help maturation of chylomicron and takes back A and C. Right. Now coming to VLDL, this is the liver. And this is going to secrete VLDL into the blood, which is having triacylglycerol in the core section along with cholesterol ester, and they are endogenous, means the one which are synthesized in the hepatocyte. The shell, I don't need to tell, but I will tell. It is having the same phospholipid and free cholesterol, right, which I have told you is the general rule for shell of any lipoprotein. And when we talk about the periphery where the apoproteins are arranged, we have number of apoproteins like ApoC, ApoE, and what is important is ApoB100. B100. So we have ApoB100, ApoC, and ApoE. These are the arrangements in the VLDL when it comes to the circulation, and the freshly delivered VLDL is called as nascent VLDL, which is getting matured into the plasma with the help of HDL particle. This is HDL, which is having C, E, A1, and in similar fashion as we have seen during chylomicron metabolism, there occurs maturation of this VLDL after the HDL is able to deliver the C and E. This is mature VLDL, which is having adequate quantity of C and E. Many of the students, they ask me, what is the need of C and E delivery from the HDL when already it is there on the VLDL. Yes, chylomicron is having ApoA, CD, I have told you now. लिख लो उसे, ठीक है. अभी आ जाते हैं वापस VLDL पे. So the HDL is going to mature it, and mature VLDL is having ApoB100, ApoC, and ApoE. The core section is having triacylglycerol and cholesterol ester, and shell is having phospholipid and free cholesterol. Now this mature VLDL during its circulation, just like we have seen for chylomicron, this mature VLDL also enters the capillary lumen. This is capillary lumen. You can see capillary endothelial wall like this, which is having adherent enzyme, which is called LPL. Lipoprotein lipase enzyme is adherent to the endothelial wall, lipoprotein lipase. So whenever the mature VLDL come in contact with this lipoprotein lipase enzyme, its ApoC is going to activate it, and this lipoprotein lipase enzyme acts upon the triacylglycerol, which is going to release the fatty acid and glycerol. So you can see, you can compare the chylomicron metabolism. Everything what is happening here is similar. There's no issue at all. Now this fatty acid is permeating to tissues, to whatever tissues this capillary is supplying the nutrients, along with other nutrients, the fatty acid is also going to go to the tissues, and glycerol remains in the blood and goes to the liver for gluconeogenesis. That same old story. And repeated action of heparin lipase on this mature VLDL, what it is going to do on this mature VLDL, it is going to reduce the size of VLDL because of removal of lot of triacylglycerol from the inner core. The size of VLDL is going to shrink, going to reduce. And this is called VLDL remnant. VLDL remnant, or otherwise called ideal or VLDL remnant. This is having C नहीं होगा, E होगा, B100 होगा. Because ApoC, it will go to HDL particle back. C and E was given, but this remnant is not going to return E. I have told you E is something very important for clearance of the particle from the circulation. So ApoE is not being returned, and this particle is called intermediate density lipoprotein. Only ApoC is returned to HDL. Now when we talk about ideal fate in the general circulation, ideal fate, there are two different fate of ideal. 50% circumstances, this ideal is directly cleared by the liver without doing anything, without seeing here and there. It will be cleared by the circulation, from the circulation, by the receptors at the liver. The receptor which are either identifying B100 or E will be clearing it. So in the previous class I have told you ApoE is recognized by LDL receptor, LRP and remnant receptor. This class also I told you. So any of these receptors can identify this remnant particle and it will be cleared. Remaining 50% time, this ideal will be converted to a beautiful particle known as LDL, which is just having B100 because its ApoE is shed to the plasma. Scientists have seen that a lot of ApoE are circulating in the plasma. They are actually delivered from ideal in an attempt to make the LDL particle. And LDL particle is having cholesterol ester in the core section. Right? So cholesterol ester in the core section. That is all. This is the another fate of intermediate density lipoprotein, which is converting it to LDL particle. And now this LDL is circulating in the plasma, and suppose this is one extrahepatic tissue. This is extrahepatic cell which desires cholesterol from LDL. Then it will show the LDL receptor at the surface. I'll tell you the reason behind this presence of LDL receptor at the surface if the cell desires cholesterol little later. So as of now you understand that if the cell is representing the LDL receptor, it means that desires the cholesterol. Now this is the pool of cholesterol. Now this LDL is having only one domain, one apoprotein. What apoprotein is that? B100. And LDL receptor is very well able to identify B100. The only receptor which recognizes B100 is LDL receptor. LDL receptor is able to identify B100 as well as ApoE. So the only receptor which identifies ApoB100 is the LDL receptor. So this LDL receptor is going to accept the LDL particle. This LDL particle will be attached to this LDL receptor and there will be endocytosis. there will be endocytosis, where LDL receptor will engulf LDL particle inside. So this is the layer of LDL receptor. And you can see, you can visualize the LDL particle over here in the core. Suppose if I color code this LDL particle now with the yellow color, you can see LDL particle here. What is important in LDL particle is the core cholesterol ester, from where the cholesterol will be released in the pool of the cholesterol. Free cholesterol will be released in the pool of cholesterol. So LDL particle will be endocytosed, and one kind of a structure is formed which is called endosome. And that endosome, this is endosome, where you find the LDL receptor, and within this you find the LDL particle. Now this is endosome, and a lot of lysosomes are going to fuse with these endosomes. These are lysosomes, right? So these are lysosomes which are going to fuse with these endosomes, and they permeate their enzyme. They send their enzyme in the endosome, disrupting the LDL particle completely. And once LDL particle is completely disrupted, its cholesterol ester is also hydrolyzed, giving the free cholesterol which is going to go to the pool. So these steps you must remember, that LDLs from circulation is endocytosed, and the receptor is bringing it inside. Lysosomes are going to fuse with it, and LDL cholesterol ester is forming you free cholesterol which is going to go to the core section. And receptors which are responsible for bringing the LDL particle inside, once the cholesterol is delivered in the pool, the receptors are recycled. Recycling of, this is called recycling of receptor, recycling of receptor हो जाएगा, ठीक है? So this is how the whole process occurs. And if you have any doubt in this, you can ask me. If you don't have any doubt, I can further talk about the level of cholesterol in the pool. This is the extrahepatic cell where the pool is having cholesterol. This cholesterol level need to be regulated strictly. It should not go beyond a certain level. So you need to understand what happens if the pool cholesterol exceeds its limit. That time you see majority of free cholesterol will be converted to cholesterol ester by action of one enzyme which is called ACAT. The complete name is acyl cholesterol, acyl-CoA cholesterol, acyl transferase enzyme. ACAT enzyme, it's a intracellular enzyme, and this is being activated by free cholesterol of the pool. There's one important MCQ for you, right? So ACAT is the enzyme. They'll ask you where this enzyme is lying. You have to say it is there within the cell. Within the cell. Activator is free cholesterol. Once activated, this enzyme will act. And the function of this enzyme, you can see the name carefully and you'll find out the function. So what is the name? Acyl-CoA cholesterol acyl transferase. This is a transferase enzyme which is transferring acyl moiety, that is fatty acid chain moiety, from fatty acyl-CoA to the cholesterol. So if the cholesterol is accepting the fatty acid, what it will become? It will become cholesterol ester. So the function of this particular enzyme is to convert surplus cholesterol to cholesterol ester, which is there in the storage pool. This is a storage pool of cholesterol. The functional pool is having the free cholesterol, but the storage pool is having cholesterol ester, which is inert cholesterol which is non-functional. So excess cholesterol is diverted to storage pool. Now coming to the next aspect of it. We always have the new receptor synthesis. We always have new receptor synthesis to replace the old receptors, and these new receptors, they are produced and they go to the surface. LDL receptors are produced. This free cholesterol is also having control on this. This is going to down regulate, negative arrow, down regulate the new receptor synthesis. So whenever excess cholesterol is there, the new receptor will not be formed and further entry of LDL particle will be stopped. So that's logical also. When already cholesterol is there, there is no need of LDL particle inside. So you must remember these arrows, that free cholesterol, number 1. What did I say? Number 1, activate ACAT enzyme, inhibit new receptor synthesis, and also it is going to inhibit de novo synthesis of cholesterol. De novo synthesis of cholesterol in the cell, de novo synthesis of cholesterol in the cell, that is also being inhibited by excess cholesterol. So I want you to just remember these 3 arrows which are like playing its role within the cell to regulate the cholesterol level in the cell. What is that 3 arrows? Activation of ACAT, inhibition of new receptor synthesis, then inhibition of de novo synthesis and inhibition of receptor synthesis. You know, दो inhibition हो गया, 1 activation हो गया. So these 3 arrows you must remember, which is going to regulate the level of cholesterol in the cell pool. And if suppose these regulation fails and now also the cholesterol level in the pool is high, then the extra cholesterol will be taken out by HDL particle, which will take it in a very unique process and will deliver this cholesterol to liver. This whole process where the liver is going to take the excess cholesterol from extrahepatic tissue via a vehicle called HDL is known as reverse cholesterol transport. It is known as reverse cholesterol transport. So that I will be talking to you next to this. So I hope you have understood the delivery of cholesterol to the tissues by LDL particle and how it is going to get regulated, and if regulation fails and then also the surplus amount of cholesterol is there in the pool, then how the HDL is going to take it out, how the HDL is going to remove it. And suppose extrahepatic cell is having no surface receptor, just because it's already having a lot of cholesterol and there is a down regulation of receptors and these receptors are not shown on the surface, then this LDL via circulation, it will go to liver. Liver is also having LDL receptor. Last class I told you the liver is having all variety of receptors, LDL receptor, LRP, remnant receptor, HDL receptor, everything is there with the LDL, with the liver. So liver is having LDL receptor. So if extrahepatic cell is not showing the receptor at the surface, then this LDL particle will be cleared by the LDL receptor of the liver. So liver is going to engulf this LDL particle and will clear it from the circulation. It is not a good thing to stay in the circulation for a long time. The LDL is dangerous. If it stays for a long time, it will undergo oxidation, will become oxidized LDL, which will start the process of atherogenesis. So this LDL need to be cleared. Either it should deliver the cholesterol to the tissues. In that attempt, it will be endocytosed. And if not, this LDL should be cleared by the liver via LDL receptors which are present there. Right? So this is the whole thing. And you really need to understand this completely clearly, because you will see later that the problem at any of the step results in one dyslipidemia. So to understand the various dyslipidemia, it is very important that you are thorough with metabolism of VLDL and associated with it is LDL metabolism, right? De novo matlab hota hai same place where the de novo is occurring, the extrahepatic cell, wherever this cholesterol is being delivered, you know, there the majority of the cholesterol in the pool is coming via LDL, but some amount of cholesterol is synthesized within the cell itself, and that we call it as de novo synthesis. Anything? What is endosome? Endosome is a kind of organelle which is created in the cell due to endocytosis. I just hope you understand what is endocytosis, where the receptor is going to engulf the LDL particle inside. All right. All right. So this is how it is. If any doubt, again, what happens if L is long? It will create problem. It will it will be shown in the high cholesterol level. Heterogenesis nahi suna. LDL, high LDL is heterogenic. Right. All right. So recycling part. There is no problem in the recycling of receptor, dear. Receptors are meant for endocytosis, right? So you see the receptor and you see the endosome which is formed here. And these receptors, after dropping the LDL cholesterol to the pool, they are being recycled. That is it. Some intact receptors are going to stay, back at the surface. Some will be destroyed, and whatever is destroyed is being fulfilled by new receptor synthesis. So, in nutshell, if I say the VLDL is delivered, it's matured, it's delivering the fatty acid to the tissues in a similar line as we have seen for chylomicron, and the remnant particle of VLDL is called ideal. The two fate is awaiting for ideal. 50% circumstances the ideal is cleared by the liver, and remaining 50% circumstances the ideal is getting converted to LDL, and that LDL is going to either deliver the cholesterol to tissue where it is being regulated, or if not, it will be cleared by the liver. That is it, I have told you. Tag in the ideal core is very little because most of it is mobilized. Somebody is asking whether ideal is having tag. It's having tag but very little in quantity, and when we talk about its conversion to LDL particle, that also is getting removed, right? So any other doubt? If not, I'll go for HDL metabolism next to this. HDL metabolism. HDL metabolism is also called as reverse cholesterol transport. Reverse cholesterol transport. Because we are talking about the cholesterol movement in a reverse order. Generally, the main route is from the liver to extrahepatic cell. Liver produces the cholesterol, synthesizes the cholesterol, and that is being delivered to extrahepatic tissue. But over here, we are talking about reverse cholesterol transport, where extrahepatic tissues are the donor of cholesterol which is being delivered to liver. So it's a reverse cholesterol transport. So that is what I'm going to discuss now. Liver has got its own machinery for degradation. Liver is having plenty of enzymes and nothing is like specifically being described. The LDL is getting endocytosed by the hepatocyte and there it is degraded by various enzymes. Right. So we are now beginning with HDL metabolism, which is a very elaborative metabolism. You have multiple variety of HDL and we have to see how they are getting interconverted. Liver and the GIT cell are the source of discoidal HDL. which comes to the plasma, discoidal HDL which comes to the plasma. This is liver and this is GIT. They're the source of discoidal HDL. Why it is discoidal? Because it is disc shaped structure, right? Discoidal HDL is disc shaped structure which is having the shell and the core section. Shell and the core section. Core section is having few particles of cholesterol ester, not many, and not many. That is why it is kind of flattened structure. And God has created a shell with plenty of phospholipids. And these are various free cholesterol which are embedded in the shell. Free cholesterol which are embedded in the shell, right? So we have discoidal HDL particle like this, which is coming to general circulation. It's a disc-shaped structure having shell and internal core. Core is having cholesterol ester, some particle, no tag at all, and shell is having the routine material, that is phospholipid and free cholesterol. And when we talk about the set of apoprotein on the HDL, you already know we have ApoA1, ApoC, and ApoE on the shell, right? So we have these apoproteins on the shell. ApoA1, C and E, it's there on the shell. Now this discoidal HDL comes to the circulation. The main source is liver and a small amount is also coming from GIT. And there is one more source which is pre-beta HDL. Right? So we have pre-beta HDL, which is also the source of discoidal HDL. Now this discoidal HDL once comes to the circulation, it is going to encounter one enzyme which is called LCAT, which is a plasma enzyme. The complete name of LCAT enzyme is lecithin. Write it, lecithin. Lecithin cholesterol acyl transferase enzyme, LCAT enzyme. This is the enzyme which is circulating in the plasma. And once this enzyme is encountered by discoidal HDL, what happens? The ApoE1, which is there on the shell of HDL, that activates the LCAT enzyme. I have told you in the previous class already, I have given you the notes, that ApoE1 is the activator of LCAT enzyme. So now you understand, the discoidal HDL once secreted into the plasma, it captures the LCAT and activates it. And once activated, this enzyme is going to act. This enzyme is going to become functional enzyme and it is going to act. If it is going to act, then what it is going to do? The substrate will be lecithin and cholesterol. And lecithin is a phospholipid. You know, I have told you in previous class, lecithin is a phospholipid. It's having fatty acid, phosphate and base on the glycerol backbone. So lecithin fatty acid is being given to cholesterol. This will convert lecithin to lysolecithin and cholesterol to cholesterol ester. So this is LCAT action. Right? So LCAT enzyme is getting activated via A1, and this LCAT enzyme is going to convert cholesterol to cholesterol ester, lecithin to lysolecithin. And this reaction actually is taking place in the shell of the discoidal HDL. So lecithin, suppose this is a lecithin which is a phospholipid, This is going to contribute a fatty acid to adjacent cholesterol, and fatty acid will be attached to cholesterol. Now this will become cholesterol ester. Cholesterol ester. So this reaction which I was talking to you about alkat is actually taking place in the shell itself. This reaction is never taking place in the blood circulation. Please remember, this alkat enzyme is going to act on the shell of HDL particle itself, converting one of the cholesterol in the shell to the cholesterol ester by donation of a fatty acid from the lecithin, which is converting the lecithin to lysolecithin, and lysolecithin is dropped in the blood, and cholesterol ester which is produced, it enters the core. So write it enters the core of HDL, because core is only having non-polar lipid and cholesterol ester is going to move to the core. So this kind of changes which is going to happen after action of alkat on the shell of discoidal HDL is going to create a space in the shell of the discoidal HDL. है ना, space आ जाएगा. There will be due to movement of cholesterol ester in the core section and falling of lysolecithin into the plasma. When you see the picture of discoidal HDL, you will find this kind of picture of discoidal HDL which is having a space or lacuna in the this is the lacuna which is created here, right? And you have phospholipid and free cholesterol, right? You have phospholipid and free cholesterol is scattered here and there, and one cholesterol ester has moved in, that also we will show you already somewhere there. So this is going to create a lacuna in the discoidal HDL shell, and it is very important that you always remember its component apoproteins, that is A1, C and E. They are there, A1, C and E. Now this lacuna is the place which will accommodate extrahepatic cell cholesterol. This is cholesterol pool. I was talking to you previously. Previous to this discussion, I was talking to you about cholesterol pool which may have excess cholesterol, and this need to be taken by HDL particle. Now this kind of discoidal HDL, when come across this cell which is having excess cholesterol, this excess cholesterol is taken out and is like going to fit into the lacuna, right? So excess cholesterol is taken out and is going to fit into the lacuna. So this is how lacuna is the place where the extrahepatic cholesterol is going to get adjusted. Now once this new cholesterol is coming to this lacuna, it will meet the same fate by alkat which the previous molecule was met with, where this new cholesterol which is come here will be modified again to cholesterol ester by next cycle of alkat action. So that cholesterol ester will again move to the core, recreating the lacuna here. If this cholesterol which is newly come here is modified to cholesterol ester, it will no more stay here. This will be moving to the core section again, recreating the lacuna, right? So now this is the lacuna which is being recreated. And this is extrahepatic, sorry, This is a blood discoidal HDL, which is again has recreated a lacuna because its cholesterol which it had accepted from the extrahepatic tissue was modified and was gone to the core. So now core particle is having little more of the cholesterol ester, but lacuna is recreated. So again this is going to accept the cholesterol from the pool. This is pool of the cholesterol. So this is going to give the cholesterol here in the lacuna, and that again will be modified to cholesterol ester that will go to the pool. So what happens? The discoidal HDL starts taking the shape, the spherical shape. The discoidal HDL starts taking the shape, and that is the spherical shape. And once it becomes spherical, we start calling it as HDL3. This HDL3 is having lot of cholesterol ester in the core. HDL3 is having lot of cholesterol ester in the core. And of course the shell is having phospholipid, and shell is having lot of phospholipid and free cholesterol here and there, and of course the lacuna. And the lacuna, right? So this is lacuna, and this lacuna again keeps on accepting the cholesterol from extrahepatic cell, and this cholesterol fits in lacuna. That again is modified, goes to the core. Then again lacuna is recreated, some more comes in, and LCAT action again modifies it. So what do you understand about this whole process? You understand that the HDL keeps on accommodating the cholesterol in the cholesterol ester form in the core section, and it's getting inflated, right? So from discoidal it becomes HDL3 and it becomes larger to be called as HDL2. So remember this sequence: discoidal HDL, HDL3, and then HDL2. When it is totally saturated with cholesterol ester, and the lacuna is also not seen. Why? Because LCAT is having product inhibition. So if there is more and more cholesterol ester is getting accommodated in the core section, LCAT refuses to work. Cholesterol ester imparts inhibitory impact on LCAT. Cholesterol ester imparts inhibitory impact on LCAT. It's a product inhibition. So LCAT doesn't act on this anymore. Last incoming cholesterol seals the lacuna. It doesn't leave this place, seals the lacuna. And because LCAT has refused to act on this, so no more lacuna is seen. And this we call it as saturated HDL particle, saturated with cholesterol, saturated HDL particle, which is having lot of cholesterol ester in the core section. This HDL2 move towards the liver for delivering these cholesterol esters which it has accumulated in its core section from extrahepatic tissues. And at times what happens, this HDL2 encounters certain remnant particles, that is chylomicron or VLDL remnant particles. On its way towards the liver, it encounters number of remnant particles which are having leftover material in their core. The same remnants which I was talking to you in the previous metabolism, the chylomicron and VLDL remnant, these are having some leftover material in the core section, and they are some amount of triacylglycerol and some amount of cholesterol ester, right? So they are all there in the core section. And this HDL2, as you have just seen, it's having plenty of cholesterol ester in the core section, right? So plenty of cholesterol ester in the core section. It's having A1, C, and E, right? So it is having all these apoprotein arrangements, having the phospholipid, free cholesterol in the shell portion. So what happens in the circulation when they are being encountered? They face each other, then some of the cholesterol ester is being given to remnant particle in exchange for their triacylglycerol. So remnant particles, they donate the triacylglycerol to HDL, and HDL donates the cholesterol ester to remnant particles. Just observe the arrow which I have just drawn here. The cholesterol ester is being given to remnant particles, and the triacylglycerol is being taken away from them. This is called exchange of lipid from core to core, which is encountered at times mediated by CETP. This is a plasma protein, CETP, which is mediating this exchange of lipid from core to core. And this is a very important question they keep on asking. What lipid is given to whom? So you have to say cholesterol ester from the HDL to remnant particles, and triacylglycerol from remnant particles to HDL particle. This is exchange which is mediated by CETP. CETP, that is cholesterol ester. इसका पूरा नाम लिखेंगे cholesterol ester transfer protein. CETP is cholesterol ester transfer protein. It's a plasma protein which is meant for this purpose. Now this kind of exchange has got 2 points now. The number one, the HDL is getting rid of its excess cholesterol ester which was imparting the product inhibition on ALCAT enzyme. I was just telling you that there occurs a situation where ALCAT is inhibited by its product, that is cholesterol ester, and this is called product inhibition. And once ALCAT stops acting, the HDL is not in a situation to accommodate more cholesterol from extrahepatic tissue because the lacuna is not regenerated. So what happens? This cholesterol ester is moved out of this HDL core, reactivating. Number one point is reactivation of ALCAT. This is called reactivation of ALCAT enzyme on this HDL particle which has undergone this kind of exchange process. Reactivation of ALCAT enzyme. Reactivation of ALCAT enzyme because the product inhibition is abolished now and ALCAT is ready to act on this HDL particle once again. So this is number one benefit of this exchange. And when we talk about the second point over here, which may be a MCQ line for you, you have to understand that this kind of exchange is resulting in remnant particles being more responsible, remnant particles playing their role in reverse cholesterol transport. Because now if you see, the cholesterol ester from the core is being given to remnant particles and that is now carrying it to the liver. So remnant particles are helping HDL particle in the process of reverse cholesterol transport. This is the second line which you must understand. So remnant particle, I write it here, you also write remnant particle assist HDL particle for the process of reverse cholesterol transport. For the process of reverse cholesterol transport. So these are two important questions which will be getting out of this understanding that this kind of exchange is actually benefiting the HDL because it is getting reactivated, is able to accommodate some more cholesterol from extrahepatic tissue. And remnant particles, once they have taken the cholesterol ester from the HDL core, which is going to be delivered via them, is certainly, tagging them as a helper molecule in the process of reverse cholesterol transport. Alright, so how many of you have understood Trishur, Agra, Nagarcoil? What is your question, Pratiksha? HDL molecule, there is no calculation that how many cholesterol it is going to accommodate, but this is how the process is, and it is all certain level of cholesterol only it can accommodate it, but that is not the question that how many grams or milligrams is to be accommodated. And does LCAT on VLD and ideal like it happens? No, it doesn't act. LCAT need to be activated by ApoA1 of HDL particles. So that is why LCAT is acting only on HDL particle. When apoprotein donation from apoprotein donation, it is a process which is going hand in hand. The HDL metabolism as well as the apoprotein donations both are occurring simultaneously. The C and D doesn't play any role in the HDL metabolism per se. You have seen the HDL metabolism. You have just seen the role of ApoA1 in activating the LCAT, which is doing all the role, creating the lacuna, and then lacuna is getting accommodating the cholesterol. C and D doesn't play any role in the HDL metabolism, so it is being donated as and when required. Thank you, Hasina. And ma'am, please explain benefits of this exchange. Benefits of this exchange, आप खुद सोचो ना. You also use your concept and try to understand. When cholesterol ester is removed from the core of HDL because of CETP action, then what happens? The product inhibition of LCAT is no more there. So LCAT says, I will work again. And once LCAT starts working, once again it recreates the lacuna, so it's beneficial for HDL. No, it becomes reactivated. Okay, understood. Okay, and how we get rid of excess cholesterol if it is? क्या पूछ रहे? What is your question, Dishant? I'm not getting your question. See, the problem for LCAT is cholesterol ester that need to be removed from the core. In that place, if triacylglycerol is coming, that's not going to pose any problem. So that is why this kind of exchange is exchanging the tag for the cholesterol ester, right? इसमें क्या दिक्कत है? Plasma. Suraj Kumar is asking, where does this exchange process takes place? So this exchange process which I have just drawn here, mediated by CTP, it's occurring in the plasma. Everything is occurring in the plasma. HDL never enters the cell. HDL is always there in the blood. Chylomicron is always there in the blood. VLDL is always there in the blood. The one which is going to enter the cell after certain period in the plasma is the LDL particle. HDL is always there in the blood. So what all I am telling you is all happening in the blood only. Good. HDL is called as a good cholesterol. That is true, but it is a misnomer, dear. HDL is not a cholesterol. HDL is a lipoprotein. It's a very bad misnomer. It's not a cholesterol. It's a lipoprotein, right? So it's called good lipoprotein. You can say because it is helping the extrahepatic cell to get rid of their excess cholesterol. Any other question? Okay. All right, thank you very much everybody. So this is all about HDL. It's not complete yet, so don't be very happy that it's completed. No, it's not yet complete. It's a very elaborative process and I'm just halfway through it. So you just see discoidal HDL. I'll just recap it once before proceeding further, otherwise you'll be lost somewhere in the plasma. So this is the discoidal HDL where the three sources I've told you, liver and GIT, and one hidden source is pre-beta HDL, which you'll be understanding after I discuss it completely. So that I'll be telling you later. So what I said, discoidal HDL is having A1, C and E, and the arrangements of shell and the core. I have told you initially the core is having no triacylglycerol, it's just the cholesterol ester. And what happens? The ApoA1 activates LCAT enzyme. LCAT is the plasma enzyme synthesized by the liver, secreted into the plasma. And this LCAT full name I have told you, by seeing the name carefully, you understand it very well that what it is going to do. I have given the reaction. जो भी erase कर दिया मैंने, I've erased it. But what I said, the LCAT is going to transfer one fatty acid to cholesterol, converting it to lysolecithin and cholesterol ester. And this reaction is taking place in the shell of the discoidal HDL. So cholesterol ester which is produced after LCAT action is going to move to the core because it's a non-polar moiety. Lysolecithin is incomplete lecithin. It is falling into the plasma. So this process is going to create a lacuna in the shell of the HDL particle. Lacuna means free space, and there the extrahepatic cholesterol is going to get accommodated. The new incoming cholesterol will be meeting the same fate as the previous one was met with, right? So LCAT will be acting on this new cholesterol, modifying it again to cholesterol ester, which will go to the core. Simple. So lacuna is recreated, again more cholesterol is accommodated, that's again modified by next cycle of LCAT action. That cholesterol ester is going to go to the core. So this process repeated many number of times, and this discoidal HDL remains no more discoidal, becomes inflated structure, which we start calling it as HDL3, which continue the same process where it accepts the cholesterol from extrahepatic cell, which is modified to cholesterol ester, which goes to the core, and more delivery of cholesterol ester in the HDL core makes it larger molecule with lesser density. And this is HDL2, and this HDL2 now continue the process of reverse cholesterol transport for a while, but then what happens, excessive cholesterol ester starts producing inhibition on LCAT, which refuses to act here. And once LCAT refuses to act on any sort of HDL particle, you don't get lacuna any further. So you don't get lacuna. When there is no lacuna, we start calling it as HDL, saturated HDL, which is no more in a situation to accept cholesterol from extrahepatic cell. This kind of HDL2 is saturated one, which is going to go to liver to deliver the excess or surplus cholesterol. And I said that while its journey back to the liver, this kind of exchange at times happens, which is a very lucky interchange, which is reactivating the HDL. Because the cholesterol is moved out, LCAT is reactivated, it starts acting once again. So it creates a lacuna, LCAT creates a lacuna, and when the lacuna is there, extrahepatic cholesterol will be there, right? So this HDL, after this kind of exchange by CETP, is going to act for some more time in the plasma. And I gave you these 2 points, regarding the benefits, or I must say the statements which are connected to these exchange processes. And then what happens? So this HDL gets reactivated and start accepting more cholesterol after this exchange process. But again, there comes a level of saturation where LCAT is inhibited by excess cholesterol ester. And again, the saturated HDL particle is created. This saturated HDL2 particle now reaches the liver having A1C and E, and in the core section cholesterol ester and some triacylglycerol which it has received due to exchange. Then the phospholipid and the free cholesterol, yes, all these things will be there in the HDL2. This is now represented at the hepatocyte. Now we are going to talk about the fate of HDL at the liver cell. What actually happens to HDL2? Is the liver going to endocytose it, or something else happens? So that we are going to talk now, how the HDL is going to be handled by this hepatocyte. So you have 2 different destiny for this HDL, fate number 1. 2 different destiny of this HDL at the hepatocyte. Fate number 1 I am going to talk to you now. But let me take certain questions. You people are asking so many questions. Okay, what happens to lysolecithin? Lysolecithin is a broken lecithin, right? It doesn't stay in the surface or the shell of the HDL. It falls into the plasma. It's a very small amount of lysolecithin which is falling into the plasma. So it doesn't create any issue. If otherwise lysolecithin, you must know, is a hemolytic agent, but this small amount of lysolecithin, it is filtered, it is like coming to the plasma, and from there it is filtered in the urine. Significance of lysolecithin, I have told you, it's not significant, but if lysolecithin is hemolytic agent in snake bite and all, what happens? The snake venom is having phospholipase, which breaks many of the phospholipids. So a lot of lysolecithin comes to the plasma, and there it causes hemolysis. But not here. This amount of lysolecithin which is falling into the plasma during reverse cholesterol transport is negligible. So it doesn't act as a hemolytic agent. What is your question, Dishant? Reverse cholesterol transport, get rid of excess cholesterol in the pool. Extrahepatic, yes, till now you're totally right. So excess cholesterol in the pool is now like taken away, and now if what is your next line? I'm not getting your next line. Cholesterol ester is exchanged between what and what? Exchanged from the HDL core to the remnant particles, right? So why you're mixing two things together? Yeah, don't mix it. Dishant, where's the problem? This exchange is taking place in the plasma. It has got nothing to do with the tissue. Tissue has done its duty by delivering the free cholesterol to the HDL. Now HDL is handling that cholesterol in the cholesterol ester form due to LCAT action, and that exchange is between the lipoproteins, right? So tissue is coming nowhere in between. So tissue is now get rid of its excess cholesterol, and HDL is somehow trying to handle that cholesterol, modifying it to cholesterol ester, exchanging it so that it is reactivated. Ye sari kahani hai. It's all a story. If you just consider this as a story, your life will be easy and you'll be understanding the metabolic errors easily, right? Don't try to mug it up. You just try to understand what actually is taking place, happening in the circulation, what all protein and enzymes and other cofactors are actually facilitating the whole process, because these these enzyme errors only are going to result in diseases. Okay, that is what we will discuss next to this. So now I am at fate number 1 of HDL2 at the hepatocyte, where we see that HDL2 is converted to HDL3 and is thrown back to the circulation once again. The liver is very cunning. It doesn't take the HDL by endocytosis, not at all. This HDL2 is then like converted to HDL3 when it encounters the hepatocyte. And if you just ask me how this all happens, before that, let me tell you, it has A1, C, and D. HDL3 is having all these apoproteins, right? So all these apoproteins I'm writing here. In the core section, you find that you have cholesterol ester just like HDL2, but the amount is lesser. And there is no tag at all in HDL3. Why? Because now the answer is the cholesterol ester and tag is like taken up. Some of the cholesterol ester and all the tag is taken up by hepatocyte to metabolize it. Nothing else is disturbed on the structure of HDL2. So after delivering some of the cholesterol ester and all its triacylglycerol, what is left is actually the HDL3. If you have really understood the HDL metabolism, you will understand that now this will be HDL3, which is having lesser amount of cholesterol ester and no tag at all. This comes to the plasma, and there it is entering in the loop of reverse cholesterol transport once again, and extrahepatic cell cholesterol is taken away, and it is given to HDL. The same fashion as we have discussed in the previous aspect, that HDL3 is accepting the cholesterol from extrahepatic tissue, which is modified to cholesterol ester, goes to the core. HDL3 becomes HDL2, the same thing. So this is number 1 fate of HDL, where HDL3 is converted to 2 at the liver surface, and 2 is converted to, sorry, HDL2 is converted to 3 at the liver surface, and 3 is converted to 2 into the circulation or in the plasma, right? And this is called HDL cycle. This part is called HDL cycle. So HDL cycle is not synonym of reverse cholesterol transport. The interconversion of 2 to 3 at the hepatocyte and 3 to 2 at the peripheral tissue is known as HDL cycle. Remnants after accepting cholesterol ester. are dealt by liver via ApoE receptor. Yeah, इसमें guess क्या करना है? It's 2 only ना. The remnants are remnants. They will be identified by ApoE, right? So there's no doubt in that. Just to add on, you must know that remnant particles, most of them directly are getting cleared by the liver, but some of them, they are trapped with the HDL, and HDL is taking advantage of them and exchanging the lipid from core to core. In that process, the HDL is mostly benefited because it's going to accept more cholesterol, it's becoming more functional. Remnants को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. They were previously getting cleared by ApoE, now also they will be cleared by ApoE. ठीक है? All right. Any question? This is fate number 1. Coming to fate number 2 of HDL2 at the hepatocyte. Before that, let me tell you, fate number 1 is more common, which like I have described you just now, where 2 is converted to 3, 3 is converted to 2. So majority of HDL is meeting this fate where 2 is converted to 3, 3 is converted to 2. This cycle goes on, and this is the fate number 1. Now coming to fate number 2. This is HDL2, which is having cholesterol ester triacylglycerol, phospholipid, free cholesterol, है ना? This is having A1, C, E. Right, so you have phospholipid, free cholesterol in the shell. You have cholesterol ester and triacylglycerol in the core section. You have set of apoproteins on the HDL. Now this HDL, when it encounters the liver, there is a more devastating fate where ApoC, ApoE, cholesterol, phospholipid, ester, triacylglycerol, everything is taken up by the liver except ApoA1, which is not handled by the liver and escapes to the circulation. ApoA1 comes to the circulation, and majority number of times this small protein is filtered out in the urine by kidney filtration, and very little chance is this ApoA1 becomes part of this missile-like structure, which is like this. This is a missile-like structure, MICELLE. So if you ask me what is missile-like structure, it is made up of phospholipid. Missile-like structure is made up of phospholipid and free cholesterol. Very rarely this kind of missile structure is produced in the plasma, and thus the A1 is embedded in this. Like suppose if I just make a green to neele sakti, I just take a kind of yellow drop. This is ApoA1. This ApoA1 gets embedded in this missile-like structure, and this missile-like structure now, after ApoA1 is embedded in it, the core is empty, is called pre-beta HDL, right? So this is called pre-beta HDL, pre-beta HDL. And this pre-beta HDL is having ApoA1, mind it, ApoA1. So this is going to activate the LCAT, which is creating a lacuna, and that's going to accept the cholesterol. So pre-beta HDL will join the whole reverse cholesterol transport pool, because after action of LCAT enzyme on this pre-beta HDL, you tend to have a lacuna where the extrahepatic cholesterol is accommodated, and then this pre-beta HDL will be converted after accommodating some of the cholesterol is in the core. It will become bigger and it will be known as discoidal HDL. I've told you 3 sources of discoidal HDL. One is liver, another is GIT, third is pre-beta HDL. So you were wondering कि ये pre-beta HDL क्या है? So pre-beta HDL is produced in the plasma after escaping A1 becomes part of this missile-like structure, and it's a very much active form of HDL. So it gets involved in reverse cholesterol transport, and this becomes discoidal HDL, which further forms U3, 2, like that. The whole process begins once again. Okay, all right. So this is HDL metabolism. Bachcho, see, since 1 hour I am going on talking about the HDL metabolism. The initial form is discoidal, becomes 3, becomes 2, LCAT2 gets fed up because it's having so much of cholesterol ester in the core. LCAT also says, I will no more act. When this exchange happens, which is like a magic, which reactivates LCAT enzyme on HDL, which accommodates little more cholesterol from extrahepatic, and when it is again saturated, it goes to the liver. Liver is having two different fate. Number one is the HDL cycle, where 2 is converted to 3 and then 3 is converted to 2 in the plasma. Another fate says that everything is destroyed out of this HDL except ApoA1, which comes to the circulation only to get filtered out in majority number of circumstances. In less majority number of circumstances, if it is lucky, it gets embedded in the pre-beta HDL formation, and this gets involved in the reverse cholesterol transport after forming your discoidal HDL, and discoidal HDL again start the whole process, right? All right. Thank you, Subankar Rath. Thank you very much. This is how you need to learn the HDL like a story. Okay, why isn't HDL3 going to क्या लिखा है and tag exchange? HDL3 is still active, no, so this is not involved in exchange. Which receptor? HDL2 is not recognized by any receptor, dear Suvankar Rath. HDL is never endocytosed. It is never recognized by any receptor. Well, as such for endocytosis, but yes, you have HDL receptors which are identifying ApoA1 of HDL and helping in approximation of HDL to the hepatocyte. HDL receptor होते हैं ना? See, the difference between pre-beta HDL and missile is what? It's ApoA1. Till the time where there is no ApoA1, it's a missile structure which is made up of phospholipid and free cholesterol. Once the A1 is embedded, it becomes pre-beta HDL. Thank you, Janvi. Thank you, Reshma. Thank you, Amir. All of you, thank you very much. And इसी खुशी में एक break ले लेते हैं. We will take a break of 15 minutes, and after coming back, I'll be talking to you about dyslipidemias, that is disorders of lipid metabolism. There you will be applying all these concepts of lipoprotein metabolism exactly. All right. Thank you very much. Good. Prince. Okay. All right, everybody. So just take a break of 15 minutes and come back. And we will just discuss the dyslipidemia, where everything will be applied. It will be an application of lipoprotein metabolism. Hello everybody, Tirupati Kattak and everybody. Hello Suraj. हम लोग भी चलते हैं, बाद में पढ़ लेंगे. मत जाओ सूरज प्लीज, सूरज ढल गया, चांद निकल आया. हेलो एवरीबडी, सो वेलकम बैक. बाद में, देयर इज नो बाद, राइट? काल करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो अब, right? Don't leave it. This is a very wrong habit. बाद में कर लेंगे, बाद never comes. अच्छा बच्चों, मेरी शायरी की बुक रिलीज हुई है, गुजरे लम्हे, राइट? शेरो शायरी, गुजरे लम्हे. I cannot share you the link here because this is not my surface. Today only it is released. It's available on Amazon. You can read this शेरो शायरी, गुजरे लम्हे. I have written. बाद में नहीं, अभी. You have to read it. ठीक है, एक बुक है मेरी, रिलीज हुई है आज के दिन. व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप एंड ऑल दिस ऑल. चलो जी, ओके आगे पढ़ते हैं. चलो चलो, डिसलिपिडीमिया. What is dyslipidemia? The meaning of dyslipidemia is altered level of lipoprotein. Dyslipidemia, altered lipoprotein level. Dyslipidemia, where lipoprotein level is altered and the lipid profile is giving you Gerber result. When we do lipid profile, what all parameter we are going to test for? Lipid profile, we test for total cholesterol, which is the cholesterol content of all the lipoprotein in the circulation. That is LDL, HDL, VLDL. So total cholesterol is estimated, LDL level is estimated, LDL cholesterol level is estimated, HDL cholesterol level is estimated, VLDL cholesterol level is estimated, right? So this is how the lipid profile is being done, where all these parameters are being done. Right, one formula is there that is called Fried-Wald formula. It is important for you to know Fried-Wald formula to calculate the value of LDL. And thank you Shreyanshi, thank you. फ्री कॉपीज कहाँ से भेजूं, है ना? फ्री कॉपीज, फ्री की कोई वैल्यू नहीं होती, यू नो सूरज. सो चलो जी आगे बढ़ते हैं. फ्राइड-वाल्ड फॉर्मूला, इट्स फॉर कैलकुलेशन ऑफ एलडीएल कोलेस्ट्रॉल. दिस इज टोटल कोलेस्ट्रॉल माइनस HDL cholesterol minus VLDL cholesterol. So if you deduct the cholesterol level of HDL and VLDL from the total cholesterol estimate, you will find the value of cholesterol which is there in the LDL. So what is being done in the laboratories, that total cholesterol assessment is being done. Total cholesterol assessment is being done, HDL assessment is being done, and VLDL cholesterol is calculated from the formula tag by 5, right? So tag is being estimated and that is divided by 5 to get the VLDL cholesterol result, tag by 5. So if we use this particular formula, which is called as Fried-Wald formula, very good result of LDL cholesterol we get. It's equivalent of detecting the cholesterol by direct assessment of cholesterol, which is a very expensive process. So this formula you must always remember. They frame you question, they give you values of total cholesterol, triacylglycerol and HDL and ask you to calculate for LDL. That you can always do using this formula. Right? Now coming to various dyslipidemias. When we are talking about dyslipidemias, you have hypolipoproteinemia, and hyperlipoproteinemia, hyperlipoproteinemia. So as you understand, the name itself implies hypo means the level of lipoprotein level is low and hyperlipoproteinemia means level of lipoprotein is high. You have very few number of disorder which is coming under a category of hypolipoproteinemia. One is the A-beta lipoproteinemia. A-beta lipoproteinemia. It's a one hypolipoproteinemia. Then you have ApoA1 deficiency, where there is no HDL formation, ApoA1 deficiency. Under this heading A-beta lipoproteinemia, you must understand we have a disorder where there is no VLDL formation, no chylomicron formation, no VLDL formation, no IDL formation, no LDL formation, all no. Only HDL is present, HDL is plus, only HDL is synthesized. The reason is in A-beta lipoproteinemia, what happens, all the lipoproteins which are having ApoB100 or ApoB48, they are not being produced. So A-beta lipoproteinemia, all the lipoprotein which has ApoB100 or ApoB48, they are not produced, right? So they are not produced. So when you talk about chylomicron, you have B48, VLDL, IDL, LDL, they all have ApoB100, so they are not produced. The only one lipoprotein which is produced is HDL. So in A-beta lipoproteinemia, when the person is suffering with A-beta lipoproteinemia, when the electrophoresis is being done, you take the plasma of a patient who is having A-beta lipoproteinemia and run it on electrophoretic platform, then what you find? You find just the HDL band on electrophoresis, right? How the band will look like? This is the point of application of plasma, and this is the alpha band, single alpha band, which is of HDL. You don't have beta band, you don't have pre-beta band. So everything is clear, and that is why this disease is called A beta lipoproteinemia. A beta lipoproteinemia, right? That is why this disease is known as A beta lipoproteinemia. Okay. All right. Any doubt in this? This is a lipoproteinemia, hypolipoproteinemia, A beta lipoproteinemia, where there is no beta band. That is why its nomenclature is A beta lipoproteinemia. Then you have a ApoA1 deficiency where HDL is not properly formed. That is it. Hypolipoproteinemia is very rare in number, and A beta lipoproteinemia is the one which is frequently asked to you in the exam. You can always answer. And now coming to main dyslipidemia, that is hyperlipoproteinemia. This is hyperlipoproteinemia where some or other lipoprotein level is going to be high. So we are going to now discuss the hyperlipoproteinemia. Hyperlipoproteinemia. The classification which is being used to classify hyperlipoproteinemia is Fredrickson's classification. Fredrickson's classification, which has classified hyperlipoproteinemia into type 1, type 2, type 3, 4 and 5. So I'll be discussing all of them one by one. So type 1 hyperlipidemia or hyperlipoproteinemia is known as familial hypertriacyl glyceridemia. Familial hypertriacyl glyceridemia. In this type of hyperlipidemia, there is lack of lipoprotein lipase enzyme, lack of lipoprotein lipase enzyme. So once this enzyme is deficient, what is going to happen? The chylomicron and VLDL will not be metabolized. I have told you in the start of the class that these metabolisms require this particular enzyme, lipoprotein lipase. So when this is deficient, the chylomicron and VLDL level in the plasma will be high. And hence, whenever you do the triacylglycerol assessment in lipid profile, this is going to be high. Triacylglycerol is mainly taken out from the chylomicron and VLDL core. So when chylomicron and VLDL are high, the triacylglycerol level is also going to be high, and that is why it is called familial hypertriacylglyceridemia, right? Coming to type 2 disorder, which is called familial hypercholesterolemia. Familial hypercholesterolemia means the level of cholesterol is going to be high. Familial hypercholesterolemia, where the level of cholesterol is going to be high, and in this the underlying problem is clearance of LDL does not take place. So you have to now recall how the LDL is cleared from the circulation. So you have seen, I have told you before going to break that LDL is delivered to tissues, extrahepatic tissues, and if not, the LDL is like taken up by the liver, by LDL receptor. So if the problem in type 2 is the clearance of LDL is not taking place, there may be two reasons. The mutation of LDL receptor. When the receptor is bad, it's mutated, so it's not going to identify the LDL particle. So LDL will not be cleared from the plasma. Another condition may be the mutation of ApoB100. Suppose receptor is all right, but B100 is bad. B100 is also a protein. So When B100 is bad, receptor is normal, then also the consequence is going to be the same. So majority of such patients who are having type 2 disorder are having the receptor mutation, and minority of such patients are having B100 mutation. So this you must know, that anything may happen when the LDL is found high in the plasma. It may be because of defective clearance, and that defective clearance may be because of mutated LDL receptor, or the receptor being normal, the B100 being mutated. Anything may come across. Okay, video is not coming. You refresh your Akshita, you just go back and re-log in. Probably you'll get the video because others are all getting videos and things are all right. Somebody was asking about the name of classification. It's a Fredrickson's classification. Yes, very much all right. Now, I just want to talk about type 2 a little more. And type 2 is having two subtypes, that is type 2A and type 2B, right? So we have two subtypes of type 2, 2A and 2B. Okay, 2A and 2B. 2A is having only one problem, that is clearance of LDL is affected. Only this problem is there. But in type 2B, B means double problem. Type 2B, there are two problems. There are excessive VLDL secretion from liver for reason unknown, idiopathic causes, and the clearance of LDL is also affected. So VLDL is secreted more in amount. So the source of LDL is more in the plasma, more of the LDL is created, and already there is a compromised system of LDL clearance. So LDL clearance is also affected. So more of the VLDL secretion and less of the LDL clearance. They are dual problems. So you expect more and more of the LDL in the plasma in 2B compared to 2A. So 2B may you'll have more of the LDL, more of the cholesterol in the lipid profile. So this is type 2 problem, which is called as familial hypercholesterolemia. Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? Tell me. Otherwise we go for type 3 disorder. Type 3 disorder is also known as remnant removal disease. Remnant removal disease. Remnant removal disease, or otherwise called as familial broad beta disease, otherwise called as familial dis beta lipoproteinemia. Dis beta lipoproteinemia, remnant removal disease, or familial broad beta disease, or dis beta lipoproteinemia. You understand something is wrong with the beta band in this type 3 disorder. And what is the problem? The remnant is not cleared from the circulation. And I have told you, I have emphasized upon this point, that it is ApoE which is important for clearance of remnant particle from the circulation. If you remember, what apoprotein is desired? It is ApoE which is required to properly clear the remnant particle. One more thing you must know regarding ApoE, that we have three isoforms of ApoE: E1, E2 and E3. The one person will have either E1 or E2 or E3 depending upon the genetic makeup. E1 is good and E3 is also good in the sense it is easily identified by the receptor, but E2 is badly recognized by receptor. It is not recognized properly. So those individuals who are having ApoE2 on their lipoprotein as per their genetic makeup, their remnant particles are not cleared from the plasma. So remnant particles keep on piling up in the plasma. That will give you increased level of triacylglycerol in the lipid profile and increased level of cholesterol as well in the lipid profile, because HDL keeps on dumping the cholesterol ester to the remnant particle, and they are not getting cleared from the plasma, so they tend to accumulate in the plasma. So triacylglycerol and cholesterol ester both are going to be high in the lipid profile, and this is because of bad ApoE, that is E2. And I have told you in the previous class that remnant particles are going to accommodate in pre-beta band and in beta band. You have alpha band, pre-beta band, beta band, gamma region. So remnant particles are getting accommodated in pre-beta band and beta band. When remnant particles are more, pre-beta becomes wide and beta also becomes wide. They tend to merge each other. It becomes a broad beta band. Right. So remnant particles, just because they are accommodating in pre-beta and beta band, excess quantity of the remnant particle in the plasma will broaden the pre-beta and beta band, and they at one stage they tend to merge together, looking like a broad beta band type of thing. You know? So that is why this nomenclature is there. Broad beta disease. Any doubt in this? Now coming to type 4, which is due to excessive VLDL secretion from the liver. Excessive VLDL secretion from the liver. The reason is not known, idiopathic. You have more of the VLDL, you have more of the IDL, you have more of the LDL particle, and the metabolism of LDL is all right, like it is getting cleared from the liver if not desired by the extrahepatic tissue. There is no problem in the mutation, problem in the receptor, LDL receptor or ApoB100. So LDL is whatever is formed, it's produced in excess quantity, but it's going to be cleared from the circulation. So LDL is initially will be high, but it will be cleared from the plasma. So when you do the lipid profile, you will not be finding more of the LDL, but more of the VLDL certainly will be there. And when more of the VLDL is there, the tag level is going to be high. So in lipid profile in this type 4, the tag level is going to be high. Alzheimer disease risk factor, they talk about various apoproteins associations. We are not going in that. Defect of ApoE is not Alzheimer as such. It is some isoform of ApoE which is responsible for more predilection of Alzheimer disease, right? You don't need to know about inheritance, Anamika. Don't get lost while preparing for your exam. Don't need to know about inheritance and all, but yeah, you should know it's all familial thing and it runs in family. So now this is type 4. Coming to type 5, which is due to deficiency of ApoC. ApoC is the activator of lipoprotein lipase. So when there is a deficiency of ApoC, you understand the consequence is going to be the same. Consequence will be same as type 1. Well, lipoprotein lipase is not activated and you have more of the chylomicron, more of the VLDL. In type 1, there was actual enzyme deficiency, but in type 5, the enzyme is normal, but activator of the enzyme, that is ApoC1 and C2, they are deficient, right? This is type 5. So this is another case where you find more of the chylomicron and VLDL. So it's again a hyperlipoproteinemia. Coming to another disorder where hyperlipoproteinemia is being talked about, but it is not coming under some numbering system of Fredrickson's classification. It is a separate moiety and this is described separately. It is called familial hyper alpha lipoproteinemia. Familial hyper alpha lipoproteinemia. Familial hyper alpha lipoproteinemia. Alpha lipoprotein is HDL. So in this disorder, you have more of the HDL particle. So familial hyper alpha lipoproteinemia, more of the HDL particle will be there. And this is the only disorder which is beneficial for the system. Then you have another disorder, LCAT deficiency. LCAT deficiency, where the enzyme LCAT is deficient. So what happens? The process of reverse cholesterol transport is getting badly affected. LCAT was having the duty of creating a lacuna where the extrahepatic cholesterol is accommodated. So LCAT deficiency will not allow, you have seen before going to break that LCAT is responsible for reverse cholesterol transport. So when it is not there, it is deficient, then the whole process of reverse cholesterol transport will be affected. Mysore, I'll just take your question, but first you listen this. LCAT deficiency, you will have more of the discoidal HDL, which is of no use because without LCAT they are not involved in reverse cholesterol transport. So more of the discoidal HDL will be there in LCAT deficiency. And then you have another problem where there is one enzyme called hepatic lipase that is deficient. Hepatic lipase deficiency. Hepatic lipase is the enzyme which was acting on HDL2 and was degrading it. Its triacylglycerol, its phospholipid was attacked by hepatic lipase. So if that is deficient, HDL2 level will be high. And this HDL is already having a lot of cholesterol ester which is not involved in reverse cholesterol transport. So it's of no use. So this HDL is going to be high. So hepatic lipase deficiency, HDL is going to be high. Then you have another disorder where lipoprotein small a level is high. Lipoprotein small a is high. This is the disorder which is associated with premature atherosclerosis. Chances of atherosclerosis very high. Lipoprotein small a is high. The question is, what is lipoprotein small a? And the answer is, it is nothing but it's a special lipoprotein which is normally in a very little quantity in the plasma. The normal level is 0 to 5 milligram per deciliter in normal person. So many of the person it is absent, even absent, 0 to 5 now. So many of the person it is even absent in the plasma. And if it is high in 100 milligram per deciliter value, 200 milligram, it's dangerous. It predisposes individual for atherogenesis. The question is, what is lipoprotein small a? And the answer is, it is nothing but it is LDL particle which is having a special protein embedded in it that is called apo small a. This apo small a is a special protein which is embedded in the LDL particle along with B100. This apo small a is a protein of a nature where it is like resembling plasminogen in terms of its primary structure. The amino acid sequence in the apo small a is similar to plasminogen, right? Now you have to see then how it is proving atherogenic. Lipoprotein small a. So for that you must know the action of plasminogen. Plasminogen is a plasma protein which is converted to plasmin in presence of tissue plasminogen activator. And this plasmin is going to break the fibrin by causing, fibrinolysis. This plasmin is responsible for fibrinolysis. Fibrin is broken by plasmin. Plasminogen is converted to plasmin, and that plasmin is causing fibrinolysis. Fibrinolysis. And fibrinolysis is important, otherwise small fibrins clots will be deposited here and there that will result in onset of atherogenesis. So fibrinolysis is a protective mechanism for which you need to have plasminogen getting converted to plasmin. Now if the individual is having more of the lipoprotein is small a, then what will happen? It's apo E. apo small a, its apo small a will compete with the plasminogen and will not allow the formation of plasmin, will not allow the fibrinolysis to go on. It will be competing for the active site of tissue plasminogen activator. Apo small a will not allow the adequate formation of plasmin, adequate fibrinolysis. So the individuals having high amount of lipoprotein small a will have the deposits of fibrin clots, and this will initiate the atherogenesis, and that is why the individual with lipoprotein small a are more prone for atherogenesis, right? So this all you must know. These are various hyperlipoproteinemias. So what all hyperlipoproteinemias I have told you, as you have understood by now, it's all very important. Fredrickson's classification says there are 5 types, but we have more than that. We have more than that. 5 types में 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 है. Type 1 में you have familial hypertriacylglyceridemia, where lipoprotein lipase is deficient, so chylomicron VLDL is high, giving you high tag. Type 5 you have ApoC deficiency, which will have similar consequence. Type 2 is familial hypercholesterolemia, where LDL is not cleared from the circulation, either because of mutation of LDL receptor, which is seen in majority of cases, or in less majority of cases the receptor is normal but B100 is mutated. So whatever the situation is, you have the non-clearance of LDL particle from the circulation. You have more of the LDL particle in the plasma, and that will give you high cholesterol value in the lipid profile. And type 2 you have 2 subtypes, the type 2A and type 2B. Right. In 2A, you have only one problem, that is the clearance of LDL, which I described just now. And in type 2B, you have dual problem. There is defect in clearance, and in addition, there is increased VLDL secretion, which increases the amount of LDL being formed from it. So it's a kind of sort of dual problem, right? So type 3 is called remnant removal disease, where ApoE is E2 type, which is not cleared from the plasma, and these remnants, they accumulate in pre-beta and beta band, merging it together to give you broad beta appearance, naming it as broad beta disease or dis beta lipoproteinemia. Type 4 you have excessive VLDL secretion from the liver, and reason is idiopathic, tag is going to be high. Type 5 you have, I've already told you. Then comes the hyperlipoproteinemias without any numbering, and there comes the hyper alpha lipoproteinemia, where HDL level is high, LCAT deficiency, discoidal HDL is high, hepatic lipase deficiency, HDL2 is high, lipoprotein is small a high. That will, I have told you by a specific mechanism, it is going to increase the chances of premature atherogenesis. So this is how you must learn the dyslipidemia. Right. So Vankar Rath, ART causes which type of lipodystrophy? You mean to say antiretroviral therapy? See, I'm not a pharmacologist. No, how can I tell you that? Neither I'm teaching you medicine. I don't have this idea, beta. You just ask the respective teacher or refer the Harrison for this. ब्रॉड बीटा वंसेस में क्या एक्सप्लेन करें? ब्रॉड बीटा मतलब प्री बीटा एंड बीटा बैंड both are merging, because remnant particles are going in pre beta and beta band only. If remnant particles in the plasma are high, the beta band and pre beta band will be broad, and when they are broad they will merge together, giving you broad beta appearance sort of thing, right? So this is all. So I have completed till this point the lipoprotein metabolism for you. Lipoprotein metabolism, which is a very elaborative process. Chylomicron, VLDL, LDL, HDL, then dyslipoproteinemias. Now next to this I'll be taking some other topic and will be teaching you. So next topic which I'll be teaching in lipid metabolism will be fatty acid synthesis. Fatty acid synthesis. Fatty acid synthesis is a process which takes place in cytosol, and in human 16 carbon saturated fatty acid is produced. Saturated fatty acid is produced, which is known as palmitic acid. Palmitic acid. Palmitic acid. Saturated fatty acid, which is palmitic acid. So that palmitic acid synthesis we are going to discuss now, and it's a multi-step process, and the process of synthesis of fatty acid chain is actually a cyclical process where same sets of reactions are repeated again and again, that we are going to discuss now. Am I boring you all so much? Bolo bachon, there is no smile from anywhere, any corner. क्या हो गया? बोलो बोलो. बच्चों थोड़ा स्माइल भेजो, फूल पत्ती भेजो. You people are very कंजूस. Right, fatty acid, aliphatic carboxylic acid. Oh, very good. So these people have brushed today. Shivankar and Soumya has not brushed today. So very good. Nancy, oh Ashwani, big smile. Good, good, enough. हो गया काफी. इधर तो वॉइस इज ब्रेकिंग ओनली. तिरुपति क्या हुआ? माई वॉइस कैसे ब्रेक हो सकती है? ओके बच्चों, चलो जी अब पढ़ेंगे फैटी एसिड सिंथेसिस. सो फर्स्ट thing you must know regarding fatty acid synthesis that it's a cytosolic process where the precursor molecule is acetyl CoE. Number one, it is a cytosolic process. Whole process of synthesis of fatty acid takes place in cytosol, and precursor is acetyl CoE, which comes from glucose or fructose oxidation. You have seen glucose and fructose oxidation, which gives you pyruvate, and that pyruvate by pH complex gives you acetyl CoA. So that we are going to discuss how this acetyl CoA, which is generated in mitochondria, makes its entry into the cytosol. This is mitochondria and this is cytosol. So how this acetyl CoA is going to come to cytosol, that first of all we need to learn. And what happens to this acetyl CoA when it comes to the plasma? So first reaction of TCA cycle, where citrate is being formed, is needed during fatty acid synthesis, and this citrate is having transporter which brings the acetyl CoA along with it outside. This is 6 carbon compound. Via using citrate transporter, this citrate is going to come out into the cytosol. This enzyme is citrate synthase, which is making you citrate, and this citrate, when it comes to the plasma, it is converted to acetyl CoA and oxaloacetate. oxaloacetate and acetyl-CoA, right? Acetyl-CoA. And citrate synthase was TCA enzyme, right? So that is making you citrate. Citrate comes out. And the citrate is acted upon by one cytosolic enzyme, which is ATP, citrate lyase enzyme, cytosolic enzyme, that is giving you oxaloacetate and acetyl-CoA. Now this acetyl-CoA is acting as a precursor molecule for making a fatty acid chain. This acetyl-CoA is 2-carbon compound, and if you want 16 carbon chain synthesis, you need to have 8 such molecule of acetyl-CoA. But first of all, in the cytosol, there is a reaction which is converting acetyl-CoA to malonyl-CoA. A reaction which is converting acetyl-CoA to malonyl-CoA, which is 3-carbon compound. This is due to carboxylation catalyzed by acetyl-CoA carboxylase enzyme. Acetyl-CoA carboxylase enzyme, otherwise known as malonyl-CoA synthetase enzyme. Acetyl-CoA carboxylase enzyme, otherwise called malonyl-CoA synthetase enzyme. ठीक है, synthetase enzyme. This is rate limiting enzyme of fatty acid synthesis. Rate limiting enzyme. Rate limiting enzyme of fatty acid synthesis is malonyl-CoA synthetase or acetyl-CoA carboxylase enzyme. This enzyme is active in dephosphorylated form. Dephosphorylated form. So you need to have presence of insulin for action of this enzyme. This is active in dephosphorylated form. And this malonyl-CoA which is produced is very important compound which is needed for cyclical process. As I have told you, the fatty acid synthesis is a cyclical process where same sets of reactions are repeated again and again. The whole cyclical process, when we talk about cyclical process, you must know that we need to have 7 cyclical reactions for making of 16 carbon palmitic acid. 16 carbon fatty acid chain, that is palmitic acid, you need to have 7 cyclical reactions. And all these reactions, cyclical reactions, occurs on fatty acid synthase complex, occurs on fatty acid synthase complex, that is fast complex, right? Fatty acid synthase complex. It's enzyme complex. Insulin, why insulin is required? I've told you, this is rate limiting enzyme which is needed in dephosphorylated state. So insulin will be, by now you must know that insulin is important for dephosphorylation, right? So for activation of this enzyme you need to have insulin. That is why insulin is needed for fatty acid synthesis. Without that, fatty acid will not be synthesized. Insulin is said to be lipogenic. So where the cyclical reaction is taking place? Fast complex. Now you need to know the fast complex is a dimer. This is fast complex, which is a dimer, and you have 2 units of enzyme, 1 and 2, which are present in this fashion, that is head to tail configuration, fast complex, you have two unit of enzyme. One end you have cysteine SH, another end you have pentothene SH. This end you have cysteine SH, and this end you have pentothene SH. See, it is not a cakewalk. The synthesis of fatty acid or any other biochemical pathway is not easy, but provided you take interest and try to learn with a lot of focus, you'll be learning this whole process. So just pay attention. I'm talking to you about fast complex, which is a cytosolic complex, and it's a dimer where two units of enzymes are arranged in an anti-parallel configuration, and each unit of enzyme is multifunctional. Why we say so? Each unit of enzyme is multifunctional. Why we say so? Because each unit has 7 catalytic domain. 7 catalytic domain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? So we have such catalytic domain, and they are homotimer, so they have same domains, 7 domains on each of these polypeptides. And we get to have a active site which is made up of cysteine SH and pentothene SH, and you can observe here very well, you have two active site on this fast complex where two simultaneous cyclical reaction of fatty acid chains in this can take place, and at once you get to have two fatty acid chain on this particular complex. Suppose this is one fatty acid chain, another similar fatty acid will be formed here. So two cyclical reactions are taking place at a time at this fast complex. And now we are going to discuss how at one of the site the cyclical reaction is taking place, making you the fatty acid chain. How at one particular active site the cyclical reactions are taking place to make you one of the fatty acid chain. I'm just going to discuss that now. So I would like to talk about first cyclical reaction first of all. This is cysteine SH site and this is pentothene SH site of first unit and second unit respectively. And in the first cycle you must know that there are two precursors which are required. Right. Pen SH full form is pentothene SH. Pentothene SH. Cis SH means cysteine SH. Why 7 cycle? You will come to know answer very soon, Reshma and Medha. Okay. So now this is, I just hope that you appreciate this is the fast complex and first unit and second unit, and this is one active site we are targeting. I'm going to talk to you about first cycle. The precursor of first cycle are two in number. One is acetyl CoA and another is malonyl CoA. It is only first cycle where you need to have acetyl CoA. Otherwise second, third and etc., you don't need any acetyl CoA. Only in the first cycle you need to have acetyl CoA, which is 2 carbon compound. Malonyl CoA is 3 carbon compound. So this precursor of the first cycle is now going and occupying the cysteine and pentothene site respectively. And you have to remember the acetate from acetyl CoA and malonate from malonyl CoA respectively occupy these places. And to facilitate this binding of acetate and malonate at cysteine and pentothene respectively, you need to have enzymes known as acetyl transacylase and malonyl transacylase. which we are going to write separately here. Write down, leave some space and write down the catalytic domains which are required. It is acetyl transacylase, and then you have malonyl transacylase. So acetyl transacylase and malonyl transacylase, these are respective domains of fast complex which are responsible for transfer of acetate and malonate moieties respectively at these positions. Then what happens? This 2-carbon moiety condenses with 3-carbon moiety. This merges with this malonate. There is condensation of acetate and malonate. They both condense to each other. And this condensation is done by ketoacyl synthase enzyme. Ketoacyl synthase is doing the condensation. Condensation means two things are merging together and there will be loss of one carbon dioxide. So acetate and malonate, when they both merge together, it will not become 5 carbon, it will rather become 4 carbon ketoacyl chain. So if I draw this picture once again, now the picture will look little different. This is the same fast complex, cysteine SH. This is pentathene SH site, and on this you find 4 carbon ketoacyl chain. This is 4 carbon ketoacyl chain which will be seen to be occupying the position. Because there is loss of 1 carbon dioxide by ketoacyl synthase. This keto will be removed by 3 enzyme A, B, C. One is ketoacyl reductase, then second enzyme will be hydratase, that is minus water, and third enzyme will be enoyl reductase. So you have 4 carbon ketoacyl chain, the keto group of which is to be removed. To remove the keto group, keto is C double bond O group, right? If you want to remove the keto group, you need to have reduction, dehydration, reduction, catalyzed by ketoacyl reductase, hydratase, and enoyl reductase. These 3 enzyme names, if you want, you can write down in this list itself, which will, at the end, you will find that 7 names are there, and these 7 names are nothing but these are catalytic domains of fast complex, which I have told you is possessing. So that ketoacyl reductase, then hydratase, right? And then enoyl reductase, you can write down here, enoyl reductase, right? So this is how it is all there. You have 3 enzymes needed to remove the keto group. Remove keto group. All these points are MCQs. You're learning for MCQs, right? Some of you are writing for descriptive answer writing, learning this. So these all are core points which you need to know. Ketoacyl reductase, hydrogen is added, it becomes a hydroxyl group. Then hydratase, it removes the water, taking out that hydroxyl group. Double bond is left behind, that is reduced by enoyl reductase. So that is actually converting the 4 carbon ketoacyl chain to, after these 3 action, the 4 carbon ketoacyl is converted to 4 carbon acyl chain, and the first cycle is said to be completed with this. This is cysteine SH, this is pentathene SH, and there you find 4 carbon acyl chain, and this is the completion of first cycle. This is the completion of first cycle, where so what you have seen till now, the precursor molecule placed, condensed, Then keto group was removed by reduction, dehydration, reduction, and you get to have completion of first cycle that is going to create 4 carbon acyl chain at the pentatene site. At the pentatene site. ठीक है बच्चों, कोई डाउट वाउट हो, शाउट वाउट हो तो पूछ लो, फिर आगे बढ़ते हैं. अभी तो फर्स्ट साइकिल हुई है. नेक्स्ट टू दिस वी टॉक अबाउट सेकेंड साइकिल. And what is the precursor I have told you in the second cycle? I have told you the second cycle precursor is only one thing, and that is malonyl CoE. That is malonyl CoE. Okay, second cycle. Now we are going to talk about second cycle. And malonyl CoA is the precursor molecule which is transferring the malonate moiety to the cysteine SH. The same complex which you are seeing here in the picture will be accommodating the malonate in the second cycle. So the picture will look like this, cysteine SH, and over here the malonate will come. That is, sorry, over here the 4 carbon acyl chain will be come, which is being displaced by incoming malonate from malonyl CoA. So this will be the picture. At the start of second cycle, you will find that cysteine site is having 4 carbon acyl chain. In the first cycle, it was 2 carbon acetyl CoA moiety. Now it is seen to be acyl chain 4 carbon, and pentatene site is having 3 carbon malonate. Now what happens in the next cycle? In the next step rather, the same thing will happen. The acyl chain, acyl moiety will be merging with malonate, and there will be decarboxylation. 4 plus 3, 7. But minus 1 carbon dioxide, 6 carbon ketoacyl chain you will be finding. Six carbon ketoacyl chain you will be finding at pentatene site, right? 6 carbon ketoacyl chain will be there at pentatene site. And to remove this keto group, we again undergo same steps, that is ketoacyl reductase, hydratase, enol reductase, that will remove the keto group. And this is the exact meaning of cyclical reaction. And at end of these reactions, you find to have 6 carbon acyl chain at pentatene site, and we say the second cycle is complete. When we talk about third cycle, again the precursor, this is third cycle I am talking to you, on the same fast complex which is already having 6 carbon acyl chain, which is incomplete chain at the pentatene site, will be involved in the third cycle, where new malonyl CoA will be required, and that will donate its malonate moiety to the pentatene site, displacing the existing 6 carbon acyl chain to the cysteine site. And then what happens? The condensation. This 6 carbon acyl will be now condensing with malonate, and there will occur decarboxylation. So 6 plus 3 will not be 9, it will be 8 carbon ketoacyl chain, where the keto is required to be removed. So after condensation, the picture will look like this. 8 carbon ketoacyl chain. And to remove this keto group, again reduction, dehydration, reduction will be taking place. And you get to have 8 carbon acyl chain at the end of third cycle. Somebody was asking me why 7 cycle. So at the end of first cycle, there is 4 carbon. Just start counting. At the end of first cycle, you have 4 carbon. At the end of second cycle, you have 2 more carbon added, that is 6 carbon. Then at the end of third cycle, 6 plus 2, 8 carbon, then 10 carbon, then 12 carbon, then 14 carbon, then 16 carbon. You'll find that you need to have 7 cycles. 7 cycle 7 malonyl CoA, 7 cycle 1 acetyl CoA, 7 cycle 7 times decarboxylation, 7 times the role of malonyl transacylase, ketoacyl synthase, ketoacyl reductase, hydratase, enol reductase. These all things will be going on. The acetyl transacylase, which you wrote as a first domain, will be required only in the first cycle. But malonyl transacylase, ketoacyl synthase, ketoacyl reductase, hydratase, enol reductase required every time. Where is the seventh domain? The seventh domain is going to be here. The thioesterase, right? Thioesterase. Thioesterase is the seventh domain of this fast complex enzyme unit, which is going to cleave out the final product, that is 16 carbon chain at the pentatene site. At the end of 7 cycle, you get to have bachcho 16 carbon acyl chain at the pentatene site, that is palmitic acid, and that need to be strictly dissociated from here at the end of 7th cycle by enzyme known as thioesterase. Thioesterase is going to cut it out, and that is thioesterase. Which is going to cleave out the 16 carbon chain, and this is how the chain of fatty acid is being formed. In human cell, the fast complex which is existing in the cell cytosol is meant for making of 16 carbon acyl chain. No shorter chain, no longer chain is produced on this fast complex. If the cell desires or the system desires the longer fatty acid chain, that occurs as a separate process known as elongase system or desaturase system. That elongation and desaturation of this, elongation and desaturation, that is introduction of double bond on this 16 carbon chain, will take place in endoplasmic reticulum lumen as a separate process. So in cytosol, we are restricted till the formation of 16 carbon fatty acid chain. Beyond that, nothing is going to happen. And that is all about the synthesis of fatty acid. So now you tell me how many of you have understood this complicated process in a simplified manner. If you have understood, just send a smile to me. Human fatty acid chain synthesis. 16 carbon saturated palmitic is produced. Cytosolic process precursor is acetyl. There was a drama in acetyl CoA entry into the cytosol because it was not permeable to membrane. It was not having any direct transporter. So via getting condensed into citrate, it came out, and there it was like released where the rate limiting enzyme attacked it to convert it to malonyl CoA. Then we start talking about the fast complex, which is a dimer present in the cytosol, and 2 units, head to tail, 7 catalytic domains. It's a task to remember the 7 catalytic domains. That also you have learned easily once you have gone into the actual process of cyclical reaction of fatty acid synthesis as at one of the active site. So when we started talking about the cyclical reaction, the first cycle needed 2 material, and we have seen how they are placed. Then the condensation resulted in formation of 4 carbon ketoacyl chain, and the removal of keto was difficult task, and 3 enzymes were required. The reductase, this reductase demanded NADPH. Another reductase also demanded NADPH. So you understand we have a reduction twice in one cycle, which will require NADPH, and these 3 enzymes collectively will act and will remove the keto group, and then we are happy to get the 4 carbon acyl chain, which is the gain of first cycle. Then on this complex, a second cycle will begin, which will require malonyl CoA, and that will be placed at pentatene site, displacing the existing moiety to the cysteine site. Then again the whole process of cyclical reaction begins with, and there is condensation. 4 plus 3 will not be 7. Decarboxylation makes it 6 carbon ketoacyl chain, and then keto was removed to make you 6 carbon acyl. Then third cycle will be starting, and malonate will be placed, 6 carbon acyl will be placed here. Condensation 6 plus 3 will not be 9, rather it will be 8 due to decarboxylation. So like that the process continues 7 number of times, and you get to have 16 carbon acyl chain at pentatene site, from where it is like dissociated by thioesterase activity, which is the 7th catalytic domain. Right. And further elongation and desaturation of this fatty acid chain is a separate process which takes place in endoplasmic reticulum of the cell by independent process of elongation and desaturation. All right. All right. I can see many smiles here. Tirupati, I hope you're good. Could you repeat the first step with the I have repeated, Purnima. Now I hope they have understood it. So 7 ATP, 7 carbon dioxide, 14 NADPH per 2 per reduction, 7 malonyl, wonderful. So Sabri Vedankar Pandian has summarized it all. You need to have 7 cycle, you need to have 7 malonyl CoA, 1 acetyl CoA, 7 into 2, that is 14 NADPH, decarboxylation 7 times, so 7 carbon dioxide, wonderful. And acetyl CoA, of course, the acetyl CoA carboxylase enzyme needs the ATP, so that also is to be taken in account because 7 acetyl CoA need to be modified to 7 malonyl CoA, wonderful. All right, Tirupati and other centers, and here Ashwani, Purnima, Mahalakshmi, Ye Lakshmi, Wo Lakshmi, Mahakhushbu, Chandrasekhar Azad, Sabri Malay, everybody. I just hope it is clear to you, and if it is clear to you, we are going to say tata bye bye, and next class I'll be talking to you about fatty acid oxidations, right, where we will see kind of reverse process happening in beta oxidation process. ATP is used in carboxylase activity. I think I missed it, but it's all right. You write down all carboxylases, they need ATP, so this is no exception. It will need ATP, carboxylase enzyme. Right, so I'm not starting any new topic now. All of you go revise everything what I have taught you in today's class, and tomorrow we will come and assemble again to discuss other processes where oxidation of the fatty acid will be the first topic. Thank you very much.
Many patients in surgery are going to present with swelling. That a lot of patients present with a swelling. So let's talk in general about the scheme of examination of a swelling, whether it's a swelling in the limb, whether it's a swelling in the breast, whether it's a swelling in the neck. So what is the scheme of examination of any swelling? What all we need to see if a patient comes to us with a swelling? The first thing is, if you start with the number, we start with the inspection. First thing is the number. Is it a single swelling or there are multiple swelling? Lipomas can be multiple. Neurofibromatosis, when there are multiple neurofibromas, so it's a single swelling or multiple swellings. What is the site of the swelling? If it is, if there are multiple swellings, then what are different sites where they are present, or it is present? Multiple swellings are in the same site. The size of the swelling, approximate size on inspection, the shape, the extent in relation to bony landmarks. We can take a proximal bony landmark and a distal bony point, bony prominence, and decide the extent of the swelling. The surface, whether it appears smooth on inspection, it's nodular or lobulated. The margins, whether the margins are well defined or not. Then we have to talk about the skin over the swelling, any skin channel swelling, whether any prominent or dilated veins. There's swellings because of sarcomas, sarcomas have increased vascularity. So swellings because of sarcomas, they will have dilated veins, prominent veins. Any redness or color change or pigmentation of the swelling, any inflammatory swelling, abscesses will have erythema over the swelling, there will be redness over the swelling. Any scars, it may be incision hernia arising from a previous scar, or it may be a recurrent swelling. Sarcomas can be recurrent, so there's a scar of a previous surgery. Any ulceration of the swelling, malignant swellings can ulcerate and can fungate and present as ulcer over the swelling, or at times when the huge swellings like phyllodes tumor in the breast, because of pressure necrosis, because of pressure trophy, they can cause ulceration of the lung skin. And when there's an ulceration, is there any discharge over that? Then impulse on cuffings, her swellings which are communicating with any cavity like pleural cavity or peritoneal cavity, pleural cavity, cranial cavity, they may have an impulse, or they will have an impulse on cuffing. pressure effects of the swelling. Whenever there's a swelling, it can compress the neurovascular structures, and patient can have signs because of the pressure effects of neurovascular structures or neurovascular structures. If it is pressing a vein, the swelling is pressing a vein because of decreased venous return, there will be swelling, there will be distal swelling, especially in the limbs. There will be swelling distal to the swelling, distal to that lump or mass. Any muscle wasting because of the pressure effect, it is involving the muscle, and because of the disuse there may be muscle wasting. Then that is as far as the inspection is concerned. What all things do we need to see on palpation? First thing is the local temperature. If the local temperature is raised, it may be inflammatory swelling, or local temperature may be raised in sarcomas. So any swelling with increased vascularity, maybe inflammatory, maybe sarcomas, can have increase in local temperature, and local temperature is always seen with the back of your hand, with the dorsum of your hand, and always compared with if there's a bilateral structure with the opposite structure, or of the any other part of the body. So once you have on palpation, you have to confirm the site, the size which you saw in inspection was approximate size, shape, and the extent of the swelling in relation to the bony prominences. Again, confirm the surface, whether it is smooth or it was appearing smooth on inspection. On palpation, it may appear to be nodular, it may appear to be lobulated, but all the margins are well defined or not. In abdominal swelling, especially, in some swellings upper margin may not be well defined, in some swellings lower margin may not be defined at all. Then what about the consistency of the swelling? Whether it is soft in consistency, it is firm in consistency, and hard in consistency. It is said that hard in consistency, it is as hard as a bone or a stone. So bony hard or stony hard. Firm in consistency, we say when it is as firm as a cartilage. So we compare it with the tip of the nose. And when we say soft, it is as soft as the ear lobule or maybe the lips. And if it is soft in consistency, that means it is cystic in consistency, it contains fluid. You have to look for fluctuation, you have to elicit fluctuation and transillumination. Swellings which contain clear fluid will allow the light to pass, and the transillumination test will be positive in those swellings. So any swelling which is soft or cystic in consistency, you have to look for fluctuation and transillumination. Reducibility of the swelling, whether the swelling reduces, maybe on lying down, maybe on manual pressure, digital pressure. So whether it reduces or not. Again, the swellings which are communicating with the cavity, like peritoneal cavity, like hernias, very commonly are reducible. They are reducible swellings. So those communicating with the cavity, which have a cavity to reduce into, they will be reducible swellings. Look for compressibility. Now there's a difference between reducibility and compressibility. In reducible swelling, the swelling disappears when we either whatever maneuver, because of maybe spontaneously or maybe because of pressure, it disappears and does not appear again unless the opposite force is involved, is applied. But in a compressible swelling, when we press on the swelling, it partially disappears or partially reduces in size, may not disappear completely. Or even if it disappears completely, as soon as you leave the pressure, it will appear immediately. They appear back immediately. So compressibility is it gets compressed on applying pressure, but as soon as the pressure is released, it is going to appear back. Look for any palpable impulse on cuffing. We have to look for impulse of cuffing on inspection, and palpate again for impulse of cuffing on palpation. So again, the swellings which are communicating with the cavity, you can find a palpable impulse of cuffing. Check the fixity of the swelling to overlying skin. Try to pinch the overlying skin, and if you can pinch the overlying skin over the swelling, then it is not fixed to the overlying skin. Or if you cannot pinch, then it is fixed to the overlying skin. So this is an important point which not only helps you differentiate the tissue of origin of the swelling from the plane of origin of the swelling, and if it is in a deeper plane, whether it's fixed to the skin or not. Then other important point about swelling, any swelling is fixity to underlying structures, fixity to underlying muscle or fixity to underlying bone. For this, for testing, for knowing the fixity to underlying muscle or fixity to underlying bone muscle, now it will get fixed or will not move in the direction of fibers of the muscle, may have some mobility in a direction at right angle to the fibers of the muscle, but will not move in the direction of fibers of the muscle. And swelling which is fixed even at rest, we consider it as fixed to the bone. So those which are fixed even at rest cannot move at all at rest. Of rest means when the muscles are relaxed, even in a relaxed position, they are considered to be fixed to the bone. So fixed to underlying structures. Then apart from this, swellings arising from nerves, and vessels, they will be mobile, they'll not be mobile in the line of the nerve. The mobility along the nerve or along the vessel or perpendicular, we can determine what is the probable tissue of origin of the swelling. Swelling which are arising from the subcutaneous tissue will be, and not involving the muscle, will be mobile in relaxed position as well as a contracted in the contracted state of the. But swellings which are in subcutaneous tissue and are getting fixed to the muscle will not be mobile in the contracted state of the muscle. Look for any thrill on palpation, where swellings which are highly vascular may have a thrill on palpation. Then always palpate for the pressure effects. So whenever there is a swelling, it may be compressing not only the vein, it compress the arteries also. So always look for pulsations distal to the swelling, especially in the limb. Any limb swelling, pressure effects have to be mentioned. The examination of swelling is incomplete unless and until the pressure effects have been mentioned. So distal pulsations in the swelling, whether they are present or not, if present, whether they are normal or they are feeble. Then it may be compressing the nerves also. So look for the sensations and the muscle power. Distal to the swelling, always look for the sensations, the sensory and the muscle power. Percussion always over the swelling and the surrounding area. So you can get a percussion note depending on the contents of the swelling and depending on the surrounding area, especially in abdomen, if the surrounding area may be resonant in certain swellings because of the displacement of the bowel, and auscultation of the swelling for any bruit. Again, vascular swellings, aneurysms, you can hear a bruit on auscultation. Swellings at times, especially in the limbs, may be involving the joints also, proximally or distally, and those are in the joints. Those swellings directly in the joints, they may cause restriction of the movement of the adjacent joint. So the joint proximal and distal, both the joints always have to be examined for any restriction of movement of the joint. Apart from this, look for any other swelling. That any other swelling may be in the adjacent area, maybe the lymph nodes in the adjacent swelling, maybe in the opposite side. So if there's a swelling in one breast, you have to always palpate the opposite breast also. Similarly, in a patient of breast lump, you have to look for any satellite nodules in the surrounding area, and you have to look for the axillary lymph nodes. With the breast lump, axillary lymph nodes always have to be examined. So any other swelling in the adjacent area, opposite side, or lymph nodes has to be seen. Now, another case which we can get in examinations at time is the patients with stomas, ileostomies or colostomies. So let's go and see how to approach or how to examine a patient with a stoma, ileostomy or colostomy. So what all do we need to ask in the history of a patient with a stoma? First important thing is history related to the condition for which surgery was done. When we are talking about a patient with a stoma, when we are taking history of a patient with a stoma, the stoma was made during a surgery. So the chief complaint or the main history, we have to start the history primarily with the history of the surgery, history of the condition for surgery for which the surgery was done. So you have to talk about the history of the surgery was done. A laparotomy was done maybe 1 month back, 2 months back, and why was that surgery done? What is the condition of the patient? Patient had obstruction, patient had distension, or patient was told that there's a perforation. So whatever the reason may be, so the history starts primarily with the condition, with the surgery done and the condition, details of the condition for which the surgery was done. So once you have taken the details of the history of the surgery and why was it done, what was the diagnosis, and what was done during the surgery, if the patient can tell about it, whether a resection was done, whatever was done, if the patient can tell you those details, then duration since the stoma was created, the time of stoma. Another very important thing to be asked is the stomal output. How much is the stoma draining? What is the stomal output? How many times? The question to be asked to the patient is how many times the patient empties the bag or the relatives empty the bag in a day, in 24 hours. Because the amount of stoma drainage is an important clue to what is the probable site of the stoma. Jejunostomies, if done at times when there's a massive resection of the bowel has to be done and a jejunostomy is taken out, it will always be a very high output stoma. In fact, we can say that proximal the level of stoma, higher the output it has. So, and the higher the output it has, higher the chance of causing fluid and electrolyte imbalance. And plus any change in output of the drain since inception of the stoma. At times patients initially have a high output stoma, but gradually as the adaptive surface of the bowel increases, as the intestine adapts, the output may decrease gradually. From that high output, it may not remain as high as it was in the earlier time, at the time of inception. Then the nature of contents. Nature of contents, whether it's totally liquidy contents or it is a formed content, it's a formed stool, liquidy stools. So again, depending upon the nature of contents, whether it is liquidy, whether it is formed stool, we can have a clue, we can have an idea that what is the probable level of the stoma, whether it's an ileostomy or a colostomy, or when they're very totally liquid stools, totally liquid drainage is there from the stoma, it may be even a jejunostomy. So it's ileostomy will usually have distal ileostomy from the distal ileum will be a semi-formed fecal matter, while it will be more formed in colostomy. So as we move distal, the fecal matter is more and more formed. Ileostomies, as more and more proximal, the fecal matter gets more and more liquidy, or I can say the drainage output of the stoma gets more and more liquidy. Then another important thing to be asked is any associated pain. If a pain is there, whether the pain is colicky or non-colicky. One of the important complications of stomas can be obstruction, intestinal obstruction. That intestinal obstruction may be because of kinking of a bowel loop or rotation of bowel loop inside the abdominal cavity, maybe because of formation of adhesions, or maybe because of compression of the bowel loop in the abdominal wall, where it is coming out through the abdominal wall. So if there is any obstruction to the stoma, or if there is any intestinal obstruction, the patient will have episodes of colicky pain. And along with that, to further know the history of detail, to know the details whether the patient is having any obstruction of stoma or intestinal obstruction, ask if there is a history of abdominal extension, any history of vomiting, and any time when the stoma stopped draining. There may be intermittent episodes when the stoma stops draining in case there is a obstruction. So abdominal distension, vomiting, and failure of stoma to drain. Then very important thing is changes in surrounding skin. Stomas, if not created properly, or the bags are not applied, bags will not be placed properly, the stomal contents, the enteric contents will leak onto the surrounding skin, and they can excoriate, they can damage the surrounding skin, which again can be another cause of pain. So pain here, because of damage of surrounding skin, may not be a colicky pain, will not be a colicky pain. The pain can be because of damage of surrounding skin also. So that is very important question to be asked. Any changes in the surrounding skin, any excoriation of the surrounding skin. History of oral intake. Once a laparotomy has been done, a stoma has been created. So gradually the patient is allowed orally. So you have to take a history of oral intake, whether the patient is taking orally adequately or not, how many calories the patient is taking. Because patient who has a high output stoma may be in a negative balance if the oral intake of patient is lesser than what the stoma is draining. Drug history, especially the history of taking antitubercular therapy, antitubercular drugs, because very commonly the laparotomies are done resections and stomas are taken out for tubercular strictures, and the patient after those creation of a stoma may be on ATT or may have taken ATT previously. What are the important things which you need to see as far as journal exam? A routine journal examination has to be done in the patient, but apart from that, what are the other important things which you have to see in journal examination of the patient? Very importantly, look for signs of dehydration, especially in those patients who have a high stoma output or they are having a stomal diarrhea. Stomal diarrhea is a complication which can be commonly seen in the ileostomies and is an early complication. As I said earlier, initially some patients may have stomal diarrhea, and gradually as the intestines adapt, the amount of output from the stoma decreases. So look for any signs of dehydration. Look for the nutritional status of the patients. A lot of patients with tuberculosis or malignancies may be having stoma. They are already malnourished, and if the stoma is also draining high output, there's a lot of fluid loss, electrolyte loss, and they may be malnourished nutritionally, they may be poor. Look for any pallor, any icterus, maybe because of the drugs, because of the ATT or any drugs they are on, and again look for edema because of malnutrition, because of hypoproteinemia. Now, what are the important things which you have to do on local examination? So you have a patient with a stoma. How do you make sure, what all do you see, what all you have to examine, and how do you come to a conclusion that whether this is a ileostomy or a colostomy? Whenever we are creating a stoma, it's either a ileostomy or a colostomy. Jejunostomies are not created because they're very proximal, they create a high output, and that can lead to electrolyte and fluid imbalance. So jejunostomies are created only when we are forced to do that, when we have done a massive resection of bowel that we cannot take out ileostomy, we have to take out the proximal end as a jejunostomy because of these problems jejunostomy. So let's see what are the things you have to look for in local examination which can give you a hint, which can give you a clue that what this stoma is probably. First is the site. Ileostomies are always more commonly taken out in the right lower abdomen, in the right iliac fossa, while colostomies more commonly on the left side. So the site can give you a clue, but it is not always. At times you may take out ileostomy on the left side also, but more commonly ileostomies on the right side and colostomies on the left side. See whether ileostomy and colostomy can be of different types. There may be a end stoma, it may be a loop stoma. A loop can be again a divided loop, can be an undivided loop. So see whether there is just one loop out, then it's totally an end stoma. There are two loops out which are totally separate. They're not connected with each other, they're separate. It may be an end stoma with a mucus fistula, or it may be a divided loop stoma. There are two loops, but the posterior wall is connected with each other, then it is a undivided loop stoma. So depending, seeing the loops, whether they are two loops, single loop, they are connected, posterior wall is intact, then we can come to know the whether it's an end stoma with a mucus fistula or a loop stoma which may be divided, which may be undivided. And we can always, if there are two loops, you can always, depending on the contents of the stoma, you can decide which one is proximal and which one is distal. Very importantly, look for color of the stoma, whether it is pink, whether it's red, or is there any evidence of blackening. If the blood supply has been jeopardized, the blood supply of the stoma, while making of the stoma, you have skeletonized the mesentery too much, or the aperture in the abdominal wall is very narrow, it is tight, it can lead to necrosis of the stoma. So necrosis is one of the most common early complications of stoma. Look for any evidence of necrosis in the stoma. Look for presence or absence of folds. Ileum, we say, doesn't have any folds, it is characteristically featureless. So if it's an ileostomy, you will not see any folds, but in a colostomy, you can see the presence of folds. Then see how the stoma has been made, how it has been constructed. Is it flush with the skin or it is spouting from the skin? The ileostomies are always constructed spouting from the skin, while colostomies are always made flush with the skin. So depending on the way it has been created, whether flush or spouting, again you can get a clue whether it is a ileostomy or a colostomy. And look for the nature of the contents. Again, with something which was in history also, now you look yourself clearly whether it's absolutely fluid, whether it is semi-solid, it's little liquidy or formed, or it is formed stools. So that can also tell you what is probably the site of the stoma. Plus, very, very important thing is surrounding skin. The surrounding skin is normal. The surrounding skin is excoriated. The surrounding skin is damaged. That has to be seen very clearly, because its skin excoriation is an important complication of ileostomy and can be an important, cause of morbidity in a patient of ileostomy or colostomy. Again, more proximal the stoma, higher the chances of the skin damage are there, because more liquidy the contents, more proximal stoma, more the chances of skin damage. Look for any other complications of stoma, whether if the stoma has retracted, whether the stoma has retracted below the abdominal wall or not, if it has retracted below the abdominal wall or not, whether it is prolapsing or is there any parastomal herniation. So look for retraction of the stoma, if any, prolapse and parastomal herniation. Examine the scar. This stoma has been created after a surgery, after a laparotomy. So there will be a laparotomy scar. Examine the scar, and all the the parameters of the scar, as which we've been discussing, have to be defined, like the length of the scar, the nature of the scar, the site of the scar has to be defined. Rest of the abdomen always has to be examined. Any tenderness in rest of the abdomen, any tenderness, you look in the palpation, any distension in rest of the abdomen has to be seen. And always look for the hernial orifices, umbilical, inguinal, femoral, all of them have to be looked for. Palpation, very gently you can insert a lubricated local anesthetic, lubricated finger into the lumen of the stoma to look for any narrowing or stenosis. Again, the two things, this can also be found out on history. If the patient gives you a history of decrease in stoma output, initially the stoma was draining normally, but of late the stoma is decreasing, or if the patient gives a history of features obstruction, vomiting, distension, and it may be because of stomal narrowing or stenosis, or absence of drainage of stoma, it may be because of stomal narrowing or stenosis. Palpate the surrounding skin area, the ulceration, excursion surrounding skin, it is tender, non-tender. Palpate the scar, like we've been talking about the scar, and palpate the rest of the abdomen for any other lumps, any organomegalies, any other tenderness, because if the stoma is not, there may be any collection inside the abdominal cavity leading to tenderness. So look for palpate the rest of the abdomen with the scheme of the abdominal examination. So when you have to give a diagnosis, you have a patient with stoma and you have to give a diagnosis. How do you give the diagnosis? The patient is always a post-operative, status post-operative case of exploratory laparotomy. So first thing has to be post-operative, it's a case of post-operative case of exploratory laparotomy with ileostomy or a colostomy. So depending on these features which you have seen, depending on the site, the location, the contents, the way it is constructed, you will tell whether it's ileostomy or a colostomy, and whether it's a loop ileostomy or a loop colostomy, or an end ileostomy or colostomy, plus a comment always on the surrounding skin, whether the surrounding skin is normal or there's any damage, any excursion of surrounding skin, plus if there are any complications like retraction or prolapse or parastomal herniation, that has to be mentioned diagnosis. So it's a post-operative case of exploratory laparotomy with the type of stoma, with the whether ileostomy or colostomy, loop or end, the surrounding skin, and any complications if present. Along with that has to be mentioned in the diagnosis.
Hello, good afternoon. Everything is fine. You enjoyed the last two classes, and a small bit will start today. Some portion we didn't complete in the last week, that we complete first, then we'll go to today's portion. So today we are going to see others. We have already completed gram positives and gram negatives. Now we are going to see others. Number one. Apart from that, immunology, as well as mycology. This is our target today. Hope the audio, video, everything is fine. Got it? Right. With this, just a minute. Good afternoon to all. Just I'm seeing the chat box now. I think everything is fine. I'm going to the session now. Cool. So now we are going to see other bacteria. Usually they won't take gram stain. We kept under the group others for easy understanding. I start with a small bacteria, but very important bacteria. First is Mycoplasma pneumoniae. You need to know 8 to 9 points, that's all. This bacteria is otherwise called Eaton agent. Eaton is the scientist. It is having one more name called PPLO agent. What is PPLO stands for? Fluoro pneumonia like organism. Pneumonia like organism. So we call it as PPLO agent. Okay, PPLO agent. That's a common name. Next is important key features. You need to know this bacteria already we are aware of that. It is devoid of cell wall. I got a question from Namaskaram. Audio is there. I'm checking my audio. Yes, it's working. Audio is fine. And it's devoid of cell wall. There is no cell wall in mycoplasma. Number 2, cell membrane, it contains cholesterol which act as a growth factor. Cholesterol, it is present in cell membrane and also it acts as growth factor. Cell membrane and also it acts as growth factor. Okay, next is number 3, very important, because of if there is no because there is no cell wall, it is not having a proper shape. Okay, there is no proper shape and it has a special motility called gliding motility. It has a special type of motility called gliding motility because of without cell wall, shapeless, it move here and there, glide. That's called gliding motility. Number 4, the important antigen of this organism is PI antigen. It helping in attachment. Next is what disease it causes. Name itself. What is the name of the bacteria? We call it as, the name of the bacteria is Mycoplasma pneumoniae. So it is the most common cause of atypical pneumonia, otherwise called walking pneumonia. Recollect, already we have seen this in which organism? Legionella also causes atypical walking pneumonia, but the most common is Mycoplasma pneumoniae. It causes non-gonococcal urethritis, perihepatitis. What is the syndrome called? Even gonococci also we have seen this. The pneumococcal rape. Perihepatitis is Fitz-Hugh-Curtis syndrome. The name of the syndrome is called Fitz-Hugh-Curtis syndrome. Okay, and in 2022 club, today onwards I was very active. Daily one information will be there. Okay, daily one information will be there. Okay, daily one information. If 200 days or 100 days, you will get 100 important points and related that. So follow me regularly. Okay, NG means non-gonococcal urethritis. Dr. Neil Rathod. And any questions, you can tag me properly in the eMedicos or Facebook application. Any questions, DAMS question bank, some doubts will be there. Some choices maybe you feel it's wrong or maybe really wrong. So just you can tag me, I'm ready to answer. And I answered till 11:45, 12 o'clock, whatever questions, I have answered all the questions. With this, it causes, apart from that, erythema multiforme. Erythema multiforme, atypical walking pneumonia, non-gonococcal urethritis, perihepatitis, erythema multiforme. These are all the diseases caused by Mycoplasma group. Next is lab diagnosis. Because virulent factor, clinical picture, lab diagnosis. That's our template. So be happy. No staining method. You can't stain because there is no cell wall. No cell wall. No stain. Be happy. And one more important thing is there is selective medium available. You must have a list of selective medium. I will give this as a gift just at the end of the class. List of selective medium. Definitely may get 1 or 2 questions directly or indirectly. You must know this. Okay. Selective medium is PPLO agar. And one more is called Eaton agar. Whatever it may be, PPLO or Eaton, whatever it may be, this agar, what is the colony morphology? What is the colony morphology? Yes, it produces fried egg colonies or bullseye colonies. Fried egg colonies or bullseye colonies. Fried egg colonies. And this is important. Sometimes they'll ask, we cannot stain the bacteria, but they stain the colony. That is called Dine's method of staining. That's called Dine's method of staining. What is Dine's method? Staining of the colonies, not the bacteria. Staining of the colonies. Staining of the colonies, we call it as Dine's method of staining. Moni, 1 page, less than 1 page. Fried egg colonies, yes. Sandil immediately, hungry sir, fried egg sir. Okay, okay, it is staining of the colonies. That is called Dine's method. What is Dine's phenomenon we have seen in the Proteus? Gram negative. See what is called Dine's method. Dine's phenomenon we are seeing in which organism? Dine's phenomenon seen in Proteus. No confusion. This is called Dine's method. How to remember? That's my regular way of teaching. Dine's phenomenon, P for Proteus. Dine's method, M for Mycoplasma. M for Mycoplasma. That's all. Apart from that, we have direct fluorescent antibody method. Direct fluorescent antibody method, ELISA and PCR. And drug of choice is azithromycin. You can give fluoroquinolone, ciprofloxacin also, but the best drug is azithromycin. The best drug is azithromycin. That's all. Yes, Shubham Manoj Sharma, you're right. Got it? This is about Mycoplasma pneumonia. How many points we covered? Common name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 to 10 points sufficient. This Mycoplasma pneumonia, we call it as E10 agent or PPLO agent, and these are the points. You are aware of that, don't worry. My notes are short. You people may think, sir, is it sufficient? Sufficient. If you remember this, that's a big task. Direct fluorescent antibody method, Dr. Neil. Direct fluorescent antibody method. This all already we told. These are all in your notes, no problem. So if you ask more doubt, you keep me more active in the Facebook club, other platform. I'm very happy to answer all those things. And innovatively, I put some new pictures or many things. And one of my kids asked the question, sir, what is propagative? What is cyclodevelopmental? Okay. Name of the scientist, Eaton. Why it is called propagative? What is called cyclodevelopmental? What is called cyclopropagative? What does it means? Then I made a small video. I put it. Okay, right. All your questions are answered to my level best, and now you people are answering your friends' questions. Cool. That's nice. Next is, come on, very important bacteria in this group you must know is spirochetes. Spirochetes. Spirochetes are very special. You need to know 5 common points. So what are the 5 common points I need to learn? Number 1, spirochetes are spiral shaped bacteria and they exhibit a typical corkscrew motility, usually corkscrew motility. Somebody seen the video? Good, cool. Don't forget to like if you really like, and don't forget to comment on this. That is an indirect way of boosting your teacher. Yes or no? Spiral shape, corkscrew motility. Next is, listen. This bacteria possess endoflagella. Or axial filaments. So what is it, sir? Endoflagella or axial filament. The flagella is usually flagella is external appendage. Here the flagella is sheathed. The flagella is sheathed flagella, otherwise called sheathed flagella. Flagella is sheathed. See carefully here. I show this. Yeah. This is normal flagella. Here I want to show you. I made it. Yeah. This is called endoflagella axial filaments. It is outer membrane. See carefully. This is outer membrane. Okay. If you open the outer membrane, you can see the flagella here. Or very easy, you cut it. In the cut, this is outer membrane, gram-negative outer membrane. This one is inner membrane. Hope you understand. Outer and inner membrane. In between, what is the name of the space? This space is called periplasmic space. You are aware of that. I 100% am confident. If I attend my first class, 200% you know this. Okay. And in this periplasmic space, you are getting peptidoglycan. Up to this, okay. Now you can get endoflagella also there. You can get endoflagella also here. So the endoflagella outside is outer membrane is there. That is sheathed flagella. That is called sheathed flagella. See the normal gram-negative cell wall. The normal gram-negative cell wall is like this. Yeah. This is the normal gram-negative cell wall, where it is. Yeah. Normal gram-negative cell wall. This is outer membrane, inner membrane, peptidoglycan, periplasmic space. And I am put it in green color, endoflagella. This is endoflagella. The green color is endoflagella. Okay. So endoflagella from periplasmic space. Other people not in periplasmic space, outside. Others even they lose the flagella, no problem. Here they cannot lose the flagella because it is sheathed. Hope you understand. This is very special for spirochetes. This is very special for spirochetes. Endoflagella. Number 3. Usually they will not take gram stain. They will take Fontana stain, silver stain, Fontana stain, especially for fluids. Any fluid specimen you take Fontana stain. In case of lividity stain for tissues. In medical school we used to teach tissues, T for T, lividity tissues, Fontana, F for F, fluids, F for F. F for F. Number 4. Usually the bacteria divides by binary fission. This bacteria divides by transverse fission. Bacteria divide by transverse fission. Usually bacteria divide by binary fission. Here it is cross transverse fission. Final point. Usually the treatment is doxycycline or penicillin. Penicillin, not much higher drug, just penicillin or doxycycline. Somebody needs both. Is the treatment. So these are all the general features of spirochete. Spiral shape, corkscrew motility, usually endoflagella, it's otherwise called axial filaments, is a classical picture. Fontana stain or lividity stain, transverse fission, cross, penicillin or doxycycline. Okay, yeah, people remembering many things, cool. Next is, what are the people we are going to read? Important 3 pathogens in this group is 3 pathogens. Is Borrelia, Leptospira and Trypanosoma. Borrelia, Leptospira and Trypanosoma. These 3 people we need to read. Okay. Borrelia, Leptospira, Trypanosoma. These 3 people. Yeah, Kiran, you know the 5 points? It is spiral, so spirochete, endoflagella, inside the flagella, sheathed flagella. It takes silver stain because it's very thin. You can put it in the interact session. In the interact session, you can type your doubt and tag the faculty. Otherwise, I won't see, I can't see. Very difficult. If you tag the faculty, my name is there, okay? Then when I open the eMedicos, immediately I can see. Otherwise, it should be a common one. Accidentally, if I find, I can answer. Otherwise, difficult. Yes, Manisha? There's a section called interact. Right. Borrelia, Leptospira. Even you are not able to take screenshot of the DQB. You mention DQB which section and the question number. We will take care of that. Don't worry. We will take care of that. Okay. Right. Come on. Borrelia. It divides by transverse fission and penicillin or doxy is the drug. Common points. This for Kiran now. Borrelia, listen to me. You need to know 4 points. Borrelia is the thick spirochete. He is mota of this group, like me, mota. Okay, so bulk, B for bulk. Number 2, because of bulk, he cannot do corkscrew motility. Okay, he will do the motility like that, lashing motility. the motility called lashing. Number 3, the common culture medium for all Borrelia culture medium is Kelly B medium. Every word is important. Kelly B medium. And usually treatment for Borrelia's doxy. That's all 4 golden points. It is thick, lashing motility. Kelly B medium is the medium for Borrelia. Doxycycline is the drug of choice. Over. Even if you don't know anything, if you write this 4 point, that's right for any Borrelia. Okay, now we are going to see one important pathogen in this group is Borrelia burgdorferi. Borrelia burgdorferi. Very famous disease. It causes a very famous disease called Lyme disease. Lyme disease. This is my small video, but anyway, today no video live. I'll show you the mnemonic for Lyme disease. The mnemonic for Lyme disease. Just a minute. Yeah, make it very easy. This is my mnemonic, copyrighted. Vikran Tomar, hey, don't be panic. Okay, don't be panic. You missed general microbiology, and in bacteriology you missed gram positive and gram negative. That's all. That's all. Okay, right. Come on, Lyme disease. It is caused by Borrelia burgdorferi, which is a spirochete. Next is how? By tick bite, deer tick, bite of the deer tick. At the site of the bite, you can get round lesion. We call it as target lesion or annular lesions. Annular rash, target rash or annular rash, round rash. And it also causes moving rash, erythema migrans. Erythema migrans. And very famous condition is Lyme arthritis. Lyme arthritis. And it causes right bundle branch block, RBBB, cardiac block. See, the heart is pumping. My animation. And it causes neuroborreliosis, Bell's palsy. Neuroborreliosis, Bell's palsy. Drug of choice, doxy. Sir, how to remember, sir? A for arthritis and annular rash. B for Borrelia burgdorferi and Bell's palsy. C for cardiac block. D for deer tick and doxycycline. Or pending. E for erythema migrans. A, B, C, D, E is the mnemonic for Lyme disease. Game over. Now it's okay. Video is okay. No problem. Okay. Right. Got it? Make things easy. A, B, C, D, take down. I take 1 minute for you. Please take down. Then we'll go to the next. Yes. This small video available. Just a 2 minutes video. My videos are not more than 5 minutes. To the maximum 5 minutes. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, like reels. How you people like reels in Instagram or in Facebook. Short videos like that. My videos also short videos like reels. Not that much glamour, but okay. If you want to get the seat, you need to see all those things. Okay. Right. Thank you, dears. Learn with fun. Enjoy and learn. Okay. You enjoy and learn. Next is Borrelia burgdorferi over. Next is a condition called relapsing fever. Why it is called relapsing fever? Fever will be peak after period normal, after peak, normal, after peak, normal. So it is called relapsing fever because of antigenic variation. Relapsing fever is due to antigenic variation. Okay. Antigenic variation. Come on, there are two people are there. Relapsing fever. One is called epidemic type of relapsing fever. It is caused by Borrelia recurrentis. Every point is golden point, and louse is the vector. Louse is the vector. Next is endemic. It is caused by Borrelia dattoni. And the vector is tick. This is very important, my dears. Both are causing relapsing fever. One is epidemic, sudden outbreak. Thank you. Another one is endemic, consistently present, constantly present. One is vector is louse, another one is vector is tick. Treatment doxy. Diagnosis, culture medium available, LEB medium, ELISA PCR, don't worry. Last one liner. Certain points you need to learn, only one point called Vincent's angina. It is caused by Borrelia, which is an oral cavity. We call it as Borrelia vincenti. Borrelia vincenti. One more bacterium called Fusobacterium. These are all present in the oral cavity. The both people together, they cause the disease called Vincent's angina. Treatment doxy. Treatment doxy. Make things easy. With this we complete our what? Borrelia. Borrelia, you must know Lyme disease. Okay, it causes many complications. Neuroborreliosis, arthritis, many things. Skin manifestation, some of them. Okay, right. Next is important pathogen, Leptospira. We call it as Wheels bacteria. Wheels bacteria. Lot of pathogens are there. Most common pathogenic Leptospira belongs to Leptospira interrogans. It is like question mark like. Question mark like Leptospira interrogans. Leptospira interrogans. It's not past, Varsha. Here everything is fine. Check your net connection, please. If any problem, I will tell first, because first problem I can face. Immediately I'll tell some problem is there. You can stop for 2-3 minutes or rectify, we'll proceed. Okay, don't worry, don't worry. Right, Leptospira interrogans. Come on, see the. No, it create lot of pain. It create lot of pain in the throat. So it's called Vincent's angina. Because angina means pain. The organism is Borrelia vincenti. We call it as Vincent's angina. Fever will be there. Okay, right. Next is Leptospira interrogans is the important pathogen. It usually reservoir is rat. Please remember, every point is important. Rat is the reservoir. Reservoir means source. Godown, wholesale agent is rat. From the rat, it usually present in renal tubule. Not only rat, my dears, any mammal, including human being, any mammal, but common is rat. renal tubule. It present in renal tubule, so present in urine. When rat urine mixed with water source, especially in monsoon season or rainy season or in the paddy field, the rat died due to flood or water, then the urine mixed with water. Rat is not like human being, go and piss in the water source. Human being only do this. Yes or no, my dears? Yeah. So when the rat in the paddy field or in the rainy season, because of flood, they die. So urine contaminate with the water source. Urine contaminates water source. How man got the disease? When you contact with the water, either by bathing or walking, okay, it entry via abraded skin. Entry via abraded skin. Or if you keep it for a long time, even intact skin also, skin elasticity will be loosened if it stay long time in the water. So either you take bath or you are swimming in the contaminated pond, or you are a farmer working in the paddy field for a long time standing in the water, then they enter through the skin and they cause a disease called leptospirosis. Leptospirosis. You know, leptospirosis is a biphasic disease. Biphasic disease. That means two phases. Very simple to remember. Biphasic means one is icteric phase. In this phase, it produces jaundice, hepatitis like features. Icteric phase, jaundice, hepatitis. Another one is non-icteric phase. Some people, the common manifestation, they develop acute renal failure. So it targets liver and kidney, acute renal failure. And it causes aseptic meningitis, many things. Aseptic meningitis. Subconjunctival hemorrhage. Subconjunctival hemorrhage, acute renal failure, all the things. Some people experience both. We call it as hepatorenal syndrome. His liver and kidney become chutney. Hepatorenal syndrome. Hepatorenal syndrome. Got it? Hepatorenal syndrome. That affects both kidney and liver. They have hepatitis as well as renal failure. Okay, how to diagnose? Early stage, you can go for microscopy. You can take urine as a specimen in case of renal failure, even blood. Okay, microscopy. What? Initial dark field microscope, because very thin, dark field microscope. Or you can use Fontana staining, light microscope, Fontana staining. Not much useful, but if you're able to see, that's a diagnostic. Fontana or lividity staining. Lividity stain or Fontana stain. Microscopy. Culture is there. Very famous medium. Please remember, you should remember the all culture medium. Culture is there. What is the culture? What is the name of the culture medium? EMJH medium. Ellen Hussein. McCullough, Johnson, and Harris medium. EMJH medium. One more is called Fletcher medium. Remember other names also. Other mediums also. Fletcher, Koth medium. These are all other mediums. Ellinghusen, McCullough, Johnson, Harris, Fletcher medium, Koth medium. These are all other mediums using. But best is gold standard. Gold standard test is serology. The name of the test is microscopic agglutination test, MAT test. It is called MAT test. One more little advanced version, microscopic slide agglutination test. We are doing in slide, that's all. MSAT, little advanced version of microscopic agglutination test. Same principle, everything same. You are using in a slide. That's all. Apart from that, we have IgM, IgG, IgM, ELISA, RT-PCR. Many are there. Before going to the drug of choice, this disease, leptospirosis, has many other names. It is called rat fever, rain fever, paddy fever, mud fever, pre-tibial fever, Andaman fever, yes, if you have oral cavity, if there is ulcers are there, if we drink the water contaminated with leptospira, they can penetrate. They can penetrate the mucous membrane, they can go. Even conjunctiva, they can penetrate. They can penetrate. By oral route, possibilities are there. Yes. Yes, Alex Rajan. Okay, Andaman fever. Then it has a lot of name. Rat fever, rain fever, paddy, swamp fever. Swamp fever, like lot of names are there. Almost 100 names. I used to tell it has one more name is there. 100 named disease. It has a nickname called 100 named disease. Yes, Subhash, right. And treatment, drug of choice is doxycycline. Doxy, you can give penicillin also. Doxy, penicillin also, good one. These two. After paddy fever, mud fever, pre-tibial fever, Andaman fever, swamp fever. Lot of names are there. Okay, right. So with this we complete leptospira. We completed our leptospira. Next is we are going to see one important pathogen. Important pathogen we must know is trypanosoma. Because trypanosoma covered by two people, pre-tibial fever. The name, they have a lot of name. Pre-tibial pain will be there. So they call pre-tibial fever. Lot of names for that. Next is, it is trypanosoma. It is the causative agent for a famous disease called syphilis. Trypanosoma, we are dividing into two. Pathogenic non-pathogenic. Pathogenic or non-pathogenic treponema. Pathogenic, the strain is Nicole strain. Pathogenic, the strain is Nicole strain. Non-pathogenic, the strain is Reiter strain. Pathogenic, Nicole strain. Non-pathogenic, Reiter strain. Pathogenic and non-pathogenic. Got it? And what is the important difference between these two apart from pathogenesis? Yes, it is non-cultivable. We cannot cultivate this organism, but it is cultivable. Non-cultivable, it is cultivable. So we are using a medium here, Kelly B medium. Sorry, Smith and Noguchi medium. Sorry, Smith medium. Smith and Noguchi medium. But here it is non-cultivable. So what can we do? We are using animal model. Especially this organism maintained. We are maintaining the organism in rabbit kidneys, testicular. Rabbit testicular passage. We are maintaining in serial rabbit testicular passage. Serial rabbit testicular passage, that's all. It is non-cultivable rabbit testicular passage. This is basics of the organism. Pathogenic, non-pathogenic. We are going to concentrate on pathogenic. And what is the mode of transmission? $1 million question. What is the mode of transmission? Is sexual. Very common. Apart from that, blood transfusion. Sexual, blood transfusion, and mother to child, congenital. Mother to child, sexual, congenital, and mother to child, blood transfusion. Everybody knows sexual mode. Blood transfusion, please remember, this organism is cold sensitive. That means if we store the blood for 4 days or 5 days in refrigerator, almost all this will die. All the organism will die. If you go to blood bank, do you think they are going to give fresh blood to you? The blood bank medical officer will check which blood is going to expire soon. They will give that first to avoid wastage of blood. Yes or no? Prince has a doubt. We take the rabbit testicle, we put the organism here, it will grow and it multiplies there. After that, from there, we'll take the organism, put in another rabbit testicle. So, from more than 110 years, I think 1905 onwards till today, we are using rabbit testicles for maintaining this pathogen. How many thousands of testicles gone, we don't know. Okay, it's a type of genocide, huh? Just for fun. Okay, so please remember, blood transfusion, it cannot tolerate cold. It is cold sensitive. But anyway, every antenatal mother, every blood bag should be screened for syphilis. So the disease is very less nowadays by these mechanisms. Usually sexual, still it's common. And usually I'll share one thing on my class. Blood transfusion, even 3-4 days, if you keep it in refrigerator, it's all killed. Where it is possible. Where there is a fresh transfusion, it is possible. Fresh blood transfusion. Without testing. If they do, it is possible. How? Heroine got injured. Hero 8 kilometers hospital. But he will not call ambulance. He will take the heroine, he will run 8 kilometers. Yes or no? After that, next scene, enter into the hospital, they say, doctor, he'll call. Next minute, heroine lying in the bed, hero lying in the next bed, and the blood from the hero, the blood go to the bottle. Same bottle, it go to heroine. Only single bottle. I don't know how anti-gravity the blood is going up and coming down. Just for fun, you think. You saw many movies. Many Indian movies are like that only. Got it? After that, logical problem is there. After giving blood to her, his blood is in her body. How can you call her next scene? She become this fellow's sister. How next scene duet? Huh? Not possible. Right. No, trypanoma, no, I'm not telling any other name. Trypanoma pallidum. Okay, right. It causes syphilis. Next is types of syphilis. Types of syphilis. Okay, that this will be teaching IV drug abusers. No, syphilis not by drug abusers usually. Okay, if they take the blood and they possible, but it's not. Right. Next is no. If you see the movie, if you see like this, you cannot enjoy the movie. Just lot of things are there. Next is listen to me. This will be taken by dermatologist, sir, but I'll give just outline. Syphilis is classified primary. Mainly sore is the feature. Ulcer, painless ulcer, painless ulcer. Next is secondary syphilis. Here rash is the key point. That condition is called condyloma lata. Sir will tell, don't worry. Okay. Next is latent period, asymptomatic. And fourth one is tertiary syphilis. It affects central nervous system or cardiovascular system like that. Aneurysms, tabes dorsalis, general paralysis of insane, many are there. Don't. Huge topic syphilis. And congenital syphilis. Congenital syphilis. So these are all the different types of syphilis, clinical staging. Anyway, dermatologist sir will teach you elaborately, don't worry. Each stage, what is happening. For us, it's important, laboratory diagnosis. Very, very important. Lot of understanding needed. Laboratory diagnosis. So, lab diagnosis, we are very important early stage. Very early stage. You can go for dark field microscope. Early stage, dark field microscope. Late stage, you can depend on serology. Serology is best. Till the time of antibody appearing, no problem. Microscope will take care. Once antibody appears, then best. We are detecting antibodies. We call it as serological test for syphilis. Serological test for syphilis. STS. Please remember, you need to understand. We may get questions in this area. Commonly, we are using two types of test. One is called, because we are detecting antibodies, we can use antigen. Here we are using non-specific antigen. Or non-trypanomal antigen. Here using trypanomal antigens. Non-specific antigen, here trypanomal antigen. These tests are mainly for prognostic purpose, to know the status of the disease. This for diagnostic. What is the difference between these two? Diagnostic is to confirm the diagnosis. Prognosis means to know the disease. confirmation of disease diagnostic test. To know the status of the disease is prognostic. Okay, example for prognostic test or VD-oral test. What is VD-oral? You are aware of that. Venereal disease research laboratory test. Venereal disease research laboratory test. Okay, RPR test. What is RPR? Rapid plasma reagent test. RPR test is rapid plasma reagent test. And diagnostic test. Currently the best test is TP stands for Treponema pallidum. TP stands for Treponema pallidum. Particulate agglutination test. Treponema pallidum heme agglutination test. One nice test is there. Fluorescent. F stands for fluorescent. Treponemal antibody absorption test. Fluorescent treponemal antibody absorption test. Treponema pallidum immobilization test. If you want to learn elaborately in the common YouTube, you go DAMS Delhi and search Great Pox. Because other name for syphilis is Great Pox. Other name for syphilis is Great Pox. Just you can search Great Pox. A 45-minute session exclusively on diagnosis of syphilis. Okay, just go through that if time permits. Nothing wrong in it. Okay, certain things we need to elaborate. I didn't tell about other topics. Why I'm saying this? Sometimes you may get questions. Okay, so how to apply the test? That is important. I'm going to teach you. Don't worry. How to apply these tests? Please answer my questions. Easily, you can answer my questions. If you answer my questions, chapter over. Okay. This is VD-oral test. That's the best test. This TPPA, that is the best test. Among the thing, this is best. Here, this is best. Why it is best? In case of CSF, you can use. It is not for CSF. RPR, not for CSF. Okay. RPR, not for CSF. This is treatment. Suppose, don't worry, listen to me carefully. You type your answer in the chat box. Dr. Surya is your patient. I came to your clinic and I gave the history. 1 month before, I had a happy hour. Don't ask what is happy hour in the chat box. I had a happy hour with a commercial sex worker. I developed ulcers on my genitals. Kindly help me, doctor. After seeing you found or you suspect syphilis, which test you are going to prefer first? Which test you are going to prefer first? So the question is, which test you are going to prefer? We may have mixed type of response. Always, if two options are there, somebody will choose one option, somebody will choose another option. Okay. Okay. Many people wrote VD-oral. Great. So VD-oral positive. Now the question is, VD-oral positive. Yes. 90% people wrote VD-oral. Are you going to start the treatment? If VD-oral is positive, are you going to start the treatment? If VD-oral is positive, are you going to start the treatment? No, because it's not specific test. So you are doing TPPA test. You are doing TPPA test. Okay. So if the TPPA test is negative, are you going to start the treatment? If the TPPA is negative, are you going to start the treatment? No. If the TPPA is negative, you should not start the treatment because it may be false positive. Okay, good. You want to confirm. Very good, very good. Suppose VD-oral positive, TPPA also positive, you can start the treatment. This is called current active disease. current and active disease. Final point. Some patients are very clever. They will read Google and they will come to you. One patient came with Google. Sir, specific test is TPPA. I done direct specific test because if VDRL positive, you are not going to treat. Your treatment is based on TPPA. Directly, I did TPPA. It is positive. Treat me. Directly, TPPA positive. Please treat me. If he comes, what are you going to do? Are you going to treat? If you know this, chapter over. You should not treat. You should not treat. Okay? If TPPA alone positive, don't treat. Because TPPA or any specific test, it will tell 100% the exposure. That person is exposed. But it will not tell current infection or past infection. Current infection or past infection. Suppose today I am TPPA positive. You can't say I'm having current infection or past infection. Or simple language. 20 years before I had syphilis. Hey, just for story, don't take serious. 20 years before I had syphilis. Now perfect. If you do the specific test, it will be positive today. So that is called serological score. See the keyword. Score, that's called serological score. Wound may be healed, scar will be present. Like that, the disease will be cured. But antibodies will be present. So if again you do VDRL, if the VDRL is negative, then don't treat. It is called past infection. It is called past infection. We call it as past infection. Hope you understand. Okay. Or in simple language, the language which my kids can understand, I will tell. You are going to marry somebody. You got the person's blood sample. Only one test allowed. Which one you are going to do? Critical question. As per the government norm, if you want to live a peaceful life, do VDRL. VDRL positive, then go to other test and all. Otherwise, VDRL negative, game over. You can relax. That is government norms, normal. But people like abnormal fellows, what we do? We in the sense, me. Okay, I will do TPPA first. TPPA will not tell current infection or past infection, but the TPPA will tell whether the person is experienced or not. Yes or no? Now you understand. TPPA will tell whether the person already exposed to syphilis or not. It will not tell current infection or past infection. Got it? That's all. Because of the reason we are perfectly mixing the two tests. VDRL alone may be false positive. TPPA alone may be past infection. So when both are positive, then shows active infection. Apart from that, ELISA PCR. What is false positive? I am not having the infection, but the test shows positive. Sometimes it happens. I am not having the disease because of some cross reaction antibodies. Because of some cross reaction, test looks positive. Okay, right. So ELISA and PCR. Treatment. Drug of choice is penicillin. Drug of choice is penicillin. If the person is allergic to penicillin, go for doxy. And only final point, very important. Many times there's a special slide, Murthy. For each stage, primary syphilis what, secondary syphilis what, tertiary syphilis what, I'll show it to you. Don't worry. When the question comes, I'll show it to you. Okay. Yes. Some situation you do TPP first. That's called reverse algorithm. This for Shabari Vent and Sasta Pandian. Okay. There is a lot of questions are there. Syphilis, don't worry. Okay. there is a reverse sequencing is there. That time you do TPPA first and come back like that. Don't worry. Normally we are doing this VDRL first, TPPA next. Okay. In case of pregnancy, don't give doxy. Suppose pregnancy, mother is allergic to penicillin, give desensitization therapy. Give desensitization therapy to penicillin. If the mother is allergic to penicillin, give desensitization. Daily give little amount of penicillin. With daily give little amount of penicillin under mast cell stabilizers. When she can tolerate full dose, give full dose. So this is about syphilis. Syphilis is a huge topic. And the other thing will be taken by dermatologist. You need to combine both laboratory part and clinical part. Just a minute. Okay. Yes. Now we have completed. We have completed two people. One is the huge spirochete and mycoplasma. Spirochete and mycoplasma. Next is one important pathogen in this group is, others is chlamydia. Come on, we now start with chlamydia. Take down. We call it as PLT agent. What is PLT? Psittacosis, LGV, lymphogranuloma venereum, and trachoma causing agent. Trachoma agent. Trachoma agent. Psittacosis, LGV, and trachoma agent. PLT agent. You need to know 6 important points about chlamydia. Number 1 is it is obligate intracellular. What does it means? Obligate intracellular. What is obligate intracellular? It cannot live outside. It live only inside the cell. Anybody is obligate intracellular. There is no culture medium. No artificial culture medium. They will not grow. Point number 2. So they will grow in yolk sac culture. They grow either in yolk sac culture. They grow either yolk sac culture or McCoy cell lines. They will grow in yolk sac or McCoy cell lines. Number 3. We call this parasite or the bacteria. This bacteria, it cannot produce its own energy. It takes the energy from the host. We call it as energy parasite. We call this as energy parasite. We call this as energy parasite. No stuck. If stucks, go back and come again, it will work. Okay, no stuck because I'm seeing. Like viruses, yes, Neil Rathod, perfect. Energy parasite, it cannot make its own ATP. Number 4. Usually, it won't take gram stain. It takes Giemsa stain. Bacteria, you are calling it Cocci bacilli like that. Here it is available in 2 morphological forms. One is extracellular elementary bodies. Extracellular elementary bodies. We call it as EB. Another one is intracellular reticulate bodies. Or B. So what is it, sir? What is it, sir? Elementary body, reticulate body. Don't be panic. It is available in two format. Elementary body outside the cell. They go and infect cells. It enter into the cell. It is infectious. Once it enter into the cell, it become reticulate bodies, multiplies, replicates. Replication. Okay. Infectious is elementary bodies. I'll show an image. It will be easy for you. Okay. I'll show one image. It will be easy for you. Listen. Chlamydia. Group by name ABC. Chlamydia. See here. Chlamydia life cycle. That's all. These are all my posts. Daily I will post one thing. Daily I will post one thing. Just you can enjoy. Okay. This element, the red colors are elementary bodies. This elementary body outside, what they do? They enter the infectious. They enter into the cell. Elementary body here enter into the cell. See, sorry, it's enter into the cell. Next is inside it become reticulate body. Inside it become reticulate body. See, it is reticulate body. Then it multiplies because function of reticulate body is replication. Multiplication, replication, R for R. Okay. Next is they again become elementary bodies. They comes out. They comes out, breaks, goes. That's all. Make things easy. This chlamydia life cycle. So two things. No need to draw. This picture I will send. Don't worry. This picture you will get. Don't be panic. It is called PLT agent and energy parasite. And you think something behind me hiding you? Sorry. It's the most common cause of pelvic inflammatory disease, non-gonococcal urethritis, trachoma, and LGV. I will give the notes. Don't worry. This I am going to give you notes. See how you people are reacting. Every action has equal reaction. The opposite reaction should be equal. Here also, here not equal, it's more. Don't worry. If you react nicely, if you want more doubts, more active, I'm also more active. Only the crying child will get the feed. It's a common term. Come on, last point. Usually the diagnosis is ELISA PCR. And drug of choice is azithromycin. The drug of choice is azithromycin. Usually the drug of choice is azithromycin. Don't worry. Got it? Next is, we are going to talk important pathogens of this group is Chlamydia trachomatis. Chlamydia trachomatis. It has many serotypes. Serotype A, B, B, and C, ABC, it causes a condition called trachoma. Ophthalmology, they will teach you what is trachoma. Preventable endemic blindness, trachoma. And the serotype D to K, they causes genital chlamydiasis. Genital chlamydiasis. which includes pelvic inflammatory disease and non-gonococcal urethritis. Pelvic inflammatory disease and non-gonococcal urethritis. Okay. Chlamydia trachomatis. Number 3, it also causes inclusion conjunctivitis. Infantile pneumonia. Inclusion conjunctivitis, infantile pneumonia. And do not forget L1, L2, L3, it causes lymphogranuloma venerum. LGV, you are aware of that. LGV, lymphogranuloma venerum. And please remember, it is the most common cause of, wherever the green comes, remember, most common cause of trachoma. It is the most common cause of pelvic inflammatory disease. It is the most common cause of non-gonococcal urethritis. It is the most common cause of lymphogranuloma venerum. LGV caused by only this fellow. Got it? LGV, what is the classical picture? Painful inguinal lymph node, that's called bubo. Painful inguinal lymph nodes, bubo. You know what is bubo? Painful inguinal lymphadenopathy, that's called bubo. Okay, this is about this is clinical picture. Lab diagnosis. Best method is direct fluorescent antibody method, ELISA on PCR, and it produces some inclusion body. That is important. It produces an inclusion body, MCQ. HP bodies. What is HP body stands for? Helber-Stetter Provost bodies. Helber-Stetter Provost bodies. Helber-Stetter Provost bodies. HP bodies. Helber-Stetter Provost bodies. And do not forget this LGV. You need to learn 2 points. Number 1, it produces inclusion body called Miyagawa bodies. Miyagawa granulous corpuscles. And very important, there is a skin test, old one, not in use, but exam sometimes they'll ask. There is a skin test, intradermal skin test. That's called Fry's test. What is Fry's test? Intradermal skin test. Fry's test. Okay, intradermal skin test. That is called Fry's test. Right. Helber-Stetter Provost bodies, Miyagawa bodies. And usually treatment is doxy for LGV. That's the point. This point you need to understand. Overall, the drug of choice is azithromycin, except LGV. Drug of choice is azithromycin, except LGV. The drug of choice is HP body seen in LGV. Okay. HP body seen in Chlamydia trachomatis. But in LGV, there is one extra body called, these are all for LGV, please remember, I put green color. These are all LGV points. These are all LGV points. Whatever the green is LGV. Got it? It produces bubo, Miyagawa bodies, Fry's test, doxy is the treatment. Next is one-liner. There is a condition called, this organism called Chlamydophila pneumoniae. Chlamydophila pneumoniae. Okay, Chlamydophila pneumoniae. It causes walking or atypical pneumonia. Walking or atypical pneumonia. Many things cause acute respiratory distress syndrome, famous. Acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS. Hope you are aware of that word because of COVID-19. Okay, acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS. Chlamydophila pneumoniae, acute respiratory distress syndrome. Next is treatment azithro. Next is Chlamydophila psittaceae. Only 3 points. Point 1, it causes parrot fever or psittacosis. It's a type of pneumonia. Parrot fever or psittacosis. Number 2, it produces a body called LCL bodies. Leventhal, Cole, Lilly bodies. Leventhal, Cole, Lilly bodies, LCL bodies. Last class I told why it is called walking pneumonia, Shikhar Agarwal, because it is atypical, mild, patient can walk. Otherwise pneumonia, you need to hospitalize the patient, life-threatening. No life-threatening, patient can walk ambulatory, he will come and get the treatment in the OPD, he will happily go back. So the pneumonia person is walking, pneumonia is walking, so we call walking pneumonia. Hope you understand, Shikhar. Right. Next is treatment azithromycin. Make things easy, just few points. With this, we completed our chlamydia. With this, all these bodies are seen in microscopy, Manisha. Yes. I'll type yes. First time I'm answering you. Okay. Here, like this. Okay. Right. With this, we completed what? 3 important people. One is mycoplasma. Next is trypanosoma. Chlamydia over. What else? Once chlamydia means what comes to your mind? The twin brother of chlamydia. We call it as rickettsia. Final is rickettsia. After that, few small organisms are there. Rickettsia. Rickettsia. You need to learn 8 points. Rickettsia obligate intracellular. It also grows in yolk sac culture or cell lines. It takes Giemsa stain. We call it as energy parasite. We call it as energy parasite. Next is very important. They have arthropod vectors like mite, louse, tick, insects, arthropod vectors. arthropod vectors, louse, lice, tick, mite, flea, fly, those kind of people. And another important, they usually reside, settle in vascular endothelium. So what it causes? Vascular endothelium, capillary leakage, rash is the common feature. Rickettsial disease, R for R, rash is common, rash. Okay, so vascular, it resides in vascular endothelium. Rash is the predominant feature. Okay, next is lab diagnosis. Usually ELISA PCR, other methods are not useful. Treatment, doxy is usually drug of choice, many conditions. That's all, 8 points over. This is general features about rickettsia. This is general features about rickettsia. Obligatory intracellular. This also cannot produce its own ATP. They take the ATP from other people. They take the ATP from other people. Okay, so it's called a energy parasite. Arthropods are the vectors. Now I'm going to give you a table. It's an 8-point table. Just the 3 important things. Name of the disease related to rickettsia, agent causing, and the vector. Disease, agent causing, vector. If you know these 3 for the table, chapter will be over in another 5-10 minutes. Okay, listen to me carefully. This table, I try to teach my level best, give some ideas how to remember. Okay, that's all. The important 3 points what you need to know is disease, name of the disease, vascular endothelium. Vascular endothelium, it produces rash. It resides. Vikrant Tomar, Dr. Vikrant, it settled in endothelium, so it caused capillary leakage. Disease, come on, here, agent, vector. Disease, agent, and vector. Make it very simple. First, we will make the name of the disease. One is epidemic typhus. Endemic typhus. Epidemic typhus, endemic typhus. Nobody is asking $1,000,000 question, when is the break? Okay, I want to keep the break maximum by 4:15. 4:15 to 4:30 is the break. Okay, 4:30 will start, 6:30 or 6:45 will keep the break. 7 o'clock will start. Okay, maximum by 9:30. Today you mentally prepare to leave 9:30. Finish almost all the portions, don't worry. Okay, tomorrow morning 9 o'clock will start to the maximum by evening 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock? 9 to 9. Okay, endemic typhus. Next is scrub typhus. Next is fever group, Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever, RMSF. Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever. Indian tick typhus, standard. Indian tick typhus. Rickettsial pox. Rickettsial pox. French fever. Q fever. French fever and Q fever. All this. Okay, trench fever and Q fever. So please take down. These are all the disease caused by this one. The disease caused by these people. Got it? Epidemic typhus, endemic typhus, scrub typhus, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, Indian tick typhus, rickettsial pox, trench fever and Q fever. What are the agents causing? Very important. Epidemic typhus is caused by Rickettsia prowazekii. Rickettsia prowazekii. Endemic typhus caused by Rickettsia typhi. Rickettsia typhi. Scrub typhus caused by, old name was Rickettsia susugamushi, new name Orientia susugamushi. A face-to-face class, people will laugh about my pronunciation. Nothing to worry. Orientia susugamushi. Orientia susugamushi. Some people say Sutsugamushi, accept. Okay, Orientia susugamushi. Next is Rocky Mountain spotted fever caused by Rickettsia rickettsii. Indian tick typhus caused by Rickettsia conuri. Rickettsia conuri. And rickettsial pox caused by Rickettsia acari. Trench fever, Bartonella quintana. Q fever, Coxella burnetii. Q fever, Coxella burnetii. Old name was Rickettsia susugamushi. Now it is Orientia susugamushi. Now it is Orientia susugamushi. Yes. Zoom out. Now the vector, easy to remember, follow my mnemonic. There's a word called tell. T-E-L, tell. In the last alphabet is vector louse. Louse is the vector for trench fever and epidemic typhus. Next is RIT. Bartonella. Next is RIT. T stands for tick. Tick is the vector for Rocky Mountain spotted fever, Indian tick typhus. Indian tick typhus. And SRM. M stands for mite. Please remember the three words. Tell, RIT, SRM. S stands for scrub typhus. R stands for rickettsial pox. 6 over. Completed 6. What else pending? 2 more. One is called endemic typhus. Vector is rat flea. And final, Q fever. No vector, it is zoonotic disease. No vector, zoonotic disease. That's all. Coxella burnetii. So now listen to me carefully. I am going to fill it. Epidemic typhus vector is louse. Endemic typhus vector is rat flea. Scrub typhus vector is mite. Rocky Mountain is tick. Indian tick typhus also tick. Rickets acari, mite is the vector. Bartonella, louse is the vector. Trench fever, no vector for this one. No vector for this one. If you know this, a full page view. This is very, very, very important. You may get a question on this side. If the question comes from here, it will differentiate you from people, you and the people who superficially prepares. The people who superficially prepares. 100% it make a difference. It's difficult to memorize, but 2-3 times if you do, you can memorize. You keep it as your screensaver for your mobile for 2 days. Every minute you see like this. Image-based memory. You can get image-based memory. You can get image-based memory. Make things easy. Got it? Right. That I can give you a thought. I'll give the list. I want to give it at the end. See here. Just a minute. I'll give the vectors list. Don't worry. I'll give the vectors list. Usually hot tick. This by hot tick. I'll give the list to you. Yeah, see here. This list I want to give it to you. Don't worry, but I'll give soon. Ticks. Hot tick. What it causes? Hot tick. Tick typhus. All of the thing. Soft tick is Q fever, not for human being. Q fever, not for human being. Human being, no vector. For animals, it's acts. Animal, it acts. Okay, animal, it acts. Usually it's a hot tick. Okay, right. Okay, my dears. Next important. Listen to me. Yes, one old test is there, but you need to know about the test. That's it's called heterophile antigen antibody test. Name of the test is Wilflix test. Wilflix test. You must know this. Heterophile antigen antibody test. So what is it, sir? Heterophile antigen antibody test. You call it as Wilflix reaction. We call it as Wilflix reaction. Heterophile antigen antibody. What is called heterophile antigen antibody? Very simple. Antigen antibody tests are very specific. Yeah, antibody produced against antigen A will react with only A. Got it? That's normal. But here, for example, if same type of antigen seen in me and a plant is called heterophile antigens. Same antigen in me and same type of antigen seen in plant, heterophile antigen. So the antibody produced in me, it cross reacts with plant antigen. The antibody produced in me cross reacts with plant antigen. Then it is called heterophile antibody. So antibody produced for one antigen cross reacts with another antigen. Then the antigens are called heterophile antigen. The antibody is heterophile antibody. Here, antibody produced against rickettsia cross reacts with protease. So we are using protease antigens to detect rickettsial antibodies. I am feeling little hungry. What you people? One is OX19, OXK. It's not same. OX2 and OXK. It's a type of cross reaction. Okay, it's a type of cross reaction. Okay, but not differ from autoimmunity mechanism. Don't worry. Autoimmune mechanisms are same. Different. This is different because autoimmune mechanism are own antigen. Here it's not like that. Okay, two different antigen, different source. So I'll simply tell same type of antigen expressed into different genus or to different species is heterophile antigen. Now we'll understand. Okay, right. Come on. This OX19 and OX2 we got it from Proteus vulgaris. And the OXK, Proteus mirabilis. How it is going to help us? This epidemic typhus. Endemic typhus. And this is Rocky Mountain spotted fever, Indian tick typhus. And next is scrub typhus. Epidemic typhus, endemic typhus, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, Indian tick typhus, scrub typhus. Make it very simple, straightforward. That's all. These are all antigens of Proteus. We are getting the antigen from Proteus, we are naming it. Okay. They are naming it as OX1, OX2 like that, OX19, OX2 like. So only one point, that's all. If you know this, chapter over. Scrub typhus is exclusively positive for OXK, OXK exclusively positive for scrub typhus. These two people made for each other. The two people are made for each other. Others 1 plus 2 plus minus some positivities are there. Don't be panic. Others some positivities are there. Where it is not useful, it is not useful in these three conditions. Q fever, rickettsial pox, trench fever. They will not produce heterophile antibodies. Not useful. It may not be useful. The following patients. Following disease: Q fever, rickettsial pox, trench fever. And you know, lab diagnosis, ELISA PCR. And treatment, doxy. This is about basics of rickettsia. Even though the clinical picture I will teach. Clinical picture, it produces rash. Fever, lymphadenopathy. These are the features. Fever, rash, lymphadenopathy, history of insect bite, and some other clue they can give. Don't be panic. Some other clue they will give. Next is Next is few one-liners. Other bacteria, Every point is golden point. Take down. I start with Ehrlichia. Ehrlichia is obligate intracellular, and very important point, to escape from immune system inside the macrophage, they form a structure called morula. They form a structure called morula. Morula formation is characteristic feature of Ehrlichia. There are three people are there. One is called Ehrlichia senetsu, old name, new name, Neorickettsia senetsu. Neorickettsia senetsu. Ehrlichia senetsu or Neorickettsia senetsu. It causes human lymphocytic ehrlichiosis. Human lymphocytic ehrlichiosis. Another one is, listen to me, Rickettsia, another one is Ehrlichia Chafensis. Ehrlichia Chafensis. It produces human monocytic ehrlichiosis. Human monocytic ehrlichiosis. Third one is Ehrlichia. Old name was Ehrlichia phagocytophyllum. New name Anaplasma phagocytophyllum. Anaplasma phagocytophyllum. It causes human granulocytic ehrlichiosis. Human granulocytic ehrlichiosis. Human monocytic ehrlichiosis, granulocytic ehrlichiosis, and lymphocytic ehrlichiosis. See this slide. This is important. And usually vector is tick. And treatment, doxy. Tick is the vector, treatment is doxy. So please remember, the key point is morula formation. It produces morula to prevent phagocytosis. To prevent the action of phagocytosis, they form morula. That is the key point. Not bacteriophage, phagocytosis. Macrophage, not bacteriophage. It is macrophage. Macrophage is a phagocytic cell which engulf and destroy the bacteria. So the bacteria become morula, so it escapes from phagocytosis. Next is another 10 points, another 5 to 7 points is Bartonella. Bartonella, listen to me. Just 3 points. After, next to Rickettsia, just 3 points we completed. Anurag Kumar, don't be panic. Bartonella, listen to me. There is something called Bartonella Hensley. It causes cat scratch disease. Associated with cats. Cat scratch disease, lymphadenopathy, fever, many things will be there. And very important, it causes most common cause of bacillary angiomatosis. bacillary angiomatosis. Vascular disorder. Bacillary angiomatosis you can get. Another important fellow is Bartonella quintana. It produces what fever? Trench fever or 5-day fever. Trench fever or 5-day fever, louse is the vector. Bartonella Hensley, cat scratch, direct cat scratch or tick-borne. Coming to this side, come on. Final one is Bartonella bacilliformis. It produces a disease called Oroyo fever. Carrion's disease. Oroyo fever, otherwise called Carrion's disease. Oroyo fever, Carrion's disease. Bartonella bacilliformis. We call it as Carrion's disease. What it causes, listen to me carefully. The treatment is doxy. Always diagnosis ELISA PCR because these are all non-cultivable. These are all non-cultivable treatment, ELISA and PCR. Next is we have completed two people, Ehrlichia group and Bartonella group. Important points. These are all key points. Exam purpose. Next is a fever called rat bite fever. It is caused by Spirilla minus. Which exhibits darting motility. Which exhibits darting motility. Okay, which exhibits darting motility. And listen to me, darting motility exhibited by 3 people. Darting motility exhibited by 3 people. The mnemonic is CVS. Can you remember who are all the people? Last class is Campylobacter. Okay, Campylobacter. Just a minute. Vibrio cholera. S for Spirilla minus. S for Spirilla minus. And treatment is, it causes carditis. It causes carditis. And treatment is penicillin. Treatment is penicillin. Okay. Right. Next is coming to this side. The same rat bite fever, interesting. The same rat bite fever also caused by Streptobacillus moniliformis. Streptobacillus moniliformis. Please remember, one disease caused by 2 people. The disease is rat bite fever, but caused by spirillum and Streptobacillus moniliformis, it is non-motile. They cause a fever called Haverhill fever. They cause a fever called Haverhill fever. Haverhill fever. And a severe joint pain, we call it as erythema-arthriticum. 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 Treatment penicillin. So please remember, Haverhill fever, erythema-arthriticum, treatment is penicillin. Oh, in the chat box, I got a question. Simran Bedi, doctor asking, sir, vector for bacilliformis. Usually it is sandfly. It is, okay, I didn't write here. Sandfly. Sandfly. In India, it is phlebotomus. Abroad, it is Ludsomere. Don't worry. Sandfly. Remember sandfly. Sandfly, we can see in leishmania also. Phlebotomus. Don't be panic. Now it is sandfly. Next is last man in the team is Pascherella. Haverhill fever is the fever caused by Streptobacillus moniliformis. Important point is the erythema arthriticum. Red color swelling of joints, reddishness, erythema. Skin become red and swollen, and joint pain, erythema arthriticum is the feature of Haverhill fever. Okay, this is for Dr. Priya. Next is Pascherella. Erythema arthriticum is a condition. Sabrivandan Sasta. Next is, listen to me, Pascherella multocida. Pascherella multocida, listen to me, this is very interesting and important pathogen. It is commensal in dog and cat. So usually it due to animal bite, dog or cat bite. It is mainly due to dog or cat bite. So it causes cat bite abscess. Cat bite abscess. Important feature is fever, lymphadenopathy, with rapid progressive cellulitis. That is the key point. Rapid progressive cellulitis. Rapidly progressive cellulitis. Fever, lymphadenopathy, rapidly progressive cellulitis. Pascherella multocida. Rapid progressive cellulitis. Got it? Next is, it causes meningitis. This is safety pin appearance. This is safety pin in appearance. And treatment, penicillin. Both are different, but both are caused by rat bite fever caused by Streptobacillus moniliformis, that also causes Haverhill fever. That also causes Haverhill fever, Manisha. Okay, this for Jyoti also. Treatment, penicillin. So this is for this about Pascherella. Few points. So with this, we completed our what's called systemic bacteriology, huge topic, backbone of microbiology. So till now, how many bacteria we have seen? Any idea? We have seen 3 people, gram positive, gram negative, others. Shall we make a list? Just 2 minutes. Gram positive, Staphylococcus aureus, Staph epidermis, Staph saprophyticus. Group A, Group B Streptococcus, Streptococcus viridans, Pneumococci, Enterococci. Bacillus anthracis, Bacillus cereus. Clostridium difficile, Clostridium botulinum, Clostridium tetani, Clostridium perfringens. Corynebacterium, Listeria, Nocardia, Actinomyces, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, Mycobacterium leprae, atypical Mycobacterium. 21 gram positive. Gram negative. Gonococci, Meningococci. Pseudomonas, Legionella, Bordetella, Brucella, Francisella, Burkholderia pseudomyli, Campylobacter, Helicobacter. Vibrio, Vibrio paragamaticus, Haemophilus influenzae, Haemophilus ducreyi. E. coli, Klebsiella, Salmonella, Shigella, Proteus, Yersinia, and Serratia. 21. This for Nishant. Others, Mycoplasma, Chlamydia, Rickettsia, Treponema, Leptospira, Borrelia, Ehrlichia, Pasteurella, Bartonella, Spirilla minus, Streptobacillus moniliformis. So we have completed 53. Virology tomorrow morning. Now we are going to start immunology, then mycology. Tomorrow we have parasitology and virology. Yes, Pooja. Okay, 53 organisms. If you remember all 53, that it's a big success. We completed. Okay, now time to go for questions. We'll see the MCQs, then we'll break for tea. Have a cup of tea. I can give even 20 minutes break also to you. Okay, have a cup of tea and come back with full freshness. We'll start immunology. In my regular class, I used to start immunology by 5 o'clock. Okay, today a little earlier we'll start. No problem. See the MCQs. Ready for MCQs? Yeah. Mahatma Gandhi is there. One day I'll tell why I kept Mahatma Gandhi. Now we'll see the questions. Listen to me. Many times you may have paragraph based question. Don't be panic. Every line gives some clue to you. Every line will give some clue to you. Okay. You may get PDF files. Don't be panic. 24-year-old girl comes to the physician with dark urine and facial puffiness as shown in the image. See the image? Facial puffiness is there and dark color urine. Some renal problem, facial puffiness will come. Leg edema, facial edema, kidney problem, and pedal edema, usually heart problem. That's a thumb rule. About 4 weeks before, she had pustular skin lesion that broke down over a few days to form thick scabs in lower extremities. So she had impetigo. Microscopic shows red blood cast because of that dark urine. The dark urine is due to hematuria. The organism responsible for this patient's symptoms would be most likely demonstrate which of the following. So after impetigo skin lesion, she developed renal problem, dark urine, cola urine, facial puffiness. So this is post-streptococcal glomerulonephritis caused by group A beta hemolytic streptococcus. Group A beta hemolytic streptococcus. What is the property? Bile solubility, apoptosin sensitivity, these two pneumococci. Catalase positivity, staph. Growth in saline, also staph. and the enterococci. So bacitracin sensitivity is the correct answer because two tests, one is called bacitracin sensitivity and POR test. Bacitracin sensitivity and POR test are the important tests for group A streptococcus. Right. Next is a 6-month-old boy brought to the emergency room with poor feeding and irritability. Physical examination reveals diffuse skin erythema. You also notice that epidermis easily comes off with the gentle pressure as shown in the picture. Which of the following is most likely cause of this patient symptom? See here, if we touch the skin will be peeled off. If we touch the skin peeled off. This condition is called staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome by exfoliative toxin, which is a exotoxin. Microbial skin invasion by leprosy. Cell-mediated hypersensitivity, contact dermatitis. Muscle degranulation is allergy or anaphylaxis. This is staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome, exotoxin mediated skin damage. Next is one-liner. Pyoderma and impetigo may lead to pyoderma and impetigo skin lesion leads to glomerular nephritis, post-streptococcal glomerulonephritis. See, first question, one paragraph based question. This question one-liner, both are having same point. Skin lesion lead to glomerular nephritis. We may ask one line also, we may ask one paragraph also. Okay? See here. Your patient is 30-year-old man. See the picture. A black discoloration in the center, peripheral inflammation. It is nothing but H-R. So H-R means bacillus anthracis. But read the question. 2 centimeter lesion on his arm began as painless papule that enlarged and within few days ulcerated and formed black crust H-R. He was working as abbot, second laddu, removing skin from the cattle, hide from the cattle, hide porter disease, second laddu, gram positive rods you can see, third laddu, what else you want? So if you are lucky, the question will be like this. You can get bacillus anthracis. But usually question will not be like this. They will ask you something related to bacillus anthracis. They'll remove this. The question will be like this. I'll add one question. Selective medium for this organism. Or this organism is. So I may modify the question. So this organism you need to identify as bacillus anthracis. Once you identify this as anthracis, what is the selective medium? Is PLET medium. You must remember all the selective medium. I promised I'm going to give you. MIPA medium for Bacillus cereus. Tinsdale for Corynebacterium diphtheria. BAP is blood agar plate. It is enriched medium. Beautiful, beautiful. Nicely answering. I'm happy. Mechanism of action shown in the picture exhibited by which of the following toxin? See here, acetylcholine is present. Here, acetylcholine is red color is coming. But here, some toxin inhibit the release of acetylcholine. Who inhibit the release of acetylcholine? Is very good. Botulinum toxin. Diffusel is a cytotoxin. Tetanospasmin inhibit the release of GABA and glycine. Tetanol is no specific action. Next is Naegler's reaction detects in the presence of. Naegler's reaction detects the presence of. Yes, lecithinase. You know the reaction. The reaction will be like this. Lecithinase. See, sometimes they may ask the question like this. What is it? This is called Naegler's reaction. Okay, this is called opalescence. Opalescence. One is positive, negative. If you say positive opalescence, this is called Naegler's reaction. Sorry, some call, urgent call. Okay, all from Amazon. Nowadays I become Amazon addict. Some lights I purchased. Come on. What is it called? This is called camp test, not reverse. This is called camp test. First learn the not camp test. Okay, camp test. This is called camp test. Arrowhead hemolysis. Arrowhead hemolysis. Next is, what is it? Before adding antiserum, capsule is like this. After adding antiserum, capsule is big. Reverse camp test, you can get a bow and tie appearance, not arrowhead. Swollen capsule, where you can see it is in Kollang reaction. Demonstration of capsule. Kollang reaction, demonstration of capsule. Kollang reaction, demonstration of capsule. Okay, next is C. Gram-stained smear of urethral exudate from a male shown in the photo is diagnostic of which disease? See carefully here. You are seeing gram-negative diplococci 222. Gram-negative diplococci urethral exudate. So then in the we can diagnose this is called gonococcal urethritis. Gonococcal urethritis. It is gonorrhea. Because LGV, non-gonococcal urethritis, chlamydia, syphilis, these three people are no grams. Chancroid is gram-negative bacilli. Gram-negative bacilli. Gram-negative bacilli. Got it? Right. Now, little intelligent question, next question. What is the appropriate therapy for the patient in the previous case, gonorrhea, assuming no further tests were conducted? Because gonorrhea is one disease based on gram stain, you can start the treatment. You are not doing any other test. That time you can go for syndromic management. You can give ceftriaxone and azithromycin, because azithromycin to cover chlamydia also, because both are causing urethritis. One is gonococcal, another one is non-gonococcal. Ceftriaxone and azithromycin. Got it? I can give the full history picture, then the question will be what is the treatment. I can ask what is the etiology. So anything they may ask. Good, cool. Cholera infantum caused by? Cholera infantum caused by what the people do? Cholera matching, they put Vibrio cholera. No. Cholera infantum caused by enteropathogenic E. coli. Enteropathogenic E. coli, EPEC. Enteropathogenic E. coli. Okay. Next is pseudomyoptosis caused by. Any doubt? Moni wants to explain gram stain. It is not the right time, right place to explain gram stain. So just give a request in the Facebook. I'll make a small video. I'll put it. Whatever you want. Again, you go back and see. Otherwise, if you want small topic, if it's very difficult for you to search the whole video, the particular piece, then you ask, sir, I want to gram stain. Then I can teach what is gram stain for 5 minutes. Everything is 5 minutes. With some animations, I'll post. I love to do this. Okay, right. Pseudomoptis caused by Serratia. Fantastic. Fantastic. Beautiful and direct question. Serratia. Organism in Enterobacteriaceae associated with renal stone. Associated with renal stone is same choices almost. Proteus, Sturvite stone, or Staghorn stone. Sturvite or Staghorn stone. And some points we'll learn from MCQs. First culture from ear discharge of a swimmer shown in the picture. There is a condition called swimmer's ear or malignant otitis externa. Yellow pigment. Yellow pigment is Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Swimmer's ear is malignant otitis externa. Okay. Sometimes they ask direct question, selective medium of something. What is selective medium for Legionella? Selective medium for Legionella is, you are aware of that. Blood test for anthrax, EMJH for lepto, Meclia for Corynebacterium diphtheriae, BCY agar, buffered charcoal yeast extract agar. Whenever you know the selective medium, try to remember the colony morphology. Next question is typical colony morphology. All the following are appearance of Bordetella pertussis in borded jungle medium except bisected pearl appearance, mercury, aluminum paint, except frosted glass we seen in anthrax. Anthrax. Got it? Make things easy. If you know it, take 1 minute for you to answer, 1 second for you to answer. If you don't know, only you can think probability, praying God, offering coconut, all things will happen. Okay. Picture shows the typical morphology of. Can you tell what it is? Is the clue. What it is? Gull-wing appearance. Who is gull-wing? Is Campylobacter jejuni. Campylobacter is gull-wing appearance. Gull-wing appearance. Beautifully answering. I'm seeing the chat box. Oh, you people with monotrichous. Yes, that also people go for what is called Vibrio. Good idea. That's all. Somewhat you need to get the answer. Yeah, this is the medium. This is what? Solid and liquid. This is called, what is it? Castaneda biphasic medium. Very first they produced for Brucella. After that, they are using for many other organisms. Very first they used for brucellosis. Live question. The infection associated with 3R. Rat, rice field, rainfall. Suggestive of direct question, leptospira. Next is causative agent for epidemic typhus. You must know vector and everything. Epidemic typhus is Rickettsia prowazekii. Rickettsia causes Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Akari causes Indian rickettsial pox. Burnetii causes Q fever. So you should know all the things and vectors also. Rat bite fever caused by? Rat bite fever caused by? Yes, 2 people. Streptobacillus moniliformis or one more is Spirilla minus. If you know the answer, direct shoot. one image. Before that, one small question. Teenager came with complaints of aching muscles and joints and mild fever. Arthritis like. He notices rash on the side of upper leg. What is the most etiology and route of transmission? See the rash. Beautiful. How the rashes look like? Round, round, round. It is called annular rash or target rash. It caused by Borrelia burgdorferi. Anyway, only one Borrelia burgdorferi is there. You are lucky. Tick bite. Otherwise, normally I give 2 Borrelia burgdorferi, 2 different ticks. Here also tick, here also tick. Okay, it is called Lyme disease. It's called Lyme disease. Very good, very good, very good. Last question in the theme. What is it? Close up shot. Long shot. This is called fried egg colonies. Mycoplasma. Mycoplasma. Coloring the colony is called what method? Dine's method of staining. Dine's method of staining. Coloring of the colony, we call it as Dine's method of staining. Dine's method of staining. Got it? Bullseye, yes. Hope you all enjoy the questions. Don't worry. Just recollect. Whatever you studied, just you recollect. And one more point. When you do DQB, if you don't know anything, be happy. In the sense, you recollect, you learn. You learn. Whatever I am teaching, the same questions I ask here or in the DQB, you will be confined. You can learn by 3 ways. One is direct class notes. Second, dense materials like concept book as well as MCQs. Third, our activities like integrated question rounds, mock test, grand test. Okay. Apart from that, daily posts, discussions, you learn. All 3, even the discussion is only 4-5% helping you. That is important. Otherwise, your percentage is 95%. You want 100%, you need to do 0% error and 0% laziness. Whatever source, use the source fully, you can do it. Okay. Now we enter into one among the most toughest topic, so-called toughest topic, immunology. Okay. Many people are panic about immunology. The reason is immunology taken by physiology. It's present in physiology. Some part, especially the antibodies, antigen, everything by in biochemistry, microbiology, pathology, and medicine. 5 subjects they are sharing immunology. So sometimes it's difficult for you to cope up. Don't be panic. Here, very clear microbiological aspects of immunology. The always first you know the blueprint. Immunology. Nowadays we are getting very less amount of questions in immunology. This time the Neet exam, not even a single question from immunology. Okay. In a set we have 3 to 4 questions. So immunology, listen to me. The classification is general immunology and another one is applied immunology. In the applied immunology, we are classifying into 2. One is laboratory immunology and clinical immunology. So what I am going to teach you, listen to me carefully. What I am going to teach you in general immunology, I will teach you immunity, and some important cells of immune system, Third, immune response. Immune response. And MHC, major histocompatibility complex, MHC. So I'm going to teach this to you. Okay, in lab I'm going to teach you antigen antibody reactions. Clinical, I'm going to teach you hypersensitivity reactions, because autoimmunity and the other thing and all taken by pathology sir. Pathology sir is going to take autoimmunity, transplant immunity, many other things. So I'm going to teach this one. Be clear. Any doubt you can ask, because immunology is concept based. Definitely you are going to enjoy immunology. There is no doubt on it. I am very confident. Okay. So what is immunity? My basic definition as per microbiologist view, resistance to infection. Okay. Many people say resistant to foreign substances, foreign antigen. Lot of definitions are there. Easy definition, it is resistance to infection. Our body's resistance to infection is called immunity. We broadly classifying the immunity into two. We are classifying this immunity into two. One is innate immunity. Another one is adaptive immunity. You must know 5 differences. Number 1, innate, from the birth or at the time of birth. What is with you from birth is innate. Adaptive, after birth, it is a type of acquired immunity. Number 2, innate, no need of antigen. It's a type of preformed. But adaptive, based on the antigen only they will develop. Without antigen, no adaptive. Third important point, innate is non-specific. Whatever antigen comes, same reaction. Adaptive is highly specific. What does it mean, sir? What does it mean? Non-specific and specific. See, this is the antigen. This is innate immunity. Small antigen. Big antigen. Big antigen. Whatever antigen comes, same reaction. But adaptive not like that. Small antigen. Big antigen. Big antigen. So for each antigen, the reaction will be different. Got it? Fourth one. This is immediate. Why? Because lag period is present. It's immediate because it's preformed. It is preformed when antigen comes ready-made. But here lag period is present. Why lag period is present? Because based on the antigen, they develop an immune response. It takes some time. It needs to recognize the antigen. It needs to find the antigen, recognize the nature of the antigen. Based on that, it develops some immune reaction. Number 5. No memory. Memory present. That means this is innate immunity. First time antigen comes. Hey. Second time. Hey. Fifth time. Hey. No memory. How many times comes? Same reaction. But adaptive not like that. First time. Hey. Second time. Again coming. So the second time the response will be massive because of memory. It can identify the pathogen. It remember the pathogen. So these are all the major difference between innate and adaptive immunity. Major difference between these two. Next is example for innate immunity. Lot of examples are there. I do not go in depth of that. Even your sweat, tears, saliva, coughing, sneezing, our skin, sebum, peristalsis, gastric juice, flushing of urine. Okay, everything is. Somebody want to improve the video quality? After that, you people should not cry. What happened, sir? My net is going, sir. My data is gone, sir. Like that. I little bit increase the quality of my video. We can adjust. Okay, cool. So, lot of examples are there. But cellular attributes, cellular events taken care by innate immunity is, okay, innate immunity is cellular phagocytic cells. Because innate is the first level defense. Phagocytes are first line defense. Okay. First line defense. Next is, come on, here. Okay, first line defense. Adaptive immunity, we are classifying into two. One is called, listen to me carefully, natural and artificial. Again, we are classifying into active and passive. Active and passive. So example for natural active is infections. The person will suffer, then develop the immunity. Natural passive is, what is natural passive? Is maternal antibody, mother to child. Artificial active is vaccination without suffering. Vaccination. Artificial passive is immunoglobulin, serum, anti-serum. Like tetanus immunoglobulin, varicella zoster immunoglobulin, many are available, rabies immunoglobulin, many are there. So just you can recollect. This is active and passive immunity. One more is called herd immunity. Herd immunity is nothing but immunity of community, or simple language, community immunity. Community immunity. Okay, community immunity. Got it? Next is, one more is called adaptive immunity. Please note down. Adaptive immunity. See the spelling ADOP, not ADAP. That means it's nothing but, listen to me, passive transfer of T cells. How we are giving immunoglobulin like that? People tried but they failed. That is called adaptive immunity. Okay, the competent T cells are called transfer factor. We call it as transfer factor. Listen to me. So these are all just introduction. I'm giving types of immunity, innate and adaptive. Apart from that, you should learn what is herd immunity, what is adaptive immunity. Herd and adaptive immunity. Passive transfer of T cells is called adaptive immunity. And you know what is herd immunity. Got it? Next is the important people involved in immunity are the cells of immune system. The cells of immune system. We have myeloid lineage from hematopoietic stem cells, myeloid and lymphoid. Listen to me. There are two types of lineage, myeloid lineage and lymphoid lineage. Myeloid, you have erythroid RBCs and granulocytes. Which include eosinophil, neutrophil, basophil, antigen presenting cells. Many are there. And we have monocytes. Macrophage. Here you can add mast cells also. You can add mast cells also. Okay. Okay. Right. Lymphoid, we have three types: B lymphocytes, T lymphocytes, natural killer cells. Everybody is playing role, but most important people involved here is one is macrophage, B cells, T cells, and NK cells. These four people are the major people involved in immune system. The four people are the major people involved in immune system. These are all called cells of immune system. Just you can learn basics. I'm not going in depth, just basics. Got it? B cells, T cells, everybody knows. B cells, what the B cells will do? They produce immunoglobulins. T cells produces interleukins, interferons, like that. And very important, now the game starts. Now the time is exactly 5 o'clock. I want to teach you the core immunology. If you understand this, immunology is nothing. Please concentrate next to 1 hour without a single % deviation, because it's very important. If you miss something, you can't understand. Understanding is important. Your notes will not help. You confidently give these notes to somebody, they can't cope up. Only the person who attend the class, they can cope up the notes. Okay, very simple. What is the fate of an antigen? If the antigen enter into the body, how the body clears the antigen in layman language? If you understand how the body clears the foreigner antigen, that is called immune response. The result of immune response, that should be clearance of the antigen. That should be clearance of the antigen. Got it? So with this, please, you learn what is MHC. What is MHC? Major histocompatibility complex. There are two are there. Listen to me. Yes. One is MHC1, another one is MHC2. That's all. MHC1 and MHC2. They present on the surface of the cell. They present on the surface of the cell. First you know some points, then we'll go in depth. How to differentiate MHC1 and MHC2? How to differentiate MHC1 and MHC2? 4 points. 2 point based on the structure anatomy, 2 point physiology based on the function. Come on. MHC1, it has one attachment with membrane. In the cell membrane, it attaches with single attachment, one attachment. And this is called antigen binding groove or peptide binding groove. It is made up of single unit, alpha unit. Alpha 1, alpha 2. Alpha 1, alpha 2. Here you can make it 2 attachment, 2 units. One is beta, one is alpha. So my favorite mnemonic is 111, 222. One attachment, 1 unit is MHC1. 2 attachments, 2 different units are MHC2. Make it simple. Apart from that, you need to know 2 more extra points. MHC1 present in all the nucleated cells. It present in all the nucleated cells. It present in all the nucleated cells. That means except the RBC, they present everywhere. These people are like informers. Okay, they will take the antigen and give it to the T cell. They present. And the MHC1 always interacts with T cell receptor of CD8 cell. MHC1 always interacts with CD8 cell. So easy to remember, 1 interacts with 8. Coming to that side, where MHC2, where it is present, it present on professional antigen presenting cells. We call them as APC, professional APCs, professional antigen presenting cells. Example, B cells, macrophage, dendritic cells. Okay, that's all. Here it interacts with MHC2, interacts with T cell receptor of CD4. So 2 interacts with 4. That's all. 2 interacts with 4. 1 interacts with 8 always. No cross reaction. If one MHC1 go to CD4, CD4 will tell, I am not your boss is CD8, better go there. If MHC2 goes to CD8, that will tell, I am not your boss, go to CD4. So there is no cross presentation. MHC1 present the antigen to CD8 cell. MHC2 present the antigen to CD4. There is no cross presentation. There is no cross presentation. This is called MHC restriction. No cross presentation. We call it as MHC restriction. We call this as MHC restriction. The picture is there. If you want, you can take down the picture. You can draw if you want, you can draw. Nothing wrong in it. Very standard picture. T cell receptor. Deepesh Dikshit. It is T cell receptor. Okay, next is, yes, see the image, it will help you. This is CD3 for all T cells, pan T cell marker. CD8 is cytotoxic T cell. It has T cell receptor alpha 1, alpha 1 beta 1, and it interacts with, what is it, MHC 1, because there is one attachment, MHC 1. So it presents the antigen here like this. Same way, in case of CD4 cell, it interacts with, what is it called? This is called MHC 2. It takes the antigen and present here. The green color is the antigen. So MHC 1, 1, 1, 1. MHC 2, 2, 2, 2. One attachment, one unit holding. The antigen is MHC 1. Two attachment, 2 units, alpha 1, beta 1. That's called MHC 2. Easy to remember. Okay, so in your sleep also, if they ask the question, in your sleep also, if they ask this question, what question? MHC 1 interacts with, you should tell CD8 cell. MHC 2, CD4. That's the basic fundamental of immune system. If you know this, your immunology will be very easy. Okay. Now, I'm going to teach you fate of antigen is very important. Now the game really starts. Before 6 o'clock, I need to finish all those things. To the maximum by 7:30, we need to finish our immunology. 8:30, 9 o'clock, maximum 9:10, we finish this one. Maximum 9 o'clock, we'll finish mycology. Don't worry. 9, 9, 10 to the maximum. Don't be panic. Even though I'll take tomorrow, no problem. 99% no tomorrow. We'll finish today. We're on perfect speed. Listen to me carefully. First, one antigen comes. Listen to me carefully. Story. Just don't take down. Just here, I will tell. Then time you can take down. Understanding concept is important. One antigen comes. Immediately, the antigen presenting cell, phagocyte, example macrophage. Macrophage is having MHC 1 and 2 because it's a nucleated cell. Where both are there, who is powerful? MHC 2 is powerful. If there is no MHC 2, MHC 1 is powerful. 2 is powerful. If 2 is not there, 1 is powerful. So macrophage is having both MHC 1 and 2. But MHC 2 will be reactive. Listen to this mind. Antigen enters. MHC 2, that means macrophage go and catch the antigen. Recognize the antigen. You are foreigner. After recognition, it tried to kill the antigen by a process called phagocytosis. After phagocytosis, phagolysosome fusion, tried to kill. If it killed, game over. That is called innate immunity. If the phagocyte killed the antigen, over. But here, the antigen is strong. Phagocyte is not able to kill the antigen. So what it will do, it will take the antigen, to the MHC2 in the surface. That process is called antigen processing. It will take the antigen to MHC2. That is called antigen processing. Then it go to the CD4 cell. He is the king. CD4 is the king of immune system. It go and tell the king. Okay. So if you remember, it won't hand over the terrorist to the king. Got it? Antigen is the terrorist. Macrophage is the police. He capture. He is not able to kill the terrorist. He hand over the terrorist to the king. So in the previous palaces, remember, in front of the palace, there is a bell. Emergency bell. Only emergency purpose you can ring the bell. If you ring the bell, the king directly will come and see. Within 10 minutes, the king will come. But without any valid reason, if you ring, your head will be headed. Got it? Same thing. So what happens? This macrophage, it came and ring the bell. Name of the bell is interleukin 1. Again, I'm telling. Interleukin 1 secreted by macrophage, which activate the CD4 cell. Who is the king? CD4 cell is the king. Because MHC2 interacts with CD4. MHC2 will go and it activates the CD4 cell by secreting interleukin 1. That's a bell. When the interleukin 1 sound hears, the CD4 will come. After CD4, okay, you got the terrorist, I will take care of him. Got it? What happens? The CD4 cell secretes interleukin 4. CD4 cell secretes interleukin 4 and 5, mainly 4. That interleukin 4 selects one B cell. Millions of B cells are there in the body. Millions of B cells. It selects one perfect B cell. They say first B cell, he is not suitable. He is not suitable. There is a Tamil movie dialogue people can enjoy. Okay, so it is not suitable. It is not suitable. Like that. After that, one B cell. Yes, you are perfect. Come on. So it will select one B cell. That is called clonal selection. That is called clonal selection. I'll stop here, starting from beginning. Then only you can remember. Antigen entry, recognition by macrophage, phagocytosis. Then antigen processing and present the antigen presentation to CD4 cell. At the time of presentation, macrophage secretes interleukin 1. CD4 activates. CD4 secretes interleukin 4. The first step, clonal selection. First step is clonal selection. It selects the perfect B cell. After that, we need people like you. It triggers the B cell. And the particular B cell multiplies. That is called clonal proliferation. The particular B cell multiplies. That is called clonal proliferation. At the time of multiplication, some B cells become memory cells. Some B cells become plasma cells. Plasma cell, memory cell. The plasma cell secretes immunoglobulin. Plasma cell secretes immunoglobulin. That immunoglobulin go and act on the antigen, neutralize it. This is called humoral mediated immunity. Again, I'm telling 2 times. One long story, short story, ultra short story. Okay, long story. Antigen entry. If I miss something, let me know. If antigen entry, recognition by macrophage, phagocytosis, antigen processing, the MHC2 will take the antigen presentation to CD4 cell. At the time of presentation, interleukin 1 by macrophage activates CD4. CD4 secretes interleukin 4. Interleukin 4, clonal selection of B cell. Clonal proliferation of the B cell. And the B cell become memory cell and plasma cell. The plasma cell secretes immunoglobulin. Immunoglobulin neutralizes the antigen. That is called humoral mediated immunity. Don't be panic, I'll show the image, everything. Hope you understand what is humoral mediated immunity. This long story, short story. Antigen entry, recognition phagocytosis, antigen processing, antigen presentation. T cell, CD4 stimulates interleukin 4. Clonal selection, proliferation, memory and plasma cell. Plasma produce immunoglobulin, neutralization. No sir, ultra short. Phagocytosis, antigen presentation to CD4. Interleukin 4 activates B cell, immunoglobulin, neutralization. Over. Got it? That's all. If you understand this, I will go to one more level, is make it easy. I know you whole immunology you can enjoy. Okay. Second, cell mediated immunity. Cell mediated immunity. Okay. So what is cell mediated immunity? Listen to me. I am a normal cell. I am a normal cell. Or very simple. One normal cell. Virus enter into the cell. Virus enter into the cell and virus multiplies. Virus enter into the cell, it multiplies. What the cell will do? It's having MHC1. MHC1 will take the antigen to the surface. MHC1 will take the antigen, virus, go to the surface of the cell, roof. And it asks, help. Before completing the alphabet P in the help, CD8 will come. CD8 is very notorious, very fast. Okay, listen to me. Virus enter into the cell. MHC1 will take the antigen, viral antigen, go to the surface. CD8 will come. This is CD8 T cell receptor. This is MHC1. They interacts. Then the CD8 cell will say, hey, I am CD8 T cell receptor. You are MHC1. Show me the antigen. Once it finds the antigen is a foreign antigen, it become angry bird. It become angry bird. The T cell become activates. The CD8 cell become activates. Once it got activates like Indian heroes, then now will go like this. See many movies, the hero become angry. Then what happens? All will go like that. I am also getting many times angry, but nothing is coming up. Okay. Anyway, looking nice in movies. Same way. The CD8 got activated. Again, I'm telling. Virus enter into the cell. MHC1 will take the antigen to CD8. CD8 get activated. Once CD8 got activated, it secretes granzymes, perforins, many things. Kill the cell. Kill the cell. When CD8 activates, it secretes granzymes and perforins. Finally, kill the cell. Okay? Am I repeating? Virus entry, MHC1 will take the antigen, CD8 presentation, CD8 activation, secretions, granzymes and perforins, kill the cell. This is called cell mediated immunity. This is called cell mediated immunity. Any doubt? Please remember, tackling humoral mediated is tackling terrorists with gun one by one. Cell mediated, one house, 10 terrorists, put the bomb in the house. House itself gone. Like that, one cell, some viruses are there, kill the cell. Is it right concept? Not man. If somebody is having HIV, I want to kill HIV means I'll take gun, I'll shoot the person. You die, HIV will die. Is it right? Is it right? But our immune system is doing like this. In your house, 10 terrorist viruses are there. I will kill the house. Bomb blast. Usually MHC1 intracellular. MHC2 also act on virus. I'll come. Priyadarshini, one question is there. Priyadarshini Ashekar. Next level, I'm taking you. Hope you understand these two. Try to answer this question. One day, one virus comes, taken by macrophage. Okay? Taken by macrophage. Not memory cells, my dear. Memory cells. Memory. When they come next time, no bypass. Already the B cells, the memory cells directly produce plasma cells and memory cells. And immunoglobulin, they will kill. I'll tell you, don't worry, don't be panic. Just wait. Okay? Right, listen to me. Have some fun, huh? Listen, virus comes. Virus taken by macrophage. Try to kill, not possible. Antigen processing, MHC2. So now the virus is taken by MHC2. where the MHC2 will go? Where the MHC will go? MHC2, CD4 cell. As usual, interleukin 1, bell the ring. What the CD4 will do? Activate. Now, after seeing this antigen, do like this. Hey, hooray! It is viral antigen. It should be dealt by CD8. You brought it here, but I'm the king. I will help you. Write a reference letter to CD8 cell. That reference letter is interleukin 2. In the reference letter, dear CD8 cell, I'm referring this patient to you. Kindly kill him. Like that. Okay. CD4 cell produces interleukin 2. Here. Now the CD4 cell produces interleukin 2. That interleukin 2 activates CD8 cell. That interleukin 2 activates CD8 cell. Once the CD8 cell is activated, again the same drama. What is called? Interleukins, perforants, killing the cell. So the T cell activated by two mechanisms. One mechanism, direct interaction with the MHC1, or interleukin 2 secreted by CD4 cell. So now I tell why I am the king. CD4 cell is the king. I am the king. CD4. Why I am king? In what way? Very simple. Number one, I secrete interleukin 4, which activates B cell, leads to humoral mediated immunity. I secrete interleukin 2, which activates CD8 cell, cell mediated. I can activate both humoral mediated and cell mediated. I'm the king. Okay. Hope you understand. So cell mediated, I'll tell two way. One, viruses enter into the cell, MHC1, CD8 got activated, secretes granzymes perforants, kill the cell. Or viruses by macrophage, MHC2 to CD4, interleukin 1 will activate the CD4, CD4 secretes interleukin 2, activates CD8, when the CD8 activates granzymes perforants, kill the cell. Hope you people understand what is humoral mediated or cell mediated immunity. Okay, so people are enjoying, right? Ultra legend. Hey, enjoy. I'm not using any picture. I'm not using any PowerPoint or anything. Just mouth. Even I was seeing me up to passport level. Like big tummy, you are not seeing. Okay. Hope you understand. MHC2 never interact with CD8. That's the problem. That is called MHC restriction, my dear. That is called MHC restriction. Cool. So, you people, lot of Tamilians are there. I'm enjoying the Tamil words. Okay. Right. Cool. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Listen to me now. You people try to write the events one by one by your memory. Yeah, I'm a good storyteller. You didn't believe? Ask my wife. She will tell. Okay. She is the one person who really accepts. I'm a good storyteller. I am getting nice appreciation, acceptance from that side. Okay. Can we draw the pathway? Yes. You can. That interleukin 2 activates CD8. So I will show the picture to you. Usually what I do, I will not write it. I will tell you people to draw. Any difficulty, contact me. That also I give 48 hours expiry date of my material. Within 48 hours, if you didn't write the flow chart, after that you remember only two things, king and bell. After that you won't remember anything. Some king will be there, some bell will be there. You will forget. It's like a mesmerism. You enjoy the class here. Here you can everything understand. After the class, Sir told some king, some bell, that's all. bell is there, no sound, you won't hear the sound. That's an issue. So I will show you, you can take down your batch, even 5 minutes extra, I'll show. It's very important. Yeah, slowly you take down. Slowly I'm telling you, remember, enjoy and write. I'll give some time to enough time to you. Don't be panic. I will give enough time to you, my dears. Because immunology you need to understand. Okay? Immunology you need to understand. First antigen entry, the red color is antigen. The red color dot is antigen. The phagocyte will recognize the antigen. The phagocyte will recognize the antigen. Yes, that IL2 Aris, IL2 interacts with CD8. And I come back to you, no problem. The phagocyte recognition, what the macrophage will do, it eat the antigen. Phagocytosis. This is called phagocytosis, right? This MHC2, phagocytosis. After phagocytosis, antigen processing. Take the antigen to MHC2. Antigen processing. Got it? So antigen entry, phagocyte recognition, macrophage, phagocytosis. After phagocytosis, antigen processing. In antigen processing, what they do? They take the antigen to MHC2. Next is antigen present to which cell? CD4 cell. See here, antigen presentation to CD4 cell. T cell receptor of CD4, MHC2, 2 into 4. The presentation. At the time of presentation, what happens? The macrophage, it secretes interleukin 1, which activates CD4. It secretes interleukin 1, which activates CD4. Just I was drawing. Once the CD4 activated, it secretes interleukin 4 and 5 mainly. 4. Interleukin 4 and 5, 4 is main. What the 4 will do? It will select on B cell. It will select on B cell. That's called clonal selection. Clonal selection. Then B cell is clonal selection. Next is the particular B cell will be multiplied. That is called clonal proliferation. See the green color. Only the green B cells are multiplied. Clonal selection, clonal proliferation. Some of the B cells become plasma cell, orange, and some of them become yellow color memory cell. Some of them become plasma cell, some of them become memory cell. This plasma cell, the orange color plasma cell, they secrete immunoglobulin. They secrete immunoglobulin. Again, I'm starting from the top. Antigen processing. You are aware of that. Up to that, I think you have taken down. Antigen presentation also, hope you are taken down. Role of interleukin 5, usually it stimulates. It stimulates proliferation. Don't worry, I'll go slow, don't problem. CD4 activation. After aggregation with CD4, CD4 secretes interleukin 4 and 5. 4 is very important. 5 also plays. Okay. 4 select the B cell, clonal selection. 4 select the B cell, clonal selection. And after that, clonal proliferation. The particular B cell multiplies. Particular B cell multiplies. Clonal proliferation. Particular B cell multiplies. At the time of multiplication, they become two type of cells, plasma cell, memory cell. They become two type of cell, plasma cell, memory cell. The plasma cell secretes immunoglobulin. Plasma cell secretes immunoglobulin. I'll zoom out, don't worry. That neutralizes the antigen. Immunoglobulin neutralizes the antigen, that is called humoral mediated immunity. See here. First part, you can draw. I give 2 minutes and again I give 2-3 minutes per second part, don't worry. Yes, Robin. Professional antigen presenting cell doesn't go directly to CD8. Yes, sir. Yes, Rohit. Next is, hope you have taken down this. Next step. Relax. See the full slide? Except RBC, other people are having only CD8. Nancy? Except RBC, other people are having CD8. Few people are having CD4. Those people called special cells. Antigen presenting cells. Professional antigen presenting cells. Okay. Next is, come on. Virus. Virus enter into the normal cell. Virus enter into the normal cell. Okay, what happens? Normal cell present the antigen to CD8 cell. Make it very easy. Virus enter into the normal cell. The normal cell has MHC1. Present the virus, the antigen into CD8 cell. Okay. CD8 got activated. CD8 got activated because of the antigen. Once the CD8 is activated, it secretes granzymes and perforins. Kill the cell. Make things easy. Make things easy, my dear. MHC1, virus entry, MHC1 present to CD8, CD8 activated, granzymes and perforins, kill the cell. Okay. Next is virus. Here another story. Listen to me. Virus enter into MHC macrophage. Macrophage take the virus by a process called phagocytosis. Antigen processing. Presentation to CD4 cell. As usual, it secretes interleukin-1, activates CD4. Okay. Next is, once the CD4 activates, it secretes interleukin-2. Interleukin-2 That interleukin 2 activates T cell. Once the T cell activates, you know that granzymes perforance killing the cell. So the T cell activated by two mechanisms. The T cell activated by two mechanisms. Mechanism number 1, see the full picture. This is about I'm going to disappear. This cell mediated immunity, full cell mediated immunity. Both mechanism you can see. Okay, hope you people taken down this. Anyway, if the people who missed this one also, I'll show. First one can taken down into 2 to 3 parts. It's a part 1. Plaques. Okay. Next is part 2 over. Make things easy, my dears. Slowly read one more time, otherwise you can see the video one more time. Got it? Okay, cool. Anyway, actually this is your homework. I plan to give this homework to my kids. Okay, now, so show the third process. No nail. See here. Sorry. This is the third process. I can go 1 more minute time. After that, I need to finish other things also. Right. This second and third process. Okay. Yeah, this third process. Everybody want third process? Yes, I'm showing the third process. No problem. It's a homework for you. But anyway, today we did this a classwork. But it's a good one. So somebody asked, what happens to your antigen? You boldly tell. If the antigen is intracellular, MHC1 directly CD8 action, or macrophage MHC2 CD4 interleukin 2 again CD8 action, or if it is extracellular directly MHC2 CD4 interleukin 4 B cells immunoglobulin action. So you know what is humoral mediated, what is cell mediated. You know, tough concept. Hope you easily understand. Now, another important thing. When the interleukin 2 is secreted by CD4, that activate the T cell. When the CD8 cell activated, same mechanism. Interleukin, the granzymes, perforins, kill the cell. Kill the cell. Okay, dear. Any doubt, you can one more time, is recorded version available. Even tomorrow you can get the recorded version. Just go through that. Still you are not able to understand? Let me know. Okay. Intracellular A CD8, extracellular CD4. That's all. Ultimate killer of intracellular is CD8. Extracellular CD4 and B cell. CD4 is the person give the order. Okay, he give the order. Yes. Yes, interleukin required for CD8 activation. Yes, needed. As much better, I'll tell you. Okay, come on. Everything is interlinked. Next is, listen to me. I'm going to teach you PIR and SIR. Oh my God, 15 minutes is there. Okay, I'll finish. 6 o'clock I need to finish. PIR and SIR. Primary immune response, secondary immune response. What is it? Listen to me carefully. PIR and SIR. Primary immune response and secondary immune response. Don't worry. I will teach with my favorite example. My favorite example is there. What is your favorite example, sir? Okay. What is your interleukin 4 and 5 Neil Rathod secreted by CD4? Yes, everybody answered. Cool. Come on. Listen to me carefully for another 5 minutes. You'll be expert. Primary and secondary, I used to call. I am not there. I'll be coming. Okay. Primary and secondary, I used to call ooh and ooh immune response. Ooh and ooh immune response. What is ooh? What is ooh? Make it easy. In microbiology lecture class, lecturer is taking the class. You are making a sound ooh. Then the lecturer will tell, go and meet the HOD immediately. You go and meet the HOD. What the HOD will do? Come on, sit down. What is your name? Where are you coming from? Which batch? Finally, one important question will come. Finally, one important question will come. Why you came here? You say, I made a ooh sound, I came here. Then the music starts. HOD will scold you. Not, HOD become tired, not we. At one point of time, HOD says, the last warning, if anything happens, I'll take severe action. Write one apology letter, get lost. We know the template of apology letter. This will not happen in future. I'm strongly regretting so and leaving. Okay, that's all. Next week, with the same lecturer taking the class, you are making a sound. Ooh. HOD's, lecturer says, go and meet the HOD. This time you no need to introduce yourself. By seeing you itself, a game starts because you are in the person's memory. So this time punishment will be severe, no inquiry. Just like I know last time also, I know notorious. You are very close to HOD. You become HOD knows your name also. Okay, and this time I'll suspend you 15 days. Some severe punishment. Same concept. First encounter of the antigen immune response is called primary. When subsequent encounter, second or third, any subsequent encounter is secondary. So primary immune response is IgM mediated. Secondary immune response is IgG mediated. Primary is IgM, secondary is IgG mediated. IgM, IgG mediated. Secondary is massive because you are notorious because of memory. The massiveness is due to memory. Okay. Primary is mild. Enquiry is that. Take some time. So this table, my favorite table. Easily you can understand. I got it from a book. Primary immune response, secondary immune response. Primary is slow, sluggish, short-lived. Secondary is prompt, powerful, and prolonged. Be careful, be careful. Why? P starts everything in S. S starts everything in P. So don't use the mnemonic P, SS, game over. You become an end game. Okay, so that little awareness is needed. So primary is slow, sluggish, short-lived. Secondary, prompt, powerful, prolonged, because notorious, because of memory. Sir, what is the clinical application? Is vaccination. Because, for example, COVID vaccine, spike protein. They will introduce spike protein, only spike. Spike protein, the memory cells are there. When original COVID-19 comes, it produces massive immune response. This time, this antibody level. Antibody level called immune response. Second, massive response. That is the ultimate principle of vaccination. Vaccination, we are priming. Little bit we are giving. We are sensitizing the immune system. Okay, that is priming. Memory will be there. Second time, it bypass all the steps. What step? Antigen processing, presentation, all bypass. Directly the memory cell. Its game starts from memory cell. Primary, lot of steps are there. Antigen recognition, phagocytosis, interleukin 1, CD4 will activate, interleukin 4, B cell activates, everything. When secondary, directly start from B cell activation. Directly acts from memory cells. Memory cells, it multiply into memory cell and plasma cell. So it bypass 8-9 steps. Only the climax step. Directly reach the climax step. Got it? Now you understand what is called primary and secondary immune response and the medical application. Yes or no, my dears? This chart will help you. This chart will help you what is primary and secondary immune response. So we have completed primary and secondary immune response. Okay, primary and secondary immune response. You know what is humoral mediated and cell mediated immune response. That's all. This is immunology. Why become panic? Yeah? If antigen comes, how the humoral mediated acts, you know that now. You will teach the people. Hey, humoral mediated, very simple. Phagocyte, macrophage, MH2. Take the antigen to CD4. The CD4 wala produces interleukin 4. That 4 activates B cell. B cell produces immunoglobulin. Humoral mediated over. If the people ask cell mediated, that is very, very simple. Antigen taken by MHC1 interact with CD8. CD8 activates, kill the cell. Yes, vaccine will be SIR. Yes, Priya, Dr. Priya. Vaccine will be secondary immune response. Primary by the organism. Primary by, vaccine acting by secondary. Vaccine is creating primary immune response. Original organism causes secondary immune response. Please understand. Okay. Vaccine itself creates primary and make the way for secondary. The organism secondary. Please remember, vaccine primary and it facilitates secondary. When the organism comes, secondary will be top. Got it? Now you understand. Right. Actual infection is secondary. If you give vaccine is primary. Somebody first infection will come. Second time they won't get the infection because the first infection act as a vaccine. Okay, right. Both are same. Antibody mediated and humoral mediated are same. And both humoral mediated, cell mediated, memory cells will be there. When the T cell activated, it become activated T cell and memory cell. Every time they produce memory cell. Memory present in T cell, B cell, everywhere. Okay. Innate immunity, adaptive immunity, the major difference is memory. Hope people enjoy this. Yeah. In between, I completed one tea packet. Nuts. Oats mix nuts. Okay. That's all. Go to the top. We have seen types of immunity, cells, immune response. What type of immune response? Humoral mediated immune response, cell mediated immune response, as well as primary immune response, secondary immune response. Everything we have seen. Just like that we have seen. In funny way we have seen. Not much serious. I didn't lose my energy. Okay. And MHA. Types of MHA. MHA 1 and 2. Done. Done. What is right on left side line? What is it? The carb plant. Antibody level or immune response. We call it as, okay, cool. Now coming to applied. This is important, my dear. Nobody will teach you except microbiologist. Applied immunology. First we'll go to lab immunology. Laboratory immunology. Laboratory immunology. Okay, laboratory immunology. We are going to see antigen antibody reactions. 4 important antigen antibody reactions. I will not teach you what is antigen, what is antibody, types of antibody. That all biochemistry. Okay, integrated. You need to correlate everything. Antibody. I know how to teach, but time factor is important. Short period of time, maximum points we need to cover. Antigen antibody to avoid overlapping many times. Antigen antibody reactions. So we are going to see 4 people. I start with first one is precipitation. First one is precipitation. What is precipitation? Listen to me carefully. Every word is important. Soluble antigen reacts with its specific antibody at optimum conditions. At optimum conditions, like optimum concentration, optimum pH, optimum temperature, and optimum concentration, pH, temperature, in the presence of optimum electrolytes. Optimum electrolytes. Got it? It produces an insoluble deposit is named as precipitation. This is the definition. Make it very easy. The important key term here is, this is the keyword. Soluble antigen reacts with specific antibody at optimum condition. Finally, it produces an insoluble deposit is called precipitation. Sometimes what happens, the insoluble, it will float, not deposits. Then it's called flocculation. literally speaks, flocculation is a type of precipitation. Flocculation is a type of precipitation. It floats flocculation, suspends precipitation. Example for flocculation are VDRL test, con test. Both are for syphilis. VDRL as well as con test, both are for syphilis. Now listen to me carefully. My question, optimum electrolytes means chlorine, iodine, sodium, those kind of things in correct concentration. If some concentration is high or low, the reaction may not happen. The solution contains correct amount of electrolytes. Okay, what are the electrolytes you have? Sodium, potassium, chlorine, these are all. Okay, right. Come on. My question, we are adding soluble antigen and antibody. How we are getting insoluble deposit? How we are getting insoluble deposit? That's the point I want to ask. Okay. We are using soluble antigen and antibody. We are getting insoluble deposit. How? Because, listen to me, the word optimum concentration is very important. Okay. VDRL test. What is called optimum concentration? If you are mixing milk and water, or if alcohol agent, whiskey and water, whatever it may be, if you mix milk and water, there are three combinations. One time, the milk concentration will be high, or water concentration will be high, or both are equal. Three possibilities or probabilities. Water will be high, milk will be high, or both are equal. When both are equal, that is called optimum concentration. They form lattice formation. Antigen-antibody complex. Because of the lattice formation, we are getting insoluble deposit. Got it? Yes or no? We have insoluble deposit. Right? See the image. It will explain you beautifully. See carefully here. See the image. In this image, standard amount of antibody. Standard. See, we have 4, 4, 4. Each one is having 4 antibody. But antigen slowly increasing. That means here 2 antigen, 4 antigen, 8 antigen. Antigen slowly increasing. Okay, see carefully. In the first zone, what is excess? Antibody excess. In the second zone, both are equal. Third zone, antigen excess. Antibody excess, antigen excess, and zone is equal. 3 zones are there. Okay, where the optimum concentration, they form a structure called lattice. Here no lattice formation, here no lattice formation. Because of the reason, tests are negative, here tests are positive. So please remember, don't think just the presence of antigen antibody, you will get positive report. Impossible. No, you need to change your mind. What's there? Even antigen antibody also present. Okay. Yeah. I have reduced to baseline. Very baseline I reduced. Okay. I know. High quality, huh? HD, 4K. Listen to me. If low quality means my face will be a little bit blur. but that won't affect your reading. That won't affect your studying and all. I know that. Carry on. Cool. If anything affect the background screen, then I can change, but then there is no change in background. So listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. Just presence of antigen antibody, you won't get positive report, positive result, visible result. Where they are in optimum concentration, then only zone 1 and zone 3 antigen antibody are there, but they are not in exact concentration. So no reactions. But second zone, antigen antibodies are there. Equal concentration, lattice formation. Okay, the first zone is called prozone. This is called post zone. It's called zone of equivalence. Zone of equivalence. So please remember, what is in the prozone, what happens? I am having the disease, I have antibody, but antibody levels are excess amount of antibody. The test will be negative. Test will be negative. It gives false negative results. Prozone leads to false negative. Classically, we can see it in VDRL test and Brucella test. These two, Brucella, VDRL, these two diseases, syphilis, these two diseases, you can get excess amount of antibody, which may confuse you. The test will be negative. So these kind of things you need to do serial dilution. You dilute the serum. Where the serum meets optimum concentration of, where the serum meets optimum concentration of this one, what's called antigen, then reaction will be positive. For example, high titer of antibody, antigen is a negative. You can't add antigen. So put some saline, decrease the concentration of serum, decrease. When they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. When they meet optimum concentration, test will be positive. Precipitation test will be positive. Hope you understand. Okay. The same image they put in the exam. The same image. Many kids are so happy. Got it? Next is, so you know the meaning of prozone. You know the meaning of lattice formation. Anything. Example for precipitation test is Elec gel precipitation test. Elec gel precipitation test. Elec gel precipitation test. Seen in Elec gel precipitation test, Corynebacterium diphtheria. Not in use, but remember. RH typing. And very important, we must know topic is immunodiffusion. Immunodiffusion. What is immunodiffusion? Please remember, I'll make it very easy. In the gel, passively, diffusion is movement. Antigen or antibody, they will move. Where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. This is antigen is moving, antibody is moving. Where they meet optimum concentration, they cannot push each other. They'll stop. Antigen is strong, they push like this. Antibody strong, they push like this. Where they are equal concentration, they'll stay like this. So they cannot push each other. So this is called okay. So we call it as immunodiffusion test. Yeah, that and all, slow flow serum slope, these are culture methods. This is antibody detection. Okay. Now listen to me carefully. There are 4 immunodiffusion methods are there. Audin, Akle, Fulthorpe, Mancini, Acciarloni. Don't be panic. You follow my style, another 10 minutes, you will be master in all. I will bet. Okay, come on. There are 2 things you remember. 2 parameters. 2 parameters. One is dimension diffusion. Dimension diffusion. Dimension diffusion. Okay, sir. Dimension and diffusion. Dimension in case of test tube 1 dimension. In case of plate 2 dimension. Tube 1 dimension, plate 2 dimension. Diffusion, antigen alone moves or antibody alone moves, one fellow moves. Single diffusion, both antigen antibody moves, double diffusion. Okay, got it? Again I'm repeating. 1 dimension, tube, plate 2 dimension. Antibody alone moving, single diffusion. Both antigen antibodies are moving, double diffusion. That's all. Okay. Yes, immunodiffusion is example of precipitation. Yes, Anamika Singh. And as in RH typing, very simple. You take RH antigen, RH antibody, you can get precipitation. RH antigen and RH antibody, where the ideal concentration will be like this. Hey, don't be panic. I will teach you. This is test tube. This is antibody in gel, yellow color. This is antigen. See here. This is antigen. This is antibody in gel. The antigen diffuses into antibody where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. So we call it as 1 dimension and only antibody is moving, single diffusion. We call it as odd-in procedure. Odd-in test, odd-in procedure. Next is test tube. Antigen. Antibody in gel. This is plain gel. Antigen, antibody in gel. Okay, antigen, antibody in gel. So listen to me. Antigen diffuses like this. Antibody diffuses like this. Where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. Now you can tell what dimension. It is 1 dimension because test tube. Here antigen is moving. Here antigen is moving. Here both are moving. So it's called double diffusion. We call it as Oakley-Fulthorpe. We call it as Oakley-Fulthorpe reaction. We call it as Oakley-Fulthorpe reaction. Next is Listen to me. Yeah. This plate, this is keeping the antigen in the center. The plate incorporated the antibody in gel, this antigen. This antigen moves all over the direction. Where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. So this is two-dimension and single diffusion. We call it as Mancini procedure. We call it as Mancini procedure. Two-dimension, single diffusion. We call it as Mancini procedure. Okay. Radial immunodiffusion or Mancini procedure. Final, you are aware of that? Plain gel, antigen, antibody, antigen moves all over direction, antibody moves all over the direction. Where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. This is called two-dimension double diffusion. Two-dimension double diffusion. We call it as Achurloni procedure. You call it as Achurloni procedure. Okay. Achurloni procedure. That's all. Make things easy. Make things easy. Simple. Ordin, Aukley-Fulthorpe, Mancini, Achurloni. Single diffusion, double diffusion. Got it? Hope you people understand. We'll do a small exercise. Mancini is nothing but antibody in gel. It's a plate, two-dimension. Keep the antigen in the center. Antigen will move all over the direction. Where they meet optimum concentration, it forms line of precipitation. That is called Mancini. Okay. Shall we go to one DVT slide? This only today I made. Come on. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Just you can see. I'll make one thing very easy. Just a minute. Come on, immunodeficient test. Right answer. Plate. Antibody in the gel. Antigen in the center. Then antigen diffuses the antibody. They form line of precipitation. What is the name of the procedure? What is the name of the procedure? Two-dimension single diffusion. We call it as Mancini procedure. Next is plain gel. I'm keeping antigen and antibody. So both will move. Antigen will move, diffuse in the, where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. Then two-dimension double diffusion. This is called Achterlony. Achterlony. Great. Next is tube. Antibody in gel antigen. This antigen diffuses into antibody. Where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. What is it? One dimension single diffusion. This is called Ordin procedure. Yes. Superb. Next is plain gel is there. Antigen antibody also there. See here, antigen also moves. Antibody also moves. Where they meet optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. We call it as Aukley-Fulthorpe procedure. Got it? Ordin and Aukley-Fulthorpe procedure. Game over. That's all. Very beautiful. One slide. Mind mapping technique. Okay, dears. Perfect. Some more. Yeah, see here. Structure name. Antigen presenting cell. 2 units. What is it called? Alpha beta. MHC 2. And what is this structure name? Antigen binding groove. This is called super antigen. Usually they will not bind to the center. They bind in the side chain of the beta side chain. Binding site, variable beta side chain. Example for super antigen, staphylococcal antigen. All people. Video quality reduced. Totally reduced. Sure. Got it? Right. So just next is listen to me. We have completed only one precipitation. Total 4 reactions we are going to see. We have completed only one. Next is listen to me. How many of you in centers? Not in home? Some people are in centers, right? Listen to me. Next is agglutination. Agglutination, here one key term is particulate antigen. Particulate antigen reacts with its specific antibody at specific concentration at optimum concentration, pH, temperature, electrolytes. Finally, it produces an insoluble deposit. Is called agglutination. Insoluble deposit is called agglutination. So 99.9% both are same. 99.9% both are same. Mechanism, pros one phenomenon, optimum concentration, lattice formation, everything is same. Then what is the difference? If you are using soluble antigen, that is precipitation. If you are using particulate antigen, that is called agglutination. Soluble antigen is precipitation, particulate antigen is agglutination. That's all. That's all the difference. Don't worry. Soluble and precipitation, yes, Deepesh Dikshit. Particulate and agglutination, all are same. Okay, make it very easy. Can you give some example for agglutination? Yes, I can give 5 to 10 example. Vidal test or Vidal test, Will-Flix reaction, Paul-Bunel test, Paul-Bunel test. Many are there. TPPA, Tripanema pallidum, particulate agglutination test, TPHA, heme agglutination test. Many are there. Remember few examples. Okay. Cool. Now, only one point before concluding this. Is it possible to convert precipitation to agglutination? Yes. Precipitation test to agglutination test. Is it possible to convert? Yes, it's possible. Yes, it's possible to convert precipitation to agglutination. How? How it is possible to convert precipitation to agglutination? Very simple. If you are able to convert soluble antigen into particulate antigen, automatically the reaction converted from precipitation to agglutination. Automatically it converted from precipitation to agglutination. Got it? Come on. Very important point. How to convert? Listen to me. This is soluble antigen. I am taking a particle, latex or anything. I am coating on it. I am coating the antigen on the surface of the particle. Now it becomes particulate antigen. This antigen reacts with antibody. This reaction is called agglutination reaction. Easy. So scientists, what they made? I'll teach in a little funny way. The scientists, they made it. They take the soluble antigen, they coat it on the surface of a particle. It becomes particulate antigen. They say agglutination success. Then some people breaking their door outside. Dum dum damal. Scientists are scared. They open the door. They ask many people with red eyes, angry birds, what is your problem? Why you are angry? Then those people said, we people are particulate antigen. So what? Original particulate antigens. We react with antibody. That reaction is called agglutination. These people are converted people. They are basically soluble. They are converted. How you can give the same name both of us? Either change our name or change their name. The scientists decided, we don't want to change your name. You are original. We can't change the name. You people are converted. So add one name in front of you. Passive agglutination test. Passive. Any passive agglutination test means antigen is converted. Antigen is converted. Okay. They're happy. Some people are crying outside. Why you are crying? We people are particles. My name is latex particle. I only shouldering the antigen. Without me, he never become particulate antigen. Without us, the reaction may not be transferred. We only convert the reaction. We need some importance. They say, no problem. What is the name? Latex. Whatever particle we are using, mention the name of the particle. So it is called particle latex, passive latex agglutination test. That means you are using latex particle, converting the antigen. Then the reaction is agglutination. So full detail will be there in the test. Passive latex agglutination test. Suppose you are using RBC, passive heme agglutination test, not RBC agglutination test. Okay, passive heme agglutination test. That's all. Got it, my dears? Okay. This is agglutination. This precipitation to agglutination. Make it very easy. That's all, my dears. That's all. So we completed 2. But still, I want to teach you the Achorloni reaction. Now you can recall this extra edge. Achorloni reaction means 2-dimension antigen antibody will move. Where they meet, they form optimum concentration, they form line of precipitation. Okay, that we need to interpret. That you need to interpret. How to interpret? So you are learning immunology from an expert. Simple. I am not expert, but I know how to make things simple. That's all. Because immunology is like an ocean. If I think I'm expert, that time I'm losing the credit or cadre called expert. Okay. When I thought I know everything, that minute I'm indirectly saying yourself I don't know anything. Not 6:30. Break at 7. We'll keep 7 to 7:15 break. Because this I finish 7:15 break. Okay, no problem. Today you mentally prepare to leave here by 9:15. That's all. 9:50 to 9:20. No problem. Radial immunodiffusion. Listen to me. It is Mann-Sennett test. 2-dimension single diffusion. 2-dimension single diffusion. You are aware of that. Feeling hungry, my dears? Yeah. Listen to me. What is it? 2-dimension double diffusion. Ochorloni. How to interpret? How to interpret? Okay. Listen to me. I finish this topic. I'll give the break. Before going to clinical immunology, I'll give the break. Okay. Just the continuity will be affected. Just 5-10 minutes. Okay. Please. I'll finish it off. Almost it's over. Don't worry. Listen to me carefully. If somebody comes to your house, if you know them, how you are going to welcome? How you are going to welcome? Namaste. Namaste ji. Namaste. Welcome. Suppose if you don't know, somebody came to your house, your enemies, what are you going to do? Ready to fight. Master, teach me Kung Fu. Fight. Okay. Suppose a person, you want to fight or we don't know a relative. So keep like hand like this. Okay. So please remember, when you're using 2 antigens, easy to remember. My shortcut. Both antigens are similar. They form line like this. Both antigens are different. They form line like this. Both are partial. They form line like this. See carefully here. If A1 and 3 are same, in case of 1 is equal to same, 1 is equal to 1, then they form a line like this. Namaste line. Namaste line. Okay. Here, 1 is not as 2, 1 is not as 4. Totally different. So they're cutting each other. Non-identical. Third, partial. They form 1 is same as 1, but 1 is not same as 2. Partial. So they form line like this. So please remember, if the Y partial, X non-identical, V identical. Easy to remember. They form line like this, identical. Non-identical. Partial. Play a game. Partial. Identical. Partial. Non-identical. Identical. Non-identical. Partial. That's all. Like that you play a game. Simple, make things easy, my dears. Enjoy. Okay, next is we're going to see another important fellow, third test. You must know this. Okay, is ELISA test. If you know ELISA, we'll break for tea. Okay, ELISA test. Very easy. Enzyme linked immunosorbent assay. You people join Facebook club as well as the eMedicos. Okay. Some people say Facebook may be distracting you, depending upon you. Mindset. Okay. And regularly follow me. Regularly follow other faculty posts also. Me, definitely that will help you. You ask your seniors, they will tell. I'm making a lot of small slides one day because many things you will forget. Small things every day if you remember, it will be in your mind for a long time. Repeated reading, more attention. Okay, enzyme linked immunosorbent assay. Actually, antigen antibody tests are like a hide and seek game. If you want to detect antigen, you should have antibody. If you want to detect antibody, you should have antigen. So this test is highly sensitive as well as highly specific. It is highly sensitive as well as highly specific. And please remember, in this test, we have two things. One is direct ELISA under my post, under faculty post, my post. You search my post, already 200, 300 slides will be there. Keep on adding. Okay, direct ELISA. Somebody asking the question, so where we can find indirect ELISA. Listen to me carefully. Direct ELISA, detection of antigen. Indirect ELISA, detection of antibody. Please see the mechanism. This is direct ELISA. We are coating antibody. It's called coated antibody. Adding patient serum. Patient serum is having antigen. Different antigens will be there. Patient serum is having different antigens will be there. If the specific antigen, it will come and bind. Antigen from patient. Very important step in ELISA is washing. You need to wash. If we wash, all unbound things will go here also. Next, we don't know it's happened or not. Next, we are going to add one more antibody with enzyme. This is called labeled antibody. But that will not attach here. No problem. What is an important step? Washing. Wash it. All unbound things will be go there. It will be like this. We don't know happened or not, just assumption. Now we are going to add colorless substrate. The enzyme will break the substrate and it produces color. If color comes, it's positive. If color comes, it is positive. If no color, it is negative. After adding substrate. So come in reverse way. Why color comes? Substrate breakdown. Who break the substrate? Enzyme. How the enzyme is there? Antibody is there. If antibody is there means antigen is there. Got it? Antigen is there. Hope you people understand this. Otherwise, you can see this video. See here, this is coated antibodies. Antibodies are coated or pricking. See, patient serum. If it is having antigen, it will bind. Many other antigens also there. Need to be washed. Wash. Go like this. Next, this is called labeled antibody. Labeled antibody. They're going to attach. Unbound things will go. Now we are going to add substrate. The enzymes will break the substrate. They produce beautiful color. Yeah. You are adding substrate. It produces color. Once color comes, it's positive. Color comes, it is positive. That's all. This is called what, ELISA? Direct ELISA, antigen detection. And it is otherwise called sandwich ELISA. It is otherwise called sandwich ELISA. Why? Because the antigen is coated between labeled or coated antibody. Sandwich ELISA. In case of Maharashtra, I love to call this as Vada Pav ELISA. South India, Masala Dosa ELISA. We have a lot of names I created just for remembering purpose, but standard name is Sandwich ELISA. Sandwich ELISA. Okay, right. Coming to indirect ELISA, just 5 minutes, no problem. Indirect ELISA, listen to me carefully. Indirect ELISA, there are two things are there. We need to coat antigen. Add patient serum. Patient serum have different type of antibody. If correct antibody is there, that will bind. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, that enzyme is called horseradish peroxidase, urease, alkaline phosphatase. Many are there. I'll come back to you, Pradeepa Priyadarshini. Okay, right, doctor. So what happens? What is the important step? Washing. Sorry, overwashing. Sorry, wash. We don't know what happened. Now we are going to make one more antibody that is called anti-human antibody with enzyme. Because this is from patient, this is called anti-human antibody, anti-human immunoglobulin with enzyme. Again wash, all will go. Here it is bound. Now you add substrate. Now you know what the enzyme will do. Enzyme will break the substrate and it produces color. If color comes, it is positive. Suppose color comes, why? Substrate breakdown. Who break the substrate? Enzyme. If enzyme present means anti-human antibody present. If anti-human antibody present means human antibody present. If anti-human antibody present means human antibody also present. Got it? This is called what, ELISA? Direct. Actually, 4:45 we break for the tea. 5:45, 6:45, just 2 hours forward. Just 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes to the maximum. Okay. See the image. See the video. You can enjoy the video. Another 5 minutes. I'll finish definitely. See here. Indirect ELISA. Self-explanatory. You are quoting antigen. Antigen. Sorry. Yeah. Listen to me. These pink color dots are antigen. We quoted the antigen. Now we quoted the antigen PVC. Now we are going to add patient serum. If the patient serum is having antibody, they bind with the antigen. If the patient serum is having antibody, that bind with the antigen. What next important step? Washing. We need to wash. All unbound things will go out, otherwise it gives false reports. Washing. Yeah. Now we are going to add anti-human antibody labeled with an enzyme. Labeled with an enzyme. Labeled with an enzyme. Anti-human antibody labeled with an enzyme. They go and bind with human antibody. Next, wash. Washing is important. You need to wash. Now we are going to add substrate. The enzyme will break the substrate if it is present. Produce color. Colorless substrate become color. Positive. Where negative, no color. No color change. That's all. Okay, this is indirect ELISA. Hope you people enjoyed. Understand? Okay, now the question is, what is the enzyme we are using? Enzyme what you are using is, there are 20 enzymes are there. Common enzyme, horseradish peroxidase. Horseradish peroxidase, HRP, urease, alkaline phosphatase, alkaline phosphatase. That's all. So now you know the difference between direct and indirect ELISA. Direct ELISA is antigen reduction sandwich. Indirect like that. Lost 3 more points. Just 3 points. Direct is detection of antigen. Some infections antigen is best. Some infections antibody is best. But usually best if we want antigen detection is best. Because we're detecting the direct product. Okay. No, I'm just showing how the positive and negative look like. Sabrivandana Shasta, I want to show you how negative will look like. Negative, no color. For that, I'm showing positive, negative. Positive color means negative, no color. Then you should know why there is no color. For that, I put negative sample also. Okay, come on. Finally, blotting technique. Finally, blotting methods. Okay, in the blotting method, listen to me, we have 3 blots. One is called northern blot. Lot of substrates available company wise company. You can use benzene. You can use benzene as benzene components as substrate. Okay, benzidine components as substrate. Okay, right. Northern blot, enzymes, horseradish peroxidase, urease, alkaline phosphatase. Okay, come on. Northern blot is detection of RNA. Blotting means you are making the antigens as per the molecular weight. You are segregating the antigens and detecting. Northern blot. Southern blot. for DNA and Western blot for proteins. That's all. But no Eastern blot. And there's a famous mnemonic will be there. Every medical school, more than 25 years, it is in the field. North Indian people fond of roti, Northern blot. South Indian people fond of dosa. It is, yes, Western people pizza. It is a very standard mnemonic. It's a right example how a mnemonic should be. It is a right example how a mnemonic should be. Got it? So with this, we completed our applied immunology. Antigen antibody reactions, precipitation, agglutination, ELISA, and blotting techniques. Okay. So now the time is 6:51. I'll consider 6:53. 17 minutes break. 7:10 assemble. 7:10 assemble. After that, there is no break. 8:10, 9:10. Maximum 9:15 we'll plan to leave this. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. Hello. Thank you, Shubham. So we are in the final part of immunology. Is clinical immunology. There are two types of disorders are there, hypo and hyper. Clinical immunology, we have two types of things, hypo and hyperactive. Hyperactive immune disorders, hypoactive. Hypoactive and hyperactive immune diseases. In this hyperactive, we have two, autoimmunity and hypersensitivity reactions. Hypoactive are immune deficiency diseases. Immune deficiency diseases. We call it for hypoactive. So pathology will cover all. I'm going to take hypersensitivity reactions. We avoid overlapping. That will be taken by other pathologist sir or madam. Hyperactive by me. Hypersensitivity reactions. What we are going to read. The blueprint is classification, each type, mechanism, example. That's all. Classification, mechanism, example. Finish this, we'll finish it off. Don't worry. For me, before 8 o'clock, we need to start mycology. And almost 9:15, we'll finish mycology. Even 15-20 minutes work is there. We'll carry on tomorrow, doesn't matter. Tomorrow, ultimately, class will be over by 8 o'clock, I planned. Maybe 15-20 minutes extra, 8:30, but not exceeding 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, maximum before 9 o'clock, 100% the class will be over. Don't be panic. Okay? Right. Hypersensitivity reactions. It is nothing but sudden immune response that harm to the body. That's called paradoxical immune response. It is defined as paradoxical immune response. We call it as hypersensitivity reactions. It is classified by a system called Combe and Gel classification. The classification system is called Combe and Gel classification. What is it, sir? Combe and Gel classification. Make it very simple. It is classified by two criteria. One is based on the mechanism. Another one is based on the time. Based on the mechanism and based on the time. Okay. Based on the mechanism, we are classifying into two. One is humoral mediated immunity, or another one, always cell mediated immunity. Based on the time, there are two. One is called immediate, another one is delayed. Delayed. So luckily here all the humoral mediator immediate, like smiley, all cell mediator delayed. So example for humoral mediated and immediate are type 1, type 2 and type 3. And this is type 4. Now only type 4. Previously it was type 6, then type 5. Now only type 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the classification. And we are going to see each one, the basic mechanism and some clinical examples, clinical conditions or clinical examples. Okay, see the basic mechanism. Type 1 is anaphylaxis or allergy, involved immunoglobulin IgE. IgE. What happens? See the mechanism. This picture will tell you. I'll teach you with the picture. Listen to me. Okay, first I'll tell you and go to the picture. It will be easy. When the first exposure, first time the allergen comes or antigen comes, our body produces IgE. IgE will go neutralize the antigen. After that, it wants some place to take rest. It go and sleep on the surface of mast cell. It don't know mast cell is a bomb. It go and settle on the surface of mast cell. Got it? What happens? When the same antigen comes again, the Ig will capture. So three people, antigen, Ig and the mast cell. The Ig activated, it break the mast cell. It break the mast cell. When the mast cell break down, it release mediators which causes anaphylaxis. Okay, anaphylaxis due to mediators released by mast cell. See carefully here. First exposure to the allergen. First exposure. What happens? Our immune system produces IgE. IgE neutralize the antigen, finally settle on the surface of mast cell. Ig attached Fc receptors on the mast cell. Settle in mast cell, that's all. When subsequent exposure, next time, what happens? Allergen cross-linking. See, this is the word. You need to read. Cross-linking of allergen, IgE and mast cell. Mast cell degranulates, releasing powerful mediators. That's all. What else you want? Crystal clear. So allergen cross-linking, mast cell breakdown, degranulation, it releases mediators. It releases mediators. It causes smooth muscle contraction, vascular leakage, many things. Don't worry. So ultimately it is due to mast cell degranulation. So when the mast cell degranulates, it releases powerful mediators. What is the mediator? Primary mediator, and secondary mediator. Primary and secondary mediator. Primary mediator and secondary mediator. What is the difference? Primary means immediate, preformed. It is preformed, ready for action. Preformed, ready for action. Secondary is it 6 hours after breakdown of the mast cell, they will be produced. Example for primary is histamine, heparin, protease, histamine, heparin, protease, eosinophil chemotactic factor, neutrophil chemotactic factor of anaphylaxis. Don't worry, just examples. Example for primary is histamine, heparin, protease, this. Example for secondary is slow reacting substance of anaphylaxis, slow reacting substance of anaphylaxis, prostaglandins, interleukin 4, interleukin 13, thromboxane, many are there. These are all secondary mediators. You should know primary and secondary mediators. You need to know primary and secondary mediators. Okay, primary and secondary mediators. Main function of the primary and secondary mediator already we mentioned. They increase smooth muscle contraction. They increase capillary permeability. Eosinophil chemotactic. Got it? This is about mediators. Next is few important points. What are all the people causing allergy? Remember my mnemonic D. SRSA is for Devanshi Adav, slow reacting substance of anaphylaxis. A for anaphylaxis. Slow reacting substance. Come on. Here, what are the people causing? Follow my mnemonic D. Number 1, house dust. Pollens, grains, house dust. Yeah. So now everything is okay. Now everything is okay. I hope so. Audio is there, don't worry. Okay, no problem. My voice is there. My voice is there, don't worry. Everything is fine now, cool. So, I'm strongly regretting. Okay, I'm strongly regretting the inconvenience happened, but no problem. I don't know where exactly it got missed. Please remember, this is the mechanism of what's called hypersensitivity type 1 reaction. First, exposure to the allergen, which leads to production of IgE. At the end, IgE go and settle on the surface of mast cell. That's first step, no problem. Second step, when subsequent errors, subsequent contact with allergen, there will be cross-linking. See the word, cross-linking of allergen IgE mast cell. They will degranulate the mast cell. They will degranulate the mast cell, releasing powerful mediators. Those mediators cause the manifestations. So what are the mediators? Take down the list. One is called primary, another one is secondary. Primary means they are all ready for action, preformed, ready-made. They are all preformed. Secondary 6 hours after. Example for primary and secondary: histamine, heparin, protease enzymes, eosinophil chemotactic factor and neutrophil chemotactic factor of anaphylaxis. Eosinophil and neutrophil chemotactic factor of anaphylaxis. Okay, eosinophil chemotactic factor of anaphylaxis. Next is secondary or slow reacting substance of anaphylaxis. Slow reacting substance of anaphylaxis, prostaglandins, interleukin 4 and interleukin 13, thromboxane, many people are there. Whatever it may be, primary or secondary, the major functions are smooth muscle contraction and increased capillary permeability. Smooth muscle contraction or increased capillary permeability. Got it? Make things easy. Cool. Now, what are all the people responsible for allergy? Yes, this is my mnemonic. D D D D D. D D D D. D for dust. House dust, pollens, grains, many things. Another one, drugs. Especially penicillin, sulfur drugs, any drug can cause, but these people are notorious. Drugs. Diet. Some people allergic to fish, some people allergic to brinjal, some people allergic to milk. Okay, some diet, they may be allergic. Fourth one is disease. Some disease per se causes allergy. For example, hydatid disease. If the hydatid fluid contact with immune system, severe allergy will be there. There will be severe allergy. Got it? D. And usually anaphylaxis, anybody can get anywhere. No caste, no creed, nothing. Anybody can get allergy anywhere. There is no predisposition, nothing. But sometimes they found it runs in familial and seasonal. It runs in particular families, particular time. They call it as atopy. Atopy. They call it as atopy. They call this as atopy. Example, allergic rhinitis. Next is example for type 1 hypersensitivity. Example for type 1 hypersensitivity, lot of examples are there. For example, Kasoni test. Kasoni test is a skin test. Cercarial dermatitis. Cercarial dermatitis. Schistosoma. We are going to see tomorrow, don't worry. Next is Kasoni test, cercarial dermatitis, Schultz-Dale phenomenon. What is Schultz-Dale phenomenon? In vitro demonstration outside the body. In vitro demonstration outside the body, they can demonstrate hypersensitivity reaction. Listen to me carefully. Take a female guinea pig. Take a female guinea pig. Inject the antigen. No problem. 2 days later, take the uterus, that is smooth muscle uterus, out of the animal. So now the uterus is in your hand. Now put the uterus in a ringer lactate solution. You add the same antigen into the solution. You inject into the animal. After 2 days, remove the uterus. Put the uterus into the ringer lactate solution. Now you add the antigen into the solution. Immediately you can see violent contraction of the uterus due to type 1 hypersensitivity. Immediately because of type 1 hypersensitivity, you can see violent contraction of the uterus. Got it? Next is, lot of examples are there. Bee sting. Bee sting. One more terminology is called pseudoanaphylaxis. What is pseudoanaphylaxis? Any idea? Make it very easy. No IgE, no immunology. Some drugs directly go and break the mast cell, release the mast cell contents, allergy. Okay? No IgE, direct degranulation of mast cells. Direct degranulation of mast cells. No IgE, direct degranulation of mast cells. Example, morphine. Morphine is the one drug directly break the mast cell. It causes pseudoanaphylaxis. This is for type 1. Some other examples I will show you. You need to remember other examples. I will show you. Don't worry. Type 2 hypersensitivity. It is cytolytic. It leads to complement mediated lysis. Antigen antibody reaction, complement mediated lysis. Complement mediated lysis, type 2 hypersensitivity. Classical example. Yes, in physiology you studied or hematology. What is called? HDN. Hemolytic disease of newborn. You remember? Mother is Rh negative, child is Rh positive. Yes, hemolytic disease of newborn. ABO mismatch reactions. ABO mismatch reactions. Autoimmune hemolytic anemia. Autoimmune hemolytic anemia. Autoimmune hemolytic anemia. Malaria, many other conditions. Graves' disease. Good pasture syndrome. Many are there. Acute traumatic fever. Pernicious anemia. Many are there. These are all type 2 hypersensitivity. Important mechanism is it is cytolytic. Third one is type 3 hypersensitivity. It is due to immune complex mediated. It is due to immune complex mediated. Type 3 immune complex mediated. immune complex mediated. It causes endothelial damage. Important examples: Arthus reaction, local, joint pain, serum sickness. It is like anaphylaxis, it's not original anaphylaxis. It is anaphylaxis, not type 1 hypersensitivity. It's mimic like anaphylaxis, but it's not exactly mechanism of type 1 because there is no antibody involved. Yes or no, Dr. Sonarajan? Immune complex means antigen, antibody, complement. When these three are there, that is called immune complex. Antigen, antibody, and complement. This is called immune complex. This is called immune complex. Okay? Or simply antigen, antibody, that's called immune complex. But original immune complex is wherever antigen, antibody, complement also come and join. Next is serum sickness, post streptococcal glomerular nephritis, systemic lupus erythematosus, lepra reaction 2 and 3 also, rheumatoid arthritis. These are all example for type 3 hypersensitivity. Some more I can show. Some more also I can show. Don't worry. Next is type 4 hypersensitivity. It is delayed and cell-mediated immunity. Example, contact dermatitis. An important skin test, intradermal skin test. Intradermal skin test. Contact dermatitis, intradermal skin test. And rheumatoid arthritis. So you may have the doubt, sir, rheumatoid arthritis comes in type 3 or type 4. It comes in both. Type 3 also it will come, type 4 also it will come. Then student asks, sir, if they ask in the exam, I say exam they will not ask. Intradermal skin test, somebody gives the example, tuberculin, lepromin, histoplasmin test. Then, sir, if the question they asked, what can I go? I say, it comes under both. Immune complex mechanism also available. Cell mediated, both humoral, cell mediated, both are available. Maximum rheumatoid arthritis type 4, maximum. Okay, so there is a mnemonic called ACID. A for type 1 anaphylaxis. C for cytolytic. I for immune complex mediated. And D for delayed. Delayed. Easy to remember. Acid. And I am going to show you one beautiful image. Golden image. Because one question we are getting example for hypersensitivity. If you know all examples over, one slide it can give you all the example for this one. One single slide you can get all the example for type 1 hypersensitivity reaction. We are going to see just a minute. I'll show it to you. GVHD comes under type 4. Yes. Yes. Runt disease, graft versus. Because immediately IgE mediated. Casonate test is IgE mediated. IgE mediated, you can get wheel flare like reaction. Type 1 hypersensitivity, it is immediate. Tuberculin test, you need to wait for 72 hours. But here immediately you can get wheel flare. So it is type 1 hypersensitivity. Kasone test, Sangeeta, Dr. Sangeeta. See here, hypersensitivity reactions. Right? This slide is the golden slide. Hey, no problem. No problem. A small classification is, I know where we missed. I will take it. Don't worry. Be patient. We will not miss. Technical error will be rectified by human. We people are humans. We know how to rectify. We will rectify it, my dear Vignesh. Don't be panic. Don't be panic. You continue the class. That a small portion of hypersensitivity. Yeah, like Lord Ganesha. Poor hands. People are enjoying. Please take down. Type 1 hypersensitivity. I will enlarge. I'll hide myself. That's best. Type 1 hypersensitivity. Food, drug, dust allergy, Kasone test, hookworm, circular dermatitis, allergic rhinitis, Schultz-Dale phenomenon, PK reaction. Important. This is available in Facebook Club. I'll post in Facebook Club, no problem, because they're golden slide. Autoimmune hemolytic anemia, ABO mismatch reactions, hemolytic disease of newborn, rejection, rheumatic fever, Graves' disease, pernicious, good posture syndrome, anything. Type 3. I can post today itself in our Facebook Club 2022, as well as it's already available in eMedicos. eMedicos under my post. No problem, Trishur. Not only Trishur, Pan India, it got disconnected. I understood. I will take the part. 15 minutes, I'll take the part. Don't be panic. Relax. Relax, 15 minutes I'll take. That 15 minutes, you will understand the concept, don't worry. The classification is Minja. I will teach you, my dear. Okay? Again, I will teach you. I will teach 100 times. It's not an issue for me. If you people have the patience to sit and learn, even after finishing the class also, I will teach optional. Same thing I'll teach one more time. The person who wants, you can sit and learn. Other persons can close. Already people who attended, they can leave. No problem. Okay? Right. This granulomas, Hashimoto's, tuberculin, candidin, mantigro, rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease, everything. Lepra reaction 1 comes under type 4. Lepra reaction 1 is type 4. Yeah. Whatever screenshot you can take. Okay. Now it's okay. Hope now everywhere it's okay, because I got the message from head office. Now okay. Yes. 15-20 minutes there was a break. And the problem is there. We'll make it, man. We'll make it. Got it? This already available in eMedicos, and new club 2022. I will post it again. It's a revision slide, final lap, all in one. Okay, all in one. Don't worry. Always be cool. Don't blame. Don't get frustrated. Don't get frustrated. Don't get irritated. That will affect you only. Nothing will happen to other people. So relax. Okay, something going wrong. How to manage? How to rectify? How I need to go forward? How I take some positive issues there? That's all. Even the clock is in repair. Be happy. At least twice it can show right time per day. Like that. Somebody told not possible to take screenshot in eMedicos. Yes or no? Okay, right. Next is listen to me. So with this we completed our hypersensitivity as well as what is called hypersensitivity reactions as well as immunology. So we'll go for questions now. Don't be panic. This introduction part I will teach you again. I'm in Madurai. Sir, where are you? Oh, this where are you? Sorry, I am now here. Okay. Now I'm going to change my location. Zua! Yeah. I myself make all those things nowadays. Okay. Right. We'll go for questions. Yeah, that 10 to 15 minutes portion is there. Class stopped for 15 minutes. I will teach you. Okay, I will show type 1 hypersensitivity. There is a power issue in the central server. 15 minutes they stopped the class. After that they started. Don't worry, don't be panic, don't blame, you will get it. This is subsequent exposure. You know what is the primary and secondary mediators and examples. Examples. I have taught only type 1 hypersensitivity. I have taught only type 1 hypersensitivity. Got it? Next is we'll go to the questions. I made simple and perfect questions because nowadays immunology is almost a neglected field. I don't know why. You believe it or not, the Neet exam, not even a single question came from immunology. Microbiology disappointed, pathology disappointed. Previously used to fight with each other. One question comes means microbiology will say my question, pathology will say my question, immunology. But now, this year is little unique. There is no representation from immunology. Gandhi ji ki jai. Is also okay. Yeah, try to answer the questions. Image shown here is an example for. Image shown here is an example for. Image shown here is an example for, listen to me carefully, active naturalis infection. Active artificial is vaccine. Passive artificial serum. Passive natural is maternal antibodies. Maternal antibodies. Got it? Next is image shown here is present in all the nucleated cells. The cell interacts with. The cell interacts with. See, there is what is called one attachment, alpha 1, alpha 2, one antigen binding group, single unit. It's nothing but MHC1. Yes or no? MHC1. MHC1 interacts with. Okay. MHC1 interacts with CD8. But where is the CD8? CD8 is otherwise called cytotoxic T cell. One place I told cytotoxic T cell is CD8. Another place I told CD8 interacts with MHC1. You need to integrate. You need to integrate. CD8 cells are otherwise called cytotoxic T cells. T helper cells are nothing but CD4 cells. Basic, fundamental. Fundamental. Okay. Next is based on the image, name the immunoassay. See here, two dimension, and double diffusion, because antigen also moving, antibody also moving. So what is the name of the test? This is called, yes, very good, Usmle test. You need to know it's called Usmle test. It's called Usmle test. Very good. Next is very silly question. Reaction with particulate antigen antibodies. Reaction with particulate antigen with antibodies. Yeah, sometimes that will confuse you people. They say, sir, it is precipitation or agglutination. If you superficially study it, it's a problem. So particulate antigen and antibody is agglutination. Soluble antigen is precipitation. Soluble antigen is precipitation. Yes. Zone 1 image exhibits. Zone 1 image exhibits. Lattice formation, no, that is zone 2. Prozone phenomenon, yes. Post-zone phenomenon, no, that is zone 3. False negatives it produces. It produces false negative. So answer is zone 1 exhibits prozone phenomenon. Antibody excess. Antibody excess. Same thing. The same question they asked last year thing. Last year, same picture. This was the question they asked last year. They gave it is a brucellosis. Directly they gave brucellosis. I gave 2 extra lines. 36-year-old farmer admitted fever, lymphadenopathy, splenomegaly, flaps. Clinician suspected brucellosis and ordered serological test. Laboratory standard agglutination test for brucellosis. While performing the reaction, antibody was shown in 1. Lead to prozone phenomenon, which leads to false negative. It leads to false negative. False negative. Here no chance to get false positive. Okay. Next is interesting question. Now itself you think a little interesting. Yeah. I love this question. Proteins from 2 samples of animal blood A and B were tested by 2-dimension double diffusion immunoprecipitation test in gel against antibody to bovine albumin as shown in the image, which sample contains horse blood. When the question come like this, picture come like this, what we will do? We'll go to next question. Yes or no? No. Take a chance. Relax. This is bovine antibody, bovine albumin antibody. This is horse albumin. I don't know what it is. This is bovine albumin. I don't know what it is. Bovine albumin and A, they match. They're welcoming each other. So A is equal to bovine albumin. Yes or no? Next is horse albumin and B are matching each other. They form line like this. That means B is equal to horse albumin. Horse blood. Okay, even though, what about these two? This is horse albumin, this bovine, both are albumin. Both are albumin, but one is horse, one is bovine. So partially they are similar. Albumin is similar, but one is belong to bovine, one is belong to horse. So they form partial Y shape. See, partial Y shape. Remember my point. Partial Y shape. Here also, A stands for bovine. This horse and bovine where they meet. Horse and bovine they meet. What color? What they make? They make like this for understanding purpose. Bovine, chick. Horse, chick. Horse, bovine, horse. Okay, now which contains horse blood? B contains horse blood. So listen to me. A contains horse blood, wrong answer. B contains bovine blood, wrong. C correct statement. D correct statement. Both are correct statements. A contains bovine, B contains horse is correct statement. But the question is which contains horse blood? So correct answer is this one. Statement wise both are correct. But suitable answer according to the question. As per the question you need to answer. According to the question, this is the answer. Okay. Next is, based on the mechanism shown in the image, choose the correct type of ELISA. Antigen is quoted. This is antibody from patient serum and antibody, anti-human antibody with conjugate substrate. So this is indirect ELISA. Direct and sandwich are same. Capture, I'll put it in extra edge. Don't worry. There are some other ELISAs are there. Capture ELISA, cassette ELISA. This and all I put it in extra edge. Okay. Indirect. Next is, image shown here is an example for. Image shown here is an example for. Image shown here is an example for, yes, bee sting. Bee sting is example for type 1 hypersensitivity. Bee sting is type 1 hypersensitivity. Shabriventan Sasta Pandyan want a previous question of that, this one. Yeah. Make things easy. Or make it very easy. If you want to understand. So B is horse. A is bovine. That's all. A bovine, B horse. Simple. No need to complicate. Okay, good. Next is, example for type 2 hypersensitivity reaction is hemolytic disease of newborn, lepromin. Lepromin comes under type 4. Serum sickness SLE comes under type 3. So type 2 is hemolytic disease of newborn. A is the answer. So if you know the point, it takes less than a minute for it to conclude or come to decision. Two people are like this, Sabrivan and Shasta. Two people are like this, both are same. If they're identical, then only they form line like this. Okay. Next is type 3 hypersensitivity mediated by, what is the mnemonic? Acid. T cell mediated type 4. IgE type 1. Cytotoxic is type 2. Immune complex type 3. So type 3 mediated by immune complex mediated. See the mnemonic. The mnemonic is acid. Type 3 hypersensitivity immune complex mediated. See, this is acid. Type 1 anaphylaxis IgE mast cell degranulates. Type 2 complement mediated lysis cytotoxic. Type 3 immune complex mediated. Type 4 delayed type. What type of ELISA? What type of ELISA is this? Yeah, this is coated antibody. This is labeled antibody. This antigen. This is called direct or sandwich ELISA. And you know the enzyme name? Horseradish peroxidase. Fantastic, fantastic. Horseradish peroxidase. Horseradish peroxidase. Cool. So these are all some important revision. HRP stands for horseradish peroxidase. Churbin. Yes, everybody answered well. Happy. That means if you know the question, if you know the answer, the question will be easy. By reading the question itself, you can come to conclusion. What is the answer? Maybe. What is the answer? Maybe. Cool. That's all. Okay. So basics over. Okay. Right. So now we have completed immunology. Yes or no? You have completed immunology. Come on, can you tell? Hypersense reactions type? No, hungry. Hungry means hungry on microbiology. I'll feed. 6 hours you got the feed, still you feel hungry means I like you, my dear. Anurag, I'll give more feed to you. What is it? Bee sting comes under type 1 hypersensitivity, anaphylaxis. Yeah, mother is RH negative, child is RH positive, first child. Second child is RH negative. One picture gives the story. No, that is taken by other specialty. Immunoglobulins, this are taken by biochemistry. Biochemistry, my dear, don't be panic. No overlapping. We'll cover everything, but no overlapping. Okay, don't worry. This type 2 hypersensitivity, hemolytic disease of newborn. Number 3, yeah, skin test, tuberculin test, type 4, delayed. Don't guess. Erythema nodosum leprosum. It is lepra reaction 2. Type 3, hypersensitivity, immune complex mediated. Make it easy. Actually, this is not my position here. Always there is a gap here. You want sound? Yeah, sound. Okay, right. Relax. Don't be panic. Be cool. Whatever happens, if something is not under your control, no use of being tension, nothing. Take benefit out of that. Anger is 1 letter short of danger. My experience, around 46-year-old, because of my short temper, my anger, I lost many things. Okay, certain things cannot be corrected by your anger. Okay, your calmness will correct many things. That confidence is there, but it take long time for me to learn. Okay, my dears, that's all. Hope you enjoyed this immunology. Okay, night homework after class over, have dinner. Try to write 46. Why? After 20 years, my age will be 48. Okay. In 2042, my age will be 48. Okay. Right. People eager, huh? Listen. I'm so happy because I got my back. Because my post surgery, I thought, is it possible to take class? My people take advice to 1 hour you take, 1.5 hours, 2 hours you take. Why not? Like that. You are the first batch. Fire. I'm in fire. Okay. Even night 10 o'clock also I'm ready to take. But you people should be there. Some people from center, they have their own problem. No problem. The people who want to compliment, I'll release a video because it will be taken by other faculty. I don't want to surgical strike. But because of a request, I will teach compliment my style. My style is a little bit different always. Ooh, or my style, like that compliment I'll take. Okay, right. And I don't know exactly, 75 is my date of birth, 75 May month. last month. Okay, then you can calculate. That is not an issue, 1 year plus or minus. Okay, right. I am lucky to talk to you. Okay, right. I thought God gave me the second birth and I need to utilize it properly. Just fine. Come on. Next is interesting topic. We'll go to very interesting one. ESAT. Mycology. I'll start this time 7 questions. See carefully here. Mycology, you believe it or not, usually 2 to 3 questions will come. Very smallest topic. Usually we take mycology for 1 hour or maximum mycology will be 2 hours to the maximum. Okay, it's just 30 pages in your book. Because 3 questions are coming, so we need to take everything. But this time, you believe it or not, 6 to 7 questions from mycology. There are 23 questions from microbiology, almost 8 questions from mycology. Can't believe. Sometimes that used to happen. I think some mycologists said the question. That's different. Okay, come on. So, last message today, final message. Typical PG aspirant. They have no time to sleep, no bed to sleep. Handwritten notes, DAMS concept book, class notes, friends notes, your textbooks. That time textbook all got changed, edition changed, new edition. We need separate library, huh? Right. But whatever way you prepare, what ultimately matters on the day of examination, your preparation matters. Your performance matters. The performance is nothing but reflection of your preparation. Your preparation is good, your performance definitely good. Many people, they go to the exam like this. Tension. No, cool. If you walk in the exam like a lion, even if you've not studied a single line, you walk like a lioness, other people get feared. Oh, this fellow studied everything. Create unnecessary fear about other people. Okay, that I will do nicely. Even if you don't know anything, I'll go, I finished, I throw the book. I already studied twice, I revised. No need. You go like this, that gives extra confidence to you. Okay. See, what is happening, only me and my examiner, me and the computer knows. No other people knows. Okay, right. So don't be panic, be cool. With this, I'll start the mycology. Okay, mycology topic. Yeah, mycology. See the blueprint for mycology. Always relax. So many questions from mycology. I know that. We are analyzing, man. Neil, we analyze everything. Every year we change. Content will be the same, but we need to change. We don't know where we are making the change. Slowly we change. Okay, right. Mycology. Number 1, introduction. Introduction mycology. So class, I'll exactly finish by 9:15. And the people who miss 15 minutes, I will teach the classification and type 1 hypersensitivity of the people, center people. Okay, that's all. Whatever mycology up to 9:15 is mycology today. Rest of things will be finished to Aram. So you have enough time, don't worry. Without any panic, even tomorrow 1 hour power failure also, we finish before 9 o'clock. No problem. Cool. Introduction, we know that. And classification. Introduction, you need to know 7 to 8 points. 7 to 8 points. Point number 1, fungus are eukaryotes. So they possess 80S ribosome. 8 points you read. And fungus, they may be unicellular to multicellular. Even though the eukaryote, some of them single cell, some of them multicell. Number 3, the cell wall contains special sugars It possesses cell wall. We are also eukaryote, no cell wall. Fungus, eukaryote, cell wall. It possesses sugars, chitin, mannan, and glucomannan. Chitin, mannan, and glucomannan. Cell wall. Next is cell membrane. I actively involved in Facebook club. How we are utilizing is there in your hand. Okay, cell membrane. Because whatever I'm not teaching here, I will compensate with small videos, everything. Compliment. Somebody want. Yes. Only crying child will get the food. Somebody cried for a compliment, they'll get compliment. Don't worry. Okay. I'll teach my style. Again, I'm telling. Today not possible because I'll sleep. I need at least 6-7 hours sleep. Okay. Tomorrow whole day class. Monday afternoon I will release. Okay. Right. Cell membrane contains ergosterol. Ergosterol is cell membrane. 4 points over. Fifth point. Usually they reproduce. HLA typing pathology. He will take HLA typing and transplant rejection, transplant reactions, everything taken by pathologists. We already discussed. We always used to discuss what we are going. There should not be any overlapping. That's all, to save time. Yes. eMedicos also, both. eMedicos are standard app, our own app. That is the first preference. Okay, right. Next is reproduction by spores. They have two types of spores. One is called sexual spores. Another one is asexual spores. Based on the sexual spores, we can classify them into three. Okay. One is ascospore, ascomycetes. Next is basidiospore, basidiomycetes, and zygospore, zygomycetes. Mucormycosis, mucorales. These three. Some of them we call them as deuteromycetes. Otherwise called fungi imperfecti. That means there is no known sexual stage. There is no known sexual spore. Those people we call it as deuteromycetes. All other people are asexual. Chlamydospore, arthrospore, arthroconidia. Conidia means spore. Asexual spores, we call them as conidia. Arthroconidia, blastoconidia, chlamydoconidia, all conidia, sporangioconidia, all other are asexual. So easy to remember these three. Asco, basidio, zygo. Easy to remember these three. Okay, right. Next is lab diagnosis. How many points over? 5. 6 is lab diagnosis. Microscopy. Common stain is GMS stain. Gomari methenamine silver nitrate. Gomari methenamine silver nitrate. Gomari methenamine silver nitrate stain. Microscopy. Next is culture And we can have many other stain. One is called chalcofluor white. It is a fluorescent stain. And one more called LPCB, lactophenol cotton blue. Lactophenol cotton blue staining, LPCB. All other are asexual. Anyway, Shweta want example for asexual spores. I can give that also, no problem. Asexual means chlamydospore or chlamydoconidia, conidiospore, blastospore, arthrospore, sporangiospore. These are all the example for asexual. So remember ABCS. ABC, arthro, blasto, conidio and chlamydio, sporangiform. These are all example for asexual spores. Okay, these are all example for asexual spores. Okay, right. Can take down this also. Okay, next is this is the lactophenol cotton blue. Please understand, very important question they'll ask. It is only for cultures, not for direct specimens. It's only for cultures, not for direct specimen. These are all sexual. Sexual 3, asexual 5. Okay. Chalcofluor is a fluorescent stain. It's a fluorescent stain. Next is culture. Everybody knows what is the famous medium. Sabrods, dextrose, agar. It's having acidic pH. The medium is called Sabrods, dextrose, agar. Sabrods, dextrose, agar with a pH of 5.4. Little acidic. After that, they modified many things. Okay, they can modify. Lot of mediums available. The common fungal medium is Sabrods, dextrose, agar. Sabrods, dextrose, agar. Apart from that, we have ELISA PCR and a group of fungal drugs called antifungal drugs. Pharmacology they will deal you. Pharmacology people, they will deal the different type of antifungal drugs for you. Okay, this is introduction. This is about introduction. Very simple. It's eukaryote, 8S ribosome. Next is in your multicellular cell wall made up of chitin mannan. Membrane contains ergosterol. Reproduction, sexual and asexual spores. And laboratory microscopy, you know the stain. Important stain is GMS stain. And LPCB also only for cultures. Important culture medium, Sabro, dextrose, agar. And they have specific antifungal drugs are there. That's all. Okay. Only for culture, not for direct specimen. Yes, cool. People answered everything. Right. Now, classification. Fungus classified by two criteria. One is based on the morphology and clinical. Based on the shape, structure, another one is clinical classification. Morphology we are classifying into two. One is yeast, another one is mold. Yeast and mold. What is yeast? Yeast is single, unicellular. Lot of examples are there. My favorite is Cryptococcus. Cryptococcus. Mold is multicellular. Many are there. My example, Aspergillus. Aspergillus. Yeast and mold. Yeast and mold. Yeast is unicellular, Cryptococcus. Mold is multicellular, Aspergillus. Got it? And listen to me. Some of the fungus, they have both property. Some of them have both property. We call it as dimorphic fungi. Di means two, morphic means morphology. Dimorphic fungi. We call it as dimorphism. Fungal dimorphism. And they, based on the temperature, they keep on changing their shape. That is called thermal dimorphism. Thermal dimorphism. We call it as thermal dimorphism. What is thermal dimorphism? There are two temperature, two forms, two places. How to remember, sir? Write everything in order. Ascending order, alphabetical order, anything. It will be get aligned. So two temperature, 25, 37. Two forms, mold and yeast. Mold and yeast. 25 degree, 37 degree, mold and yeast. Next is two places. This is in culture or environment. Sorry, this is in environment. This in tissues. All alphabetical order and ascending order. Beautifully they got aligned. 25 degree mold form in environment. 37 yeast form in tissues. That's all. An example for thermal dimorphism. Remember mnemonic STS. Previous was SPS, now it is STS. Systemic mycosis, Talaromyces, Marneffy. Previously it was called Penicillium marneffy. Talaromyces marneffy and Sporothrix. Talaromyces marneffy, systemic mycosis and Sporothrix. These people are example for thermally dimorphic fungi. Based on the temperature, they keep on changing the shape. That's all. Thermally dimorphic fungi. Remember the mnemonic STS. And one more fellow in between is yeast-like. They produce pseudohyphae. One and only example pseudohyphae here is Candida albicans. Candida albicans. So this is the morphological classification. Just one page. That's all. Everything is there. Yeast, yeast-like mold. Okay, and the fourth one is dimorphic. It's nothing but one stage it is look like yeast. Inside the body it is yeast. Tissues in the yeast. In the culture it look like mold. In the culture it's look like mold. Yeast and mold. Got it? Right. Next is clinical classification based on the anatomical site. We have superficial, cutaneous, subcutaneous, superficial, cutaneous, subcutaneous, systemic mycosis, mycosis. Opportunistic mycosis. Superficial, cutaneous, subcutaneous, systemic, and opportunistic mycosis. So this is the blueprint. I am going to teach you clinical classification. There are 5 opportunistic fungus, 4 systemic mycosis, 3 subcutaneous, 2. Total 14. I am going to teach you only the 14. Sufficient. Today, even I complete 5 also okay. The biggest one is this 5. This 5 is equal to this 9. Okay, junk. I start with opportunistic mycosis. My favorite first one is Cryptococcus neoformans. Just 10 points. Just 10 points. Cryptococcus neoformans. It is basically an yeast, and usually it's seen in pigeon droppings. And nitrogen rich soil. An important virulent factor is polysaccharide capsule. Last song. Polysaccharide capsule. Antiphagocytic, virulent, mucoid colonies. 5 serotypes are available. A, B, C, D, A, D. There are 5 serotypes. A, B, C, D, A, D. Another important virulent factor is melanin pigment. Key points. Next is, what is it causes? It causes pneumonia, mild. Skin lesions. We call it as European blastomycosis. Next is, it causes meningitis. Common cause of fungal meningitis in HIV positives. In PLHIV or HIV positive. Most common cause of fungal meningitis in HIV positives. Next is, it is called neurotrophic fungi. These are all the clinical manifestation. It's a deadly complication. Meningitis. Most common cause. I'm okay. Life is everything is your mindset. Okay? No fear. Facing the challenge is the first step of the success. Okay? Yeah, No. If you want anything cool, I'll take this cup. This cup contains cool items. This is hubby cup. Anything want to hot boiling, I take this cup. Wifey cup. Okay, right. Madam will come for fight. Why you are using my cup like that? Okay, right. Neurotrophic fungi. Have some fun always. Yeah, that's my word. I learned. I'm talking from experience. I'm not reading probes and read. Whatever I experienced, face the challenge in my life many times. If some problem will come, I don't know how to face the person. That person will scold like that. No. If I go and face the problem solved then and there itself. If I didn't meet the person, I'm hiding, I am considering something prefixed thought. If I'm not going, my problem will be aggravated like anything. Face the people, face the problem, face the person. You will get the solution. Unless without facing, you cannot see anything. Okay, scare the fear. That's my policy. Next is, come on, we're deviating. Lab diagnosis. India ink staining. You take CSF, India ink or nigrosin staining. PL-HIV. You should not tell HIV positive. Government will take action. HIV positive is disrespecting them. You should tell them with respect. Patient living with HIV and AIDS. Short form PL-HIV. So in a case sheet, don't write HIV positive. Don't write HIV positive like that. They will sue you. Don't write in case sheet. In case sheet, write PL-HIV. Okay, right. India ink or nigrosin stain. It's a negative. India ink or nigrosin stain is a negative stain. Got it? Next is, there is a positive stain exclusive for capsule is called mucicormine stain. Mucicormine, this is all MCQ, mucicormine stain. Third important point, selective medium is bird seed agar or Niger seed agar. Bird seed negative stain means day one you need to attend Sharda Gupta. It is nothing but background will take the stain, not the organism. That is called negative stain. Background will take the stain, not the organism. Okay. Everywhere the stain will be there except the organism. The organism will halo. So easily you can identify. Bird seed agar. It is mainly demonstration of melanin pigment. Demonstration of melanin pigment, you can get what color colony? Brown or black colony. You can get brown color or black color colonies. Bird seed agar or Niger seed agar. Bird seed or Niger seed agar, brown color or black color colonies you will get. Next is, listen to me. We can get cryptococcal antigen detection. Best method. Very easy, very sensitive, specific is cryptococcal antigen detection by latex agglutination. Rapid test. We have ELISA PCR. ELISA PCR. And treatment, usually invasive, severe, or start with a mild pneumonia, skin lesion, fluconazole. Severe meningitis, you can give amphotericin B. Pharmacology they teach you different type of amphotericin B. Liposomal preparation of amphotericin B. Renal toxicity is more, kidney become chutney. So be careful before giving amphotericin B. Amphotericin B. Got it? Next is This is about Cryptococcus. This is about Cryptococcus. Next is Candida. This fungus is endogenous. It's a part of normal flora. No need to search. It is available in the body. Candida. It's available in skin, genitals, oral cavity, many places. Endogenous. And neutropenia. Patient with neutropenia, you can expect Candida. Neutropenia means Candida and Aspergillus. Remember these two people. Third important point, where there is defect in cell-mediated immunity like PLHIV, diabetes mellitus. The worst thing is cancer. Malignancy also cause CMA defect, and the treatment also immunosuppression. Malignancy itself causes immunosuppression, hematological malignancy. Treatment either chemotherapy, radiotherapy, that fellow also causes immuno. So if the person is having cancer, immunosuppression sure, whether on treatment or yes, it's a common source. Yes, Deepesh Dikshit, some place it's a common source. Next is malignancy, especially leukemia conditions, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, steroid, pregnancy, all conditions there is more prone to get infection. Candida. We are classifying the Candida into two. One is more common pathogen is Candida albicans. Other than Candida albicans, all other people, another group is Candida non-albicans. Candida albicans, other than common salt table. You want to see? Yes, I'll show. Don't worry, Shubham. Wait for 5 minutes, 20 minutes. Candida non-albicans. How to differentiate? Yes, there is an old test is there. Still we can use it. Germ tube test. That means you take Candida, add rabbit serum, after 2 hours, seen under microscope, they form germ tube. Is positive for albicans, germ tube negative for others. So easy to differentiate. If germ tube positive, albicans. If germ tube negative, non-albicans. But they found one more fellow. He is also positive for germ tube test. Is Candida dublonensis. Oh my God. Now it's a problem. If it is positive, germ tube, we can't say it's albicans or dublonensis. What can we do? We need a third umpire. Third umpire is growth at 45 degree. So 42 degree. Growth at 42 degree. Albicans grow at 42, dublonensis fail to grow. So don't be panic. Germ tube positive, put it in 42. The fellow grows, albicans, no growth, dublonensis. Close the file. Make it easy. Make it easy, make it direct. Next is what does it causes? Head to foot. Positive reaction means germ tube will be there. You can get elongation. That's called germ tube. I'll show the image. Don't worry. Germ tube will be there. That's called positive reaction. Okay. Right. Next is what is causes? Head to foot. Mild to severe. Skin lesions, cutaneous candidiasis, cerebral, pulmonary, oral thrush, cardioid, esophageal, vaginal candidiasis. We call it as vaginal candidiasis. We call it as moniliasis. Vaginal candidiasis, we call it as moniliasis. Okay. Vaginal candidiasis or moniliasis. These are all the clinical manifestation. Treatment. Mild case, go for nystatin or fluconazole. Always severe case. Who is the backup? Amphotericin B. Ampho B is the backup. Ampho B is the backup. This for Candida. Got it? Cutaneous, cerebral, pulmonary candidiasis, oral thrush, esophageal candidiasis, vaginal candidiasis, otherwise called moniliasis. That's all. Next is one important pathogen is Aspergillus. Aspergillus. Listen to me. It is septate typhae with acute angle branching or 45-degree angle branching like this. There it commonly affects people with neutropenia, and hematological malignancy. These people are more susceptible. How to get, I got a question, how to say severe or cutaneous means mild, cerebral means severe, like that. Depending upon the signs and symptoms, we can say if it is life threatening, severe, otherwise it's mild. Okay. Got it? Come on. There are three important culprits. I'll show the image. You can identify. See here. The most common culprit is like this. Listen to me carefully. This is called vesicle. Okay. This is called vesicle. Head. In the head, there's a crown. It's called phyllites. Uniseriate. Single line. This is called conidia, spores. So conidia will be there. One line, uniseriate. Phyllites is Aspergillus fumigatus. Very common. How to remember? How the fume hoods are there in our house. In our house, fume hoods are like this. Like this, crown on the top. Okay. That is fumigatus, most common powerful pathogen. Next is, see here, this phyllites. Okay, why the mouth is not coming properly? Yeah, right. Here it is biseriate. See, one layer, another one layer, and fully covered, almost fully covered. It is biseriate, full. So it is Aspergillus flavus. Flavus is like flower. Flavus is full. Flavus full. Same thing in black color is Aspergillus niger. So you know how to differentiate. Uniseriate is, see here, I'll zoom out all the three. Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus niger, Aspergillus fumigatus. How they look like? Make it very easy. Yes, Simran Kaur. Dipesh Dikshit. See here. Here, single layer, top 2/3 is fumigatus, full and black. Niger. Make things easy. Make things easy. Top 2/3 fumigatus, full flavors. Black is Niger. Black color is Niger. So what are the disease it causes? Listen to me carefully. What are all the disease they causes? Hope you have taken down this. It causes following disease. Number 1, ABPA, allergic broncho pulmonary aspergillosis, ABPA, and fungal ball, otherwise called aspergilloma. Fungal ball, otherwise called aspergilloma. Hemoptysis, and usually it causes oto and keratomycosis. Eye infection, ear infection, fungal ball in the pre-existing TB cavity. In the pre-existing TB cavity, they go and settle nicely. Okay, ABP, allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillosis. Many things they cause. And oto and keratomycosis. Oto and keratomycosis. Okay, treatment, mild case, voriconazole. Severe, always the backup is there, amphotericin B. Amphotericin B. This is about aspergillus. Next is important fellow in this group is after post-COVID, he became very famous a period of time, is mucormycosis. Mucormycosis, zygomycetes. It is aseptate, vertical branching. Like this. Aseptate, vertical branching. Serology is useful. Serology is useful. Okay, I'll come back to you, don't worry. Serology is useful. You can get 1,3 beta glucan assay is there. I'll come back to you, don't be panic. That I want to tell you at the end. Okay, the cell wall antigen 1,3 beta glucan assay. Glucan assay is positive for Aspergillus, Candida, these kind of people. Negative for zygomycetes, Cryptococcus and Pneumocystis. Okay, I'll tell you, don't worry. Negative for Cryptococcus and zygomycetes. 1,3 glucan assay. I'll come back to you, don't worry, don't be panic. Here also 3, it usually affects 3 people. patient with diabetic ketoacidosis, patient on dialysis, and iron therapy, desferrexamine therapy. It affects diabetic ketoacidosis patients, desferrexamine therapy, and DKA. Okay, DKA, dialysis, desferrexamine therapy. Got it? There are three culprits are there. See the culprits. Listen to me. See the culprits. Yeah. See, number one. See the structure carefully. It is aseptate or non-septate hyphae. Vertical branching, 90-degree branching. This sporangium, don't worry. They have a structure called rhizoid, root-like structure. See the root. It is alternate to the node, internodal. Internodal rhizoid is absidia. Internodal rhizoid is absidia. Next is, you can get nodal rhizoid. Nodal rhizoid is rhizopus. Nodal rhizoid is rhizopus. Three people. Rhizopus, nodal rhizoid. Internodal rhizoid is absidia, or alternate node is absidia, A for A. Rhizopus, nodal rhizoid. And no rhizoid in mucor. No rhizoid in mucor. See all three together. Make it easy. Internodal, no rhizoid, nodal rhizoid. Rhizoids are very important. Based on the rhizoid, you can identify. Based on the rhizoid, you can identify them. Got it? Based on the rhizoid, you can identify them. Yes. Hope you taken down this. Coming back. And it causes mucormycosis. Very common is, it is angioinvasive nature. Angioinvasive, it causes thrombus, ischemia, leads to necrosis. Necrosis leads to black discoloration. Necrosis leads to black discoloration. Angioinvasive, thrombus, ischemia, necrosis, and black discoloration will be there. And it causes, very common, head to foot it can cause. Very common is what mucormycosis? It's called rhinocerebral mucormycosis. Rhinocerebral mucormycosis. Rhinocerebral mucormycosis. Very common. It affects sinuses, cavernous sinus, ethmoid sinus. You people know the clinical picture. Facial pain or orbital pain, orbital cellulitis, black discoloration around nose, around the nose, crusts, nasal crust, So remember, facial pain, orbital cellulitis, black discoloration, nasal crusts, many are there. Clinical picture, you know that. Mild to severe. And you can take biopsy or culture. Culture will be there. Within 2 to 3 days, culture will be positive. Biopsy will be there. Best method. And treatment, amphotericin B with surgical management. Amphotericin B with surgical. Okay, Ashwath Kumar want to diagram. Just 1 minute for you, I'll show because we're running short of time. This is for diagram. Mucar, no rhizoid. Rhizopus, rhizoid exactly nodal, beneath. Internodal absidia. Okay, dear. Next is, yes, and next is, yeah, it's a confusing one because once upon a time it was parasite. Now it is fungus. Nemocystis zerowasi. Nemocystis zerowasi. Okay, it is the most common cause of fungal pneumonia in PLHIV. Most common cause of fungal pneumonia among PLHIV. Number 1. Number 2, it causes interstitial pneumonia like viral. X-ray, you can get ground glass opacity. Ground glass is everybody saying COVID. This also many people. Everybody saying add me also. Nowadays this habit. Any group I'll add. Okay, I'll join any group. Lot of 200, 300 groups are there. Many groups I'm admin. Admin means they thought king of the universe. People are right. Interstitial pneumonia, and listen to me. It is non-cultivable. Key points. It produces scanty sputum. Low CD4 count, low oxygen saturation, and increased LDH, lactate dehydrogenase. These are all the features. Biopsy and culture. Sulakshmi, its diagnosis is like that. Madhubhashini, biopsy and this thing. Right. Culture. Scanty sputum. CD4, low oxygen concentration, increased LDH. These are all the surrogate markers, other markers. And lab diagnosis, it's MCQ. Specimen, not sputum. Bronchoalveolar lavage. Bronchoalveolar lavage is the specimen. Microscopy. Microscopy, what stain? GMS stain. It produces broken pink ball appearance. Broken pink ball appearance. Microscopy, broken pink ball. Good afternoon. Right. The warm-up is 2 things. One, you know about your faculty. My name is Dr. Surya Kumar. I have 1.5 decades of experience taking classes, and I was graduated from JIPMER, Pondicherry, fellowship in HIV medicine, University of Washington, Seattle. This is my background. That's all. Second, microbiology is an important subject because in the last INISET as well as next 2 to 3 years questions. You take the old questions, you check, or you people may be already experienced. Some of my kids may be experienced. Some of them are going to experience. 20 questions from microbiology. Actually 24 to 25, but 4 or 5 questions are overlapping with the PSM, medicine, other things overlapping. So core microbiology 15 to 16 question. Okay, right. I'm also very much excited. Nail Rathod, Priyadarshini, many people are there. Sudha, Rishika, Vijay, lot of kids are there. Okay, cool. So this is number 1. Number 2, you need to know 3 important keywords in my class. In my class, 3 keywords are important. Now the time is 2:03. Just 3 minutes. 1 more minute. I'll take this time after that. Please remember 3 magic words by me. Okay. What are the 3? Number 1, blueprint. Blueprint means it's like a checklist. What I am going to teach you. What you are going to learn from me. This is called checklist or blueprint. Definitely without plan, we can't do anything. Even going to movie also we have a plan. At what time, what the show, mode of transport, everything like that. Number 2 is what to read. This is very, very important. Don't read anything, everything in microbiology, you'll forget everything. You are not going to do MD microbiology. If you want to do next 3 years are there, that's different. So you must know what to read selectively. That is important. Selectively, what to read. Next is what to read in the sense, don't read everything. Read selectively because you have less time. You need to read another 19 subjects. And we need to recollect everything. So if you read little only, you can recollect. So the importance of live class is short period of time. We will give what they need for you. Number 3 is how to read. That is very, very important. How to read. What to read, how to read. So in what methodology you need to read to remember everything. You need to put chart. You need to put tables. You need to make some mnemonic. Some technique that will teach you. Okay. Make it very easy. If everything is fine here, because my monitor I am watching here. If 1 or 2 kids facing audio is okay, everybody say audio is fine. Just you can log out and log in. That's all. Cool. Yadunandan. Cool. Right. I'm seeing everybody's name also. Okay. Some kids from e-medicos. I'm seeing the names actually. Some kids are from research centers. That's best. Right. So with this introduction, I'll go to the session. So you need to know 3 words. Blueprint, what to read, how to read. It is not only for microbiology, my dears. Any subject you can use these 3 mantras, 3 golden words. If the 3 words, if you know how to use it properly, what to read means smart study. How to read, ultra smart study. That's all. So with this small introduction, I will go to the session. Okay, any doubt, you can put it in the chat box. I will answer. No problem. Yes. So first is blueprint. The blueprint is what I am going to teach you. Today, these are the topics. One is general microbiology. Second, bacteriology. Third one is virology. Fourth one is parasitology. Next is immunology. Sorry, mycology. Next is immunology. Combination of all. Combination of these all in a mixed version, we call it as infectious diseases. Infect diseases. You are integrating microbiology, whole microbiology integrating, but integrated version is called infectious disease. Thank you, Arvind. Okay. So first you need to integrate bacteriology, virology, parasitology, mycology, immunology, everything together. And you need to integrate microbiology with other subjects like medicine, pharmacology, pathology, biochemistry, other subjects. If you do this in proper way, then you are the master in infectious diseases. Okay, that also I'll teach you. This is the blueprint. Okay, what is the time duration? Today we are going to see general microbiology because the foundation questions are there. This, unless otherwise, if you sit and read microbiology, you cannot answer from general microbiology. Bacteriology or virology, you can answer from your medicine knowledge or some existing knowledge. But the type of microscope, those things and all, unless otherwise, if you specifically or dedicatedly you sit for microbiology, you cannot. Okay, next is tomorrow, the whole day, we plan for bacteriology. So this weekend, we are completing the bacteriology, general microbiology and bacteriology. That's what's the backbone of microbiology. Next week, this Saturday, we start with mycology and immunology. Mycology and immunology. If possible, we'll start virology also because these are small topics. And the Sunday, virology, parasitology, and there is approach to infectious disease. That means if you know everything properly, and I will teach you the technique of approach, how the approach of infectious disease, you can easily read it. There is no need to spend extra time to read infectious disease. What you already studied, you will get little tuned what is infectious disease, how to approach, game over. That's all. This is the blueprint. Hope people understand. Today and tomorrow we are going to see the bacteriology. Next week, Saturday, immunology and mycology. Next Sunday, rest. That's all. Got it? Right. So with this, I'll go to the topic is general microbiology. General microbiology, it's a foundation. Previously, we used to teach a lot of things. Nowadays, the total changing. Previously, we used to teach scientist name, what is the contribution of each scientist, history, geography, like that we used to teach. You see my old notes. I start with scientists, huge number of scientists, 20 scientists. Now it's not like that. Everything is applied according to the pattern. We need to change our teaching methodology. If you compare with the last notes, then this notes, a lot of difference will be there. Okay. So, general microbiology, the blueprint. Number one, you will learn all about bacteria. You need to learn about bacteria, which includes bacterial anatomy, bacterial physiology, bacterial genetics, and bacterial toxins. Anatomy, physiology, genetics, and toxins. Next is lab diagnosis. Lab diagnosis, and also you need to know about sterilization and disinfection. Sterilization and disinfection. Sterilization and disinfection. Got it? Lab diagnosis, sterilization and disinfection. That's all. This is the blueprint for general microbiology. And one important thing we didn't discuss, my dears, I thought somebody will raise the question, but such a disciplined batch, nobody raised the question. I will raise the question behalf of you, because whenever I'm teaching, I will sit in near your seat. I'll act like a student. If you feel boring, I am also feeling boring because my template will be sitting next to you. Okay. is when the break. Today the class is 2 to 9. You started on time, sir. 1:59 you started. Hope you will finish by 9 o'clock. Your mind voice. And thing is, what time you have the break? Don't worry. Some of you may have your lunch and may not. So every 2 hours you have a 15 minutes break. That's all. So 2 o'clock we have started. 4 o'clock there is a tea break. 4:15. Okay, 4:15 is the break. Then 4:30 will start. 6:30 is the break. 6:45 will start. 7:45, 8:45, 10 minutes discussion. 9 o'clock will finish. That's the motto. That's the blueprint. Every 2 hours I can't sit. You also can't sit. I know that. So I used to teach for 4 or 5 hours. That's not. Every 2 hours you need to breathe some fresh air. You need to have some snacks. Enjoy. Okay, right. Mind wise, so now itself I'm having snacks, sir. I'm not seeing you having snacks or not, but usually concentrate on class, take notes. My notes will be always flow chart, stories. I can't write paragraph. You know, you're going to see, I'm going to show. Right. With this, we'll start bacterial anatomy. So before going to bacterial anatomy, there's a table. Without this table, I cannot start the class. Like simple. What about bacteria? Bacteria are unicellular. All my class, this point will be there. It is unicellular and they came under the kingdom called prokaryote. And they possess both DNA and RNA. Got a question from Jyoti. Sir, why bacteria twice in general and separate? General bacteriology gives whole idea to you. What is medium? What is bacterial anatomy? What is the structure? Like that. Systemic bacteriology, we are going to talk about each and every one. Each and every one. Got it? Each and every one of the sense, staphylococcus, streptococcus, like that. We are going to discuss. That is called systemic bacteriology. This is general microbiology. I'm not talking general bacteriology. We call this, it's called general microbiology. Okay. Listen. VR comes under eukaryote. Bacteria kept under prokaryote. So you should know the basic difference between prokaryote and eukaryote. Just 7 differences like rainbow. Make this table. This table is very important. I can't say there is a question directly from this table, but the table will help you to answer many other questions. It's a foundation. Okay. So the difference between prokaryote and eukaryote, I'll make the table. Now the audio is full. Just you can draw with me. Okay, right. So this is properties of the bacteria. Properties total. These are all prokaryotes. These eukaryotes. Prokaryote and eukaryote. Make the difference. Number 1. Make it very simple, direct. Something called nuclear structures. Which includes nucleus, nucleolus, nucleoplasm, histones, all other things. Totally absent, it is present. In UG class, I can give big notes. Nucleoplasm, nuclear membrane, nucleolus, histones, like page filling. Here, understanding the concept. Nucleus structures are totally absent in prokaryotes, nothing called nucleus. Next is very important, something called DNA or chromosome. Bacteria is having single chromosome, amazing, which is circular as well as supercoiled. In my class, lot of examples from food. I'm little bit foodie. As per seniors, they will tell. Okay, little bit foodie. How to remember? Make it very easy. Circular. South Indian people very much fond of. Even North people also. Dosa. Making dosa is circular. Or mosquito coil like. Supercoiled. Making jalebi. Next time when you're eating jalebi, that time you can think. That time you can make it. No, video is not stucking. I'm seeing in my monitor, my dear. Just you can adjust your speed of your internet. Right. Single or circular. But we have many chromosomes. Eukaryotic cells are having many chromosomes. All are linear. And always some exceptions are there. Always some exceptions are there. Yellow color is exception. Usually, my class, linear, except Neisseria, Borrelia. These people are having linear DNA. These are having linear DNA. Next is, listen to me, cellular organelles like mitochondria, endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus, all are totally absent in bacteria. And do not forget, one structure is present, that is called ribosomes. Ribosome present in both, but the major difference, bacteria possess 70S ribosome, which is made up of 30S and 50S subunits, where we have 80S ribosome made up of 40S and 60S ribosome. So both are having ribosomes, but the major different. So how to remember? 3, 5, 7 bacteria, 4, 6, 8 P, higher numbers. Another important thing, respiration. Bacteria, no respiratory center, because the respiratory center of the cell is mitochondria. The respiratory center of a cell is mitochondria. No, Neisseria is a prokaryote. Aisha, Neisseria is a prokaryote, but it's a bacteria. Neisseria is a bacteria, but it is having linear DNA. That means all the bacteria has circular DNA except Neisseria, Borrelia, those kind of people. Don't say it is eukaryote. Okay, please understand. Anyway, whatever doubt you can post, I will rectify it. Here, coming back, respiration by mitochondria. For us, bacteria is not having mitochondria. That function is taken care by mesosome. That is taken care by mesosome. Another thing, biology is a funny language because the division and multiplication have the same meaning. Cell multiplication, cell division, both are having same meaning. In mathematics, totally different. So bacterial cell division by binary fission. One mother cell become two daughter cells. One mother cell become two daughter cells. Here, listen to me. Mitosis and meiosis. Final is sterols in cell membrane. usually absent, present. Here also some exceptions are there. Because one bacteria called Mycoplasma, it possesses sterols in cell. Mycoplasma possesses cholesterol in cell membrane. That's all. This is the difference between prokaryote and eukaryote. So, if you take only one column, you know about prokaryote. Suppose if they ask, tell me something about bacteria, you can tell. Bacteria is not having any nuclear structure. It possesses one DNA, that also circular supercoiled. No cellular organelles, but it possesses mesosomes for respiration, ribosomes, and they divide by binary fission. Usually sterols are absent except mycoplasma. That's all. 5 to 6 point, you can make it. Right? Next is coming to the core point is bacterial anatomy. So now that introduction, everything is over. Now coming back to the core microbiology is bacterial anatomy. Here you need to know 2 points. What to read, how to read. I will tell you these two. The perfect blend, you will be the master. Not mycobacteria, my dear. Mycoplasma. Mycobacteria is not having sterols. It is having mycolic acid. Sterols in cell membrane. Sterols in cell membrane seen in as fungus and mycoplasma. It is not mycobacteria, mycoplasma. It's a different bacteria. Yes, Saravanan? Right. Saravanan is a very common name in Tamil Nadu. Right, come on. Bacterial anatomy. I draw the picture, draw with me. So this says what to read. Next I'm going to teach how to read. They're going to make a perfect blend. Okay. Right. Next is that's all. Now I'm going to mark the parts. This bacterial anatomy. This is flagella, Fmge, flagella, Fmge. The green color is capsule. Next is cell wall. Cell membrane, mesosome, bacterial DNA, plasmid, ribosome, and storage granules. Storage granules. So this is what to read. I'll give 1 minute time to you. You can take down. Happily you can take down. This is called what to read. So if you want to read bacterial anatomy, these are the things you need to know. This is must know for you. This is must know. I'll give 1 minute time. You can take down. Oh, everybody's seeing. Right? You may think, sir, you're having Wi-Fi. I took one more also. Yes. Okay. Hope you have taken down this. This is important. So this is a know what to read. Next is how to read. See the box. How to read. Every structure you should know basic thing. Name. Number 2. What is the composition? Yeah, cup is purchased by madam. I will not purchase these things. Madam will purchase. My madam is pharmacology, MD pharmacology. I am MD microbiology. Ultimate combination. Second MBBS students. I love to call our pair as bugs and drugs. I am the bug, micro. She is the drug, pharmac. So the bug should be resistant. Otherwise, the bug will be killed by the drug. Got it? Right. So name, composition. Third, function. What is the function of the structure? Function. Fourth one, medical application. And fifth one is extra edge. If any extra point which is not extra edge, if it is not a fit into the thing, you can take. Got it? If it is not fit into the thing, you can take. Got it? Right. Okay. Right. Listen to me. So that's all. See, I'm not just teaching you. I'll teach the technology to you. Only few people do this. So name, composition, function, medical application, extra edge. This is the how to read. That is so that is what to read. That is what to read. This is how to read. Okay, cool. So shall we blend it? You are going to blend. That's all. So this is the diagram. I can show 10 times also, my dear Dipesh Dikshit. So now we are going to mix the blend. So again, I'm telling this is the concept. You need to know what to read. Sir, bacterial anatomy, I know these 10 structures. Only sufficient know how to read. Each structure, I need to know 5 points. 4 compulsory. Extra edge. If anything not fit into the 4, put some extra always. Four classes. Today, tomorrow, next Saturday, next Sunday. We'll make it. Come on. I'll start with flagella. You people help me. Come on. Name flagella. Next point. What is the composition? It contains a protein called flagellin. It contains a protein called flagellin. Okay. Next is, what is the function? Simple. It is like a bacterial legs for purpose of motility, organ of locomotion. Or motility. Come on, what is the fourth point? You tell the fourth point. Yes, perfect. Fourth point is medical application. The important medical application is identification. Identification of bacteria with the help of flagella. How, sir? Different methods. Follow me carefully. Number 1, based on the arrangement. Number 2, based on the arrangement. Number 2, based on the motility. Number 3, based on the structure. Number 4, based on the antigen. Come on, this 4. Medical applications are very important. 90% we are getting question from applications only. So the flagella helping the bacteria for motility. How it is helping us? Yes, we can identify based on the arrangement. How? Suppose if somebody is walking, based on the walking style, based on the legs, you can identify. 4 legs are there, it may be a dog, or 2 legs are there walking, maybe human being, just for fun. Okay, so like that, if flagella with bacteria with single polar flagellum, we call it as monotrichous. We call it as monotrichous. Mono means single, tricho means hair-like appendage. Example, Vibrio. Vibrio, Campylobacter. Vibrio, Campylobacter. Suppose if it is having tuft of flagella at one end is called lophotrichous. Example, Helicobacter. Number 3, may be single or tuft on both poles, both sides. We call it as amphitrichous. Amphi means both. Amphi means both. Example, Spirillum. Amphibians, like that, amphitrichous, both. 4th is very simple and easy. There is flagella all over the body. We call it as peritrichous. Majority of the bacteria comes under peritrichous. Majority of the bacteria comes under peritrichous, like E. coli, Salmonella, Proteus, Bacillus, many bacteria. Many bacteria are peritrichous. Finally, very simple, bacteria without flagella, we call it as atrichous. All non-motile bacteria are atrichous. Okay, this is, you can identify based on the structure, arrangement, based on the arrangement. So in microscope, if you're able to see monotrichous, Vibrio or Campylobacter. If you're able to see lophotrichous, Helicobacter. It gives a clue to you, support your diagnosis. Next is motility. Each bacteria has different motility. Some like human being. Somebody walk like military walk. Somebody walk like duck walk. Somebody Charlie Chaplin walk. Yes or no? I walk like this. Okay, so depending upon, based on the walking style, you can identify it from long distance. Same way, based on the motility, you can identify. I'll give the classic motility 2 to 3. Tomorrow we are going to discuss elaborately. One is called darting motility. Commonly seen in Vibrio. Vibrio Campylobacter. Tumbling motility. Tumbling means like a somersault. Jackie Chan. He'll run. E. coli. Somebody is asking, sir, atrichous example. So atrichous example, good question. Now you are empowered, know the template. Yes, this is the template, it's missing. Easily you can identify. Very good. Okay. Atrichous are non-motile bacteria like Klebsiella, Klebsiella, Staphylococcus. Yes, this I like. Okay, Atrichus, Klebsiella, Staphylococcus, Shigella, any non-motile bacteria. So I mentioned non-motile bacteria. Example for non-motile are Klebsiella, Staphylococcus. Acceptable, acceptable. Come on, coming back motility. Tumbling motility is Listeria. Tumbling motility is Listeria. Darting, Vibrio. And very important, corkscrew motility. Example, Treponema or spirochetes. Lashing motility. Seen in Borrelia. Corkscrew, lashing, tumbling, darting. When you say the motility itself, you can identify. One more is called swarming. Swarming is in the medium. In other things you can see under microscope, swarming is in the medium, very notorious Proteus. There are many examples are there, at least remember 5 to 6. Stately motility, seen in Clostridium. Yes, these are all types of motility. So based on the motility you can identify. If you're ready to spend 2 minutes with me, I'll demonstrate what is darting motility, what is tumbling, what is corkscrew. Darting means like dot, shooting star. Tumbling like Jackie Chan, they walk in the wall, they'll jump. Like many heroes, they have to fight. Corkscrew means rotation like this. Okay, just a second. These are all my material for you people. Yeah. See here. Come on. You can tell what motility it is. Yeah, you should not forget. Yeah. Yes, this is called corkscrew motility. Hope everybody will accept this. Everybody will accept. Are you able to see a corkscrew? See, now we also see how it is going. Corkscrew. Okay. That's all. You will not forget your lifetime. It take 1 minute for me to show the movie for you. You won't forget. Okay. Next is, listen to me. See, Listeria. Tumbling. How that tumbles. Somersault. It's local language. You call it as somersault motility. Tumbling motility. Tumbling. See, keep eye on one bacteria, how it tumbles. Tumble, 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 tumble. Hope you are convinced. Good. That's the need. Next is Vibrio cholera. Yeah, I will need to acknowledge motility of Vibrio cholera. See how shooting star, how vibrant. It's very vibrant. Because of that, we call it as Vibrio cholera. See the intestine, how it is. You will not forget. If you show proper image, proper videos in right time, if you show, you will not forget. Now you are confident about different type of motilities. Yes or no? Okay. Got it? So these are some type of motility. Hope you people enjoy this. To break the monotony. Even if we see TV serials or movies also, every 30 minutes they give some advertisement, some break. Class also. I cannot do advertise, okay, like that. But academically, the monotony will be break. I'll come back, don't worry. Next is based on the structure, very, very important. If we see the flagella, there are three structures are there. One is called tail or filament. Second one is called hook. And third one is where it attaches is called basal body. If you see the basal body, in case of gram positives, they have two rings. In the basal body, there are darting will move, tumbling will tumble, it rotate. Darting is like how you are doing the dot. Tumbling, jumping. The moving itself is jumping and moving. That's all. Sudarshan asked how the swarming occurs. Swarming is like a wavy growth. Anyway, good question. Swarming is a wavy growth. For example, this is called swarming. In the medium, you can see wavy growth, like a wave. This is the answer for Sudarshan Kannan. He asked the question, so how the swarming appears. Yes. Satisfied? Others I will show. Lashing, other thing. When the class comes, I will show. Don't worry. Right. So if we take the, coming back to the session, in gram-positive bacteria, if you take the basal body, it is having two rings. A ring-like structure. One is called S and M ring. That means surface rings. We call them as surface rings. Two rings on the surface. Surface rings. S and M ring. Very important. In case of basal body of gram-negative bacteria, there are four rings. LPSM. L stands for lipopolysaccharide. Lipopolysaccharide. P for peptidoglycan. Lipopolysaccharide, peptidoglycan. S for S and M for surface rings. So gram negative, even by microscope, ultra microscope, if you see ultra structure, if two rings are there, gram positive, four rings are there, gram negative. Four rings are there, gram negative. Final, based on the antigen, listen to me, key point. Flagellar antigen is called H antigen. Abhay M. Patel, Neisseria is not having flagella, so the motility is not due to flagella. The motility is due to other structures called Fmge or pili. That is called twitching type of motility exhibited by Borrelia and Neisseria. I will teach you little later, just put it in the parking lot. Okay. There was a question they asked 3 years before. I know that. Don't be panic. What are all the questions that previously they asked? That also I will cover everything. According to that, we can modify. 15 years of experience, we can modify. Yes, this time this is important. This time, for example, this Neet exam, 7 to 8 questions from mycology only. Usually mycology 1 or 2 questions will come. This time 6 to 7 questions they asked from only mycology. Same way, this time in INICET exam, there is 0 immunology questions. 0 immunology questions. You got the point? So don't be panic. We'll make it according to the environment. Okay, right. Antigen, it represents H antigen. Flagellar antigen is called H antigen. We are directing H antigen, H antibodies for diagnosis purpose. I will give one example. A famous test is called Vidal test or Vidal test. The pronunciation may be differ. I love to call it a Vidal test, and many people say Vidal test. No problem. Vidal test, we are detecting H antibody and O antibody. So it's mainly helping in diagnosis and serotyping. Serotyping. Not only Salmonella, my dear Janvi, you are perfect. Just Salmonella is there. E. coli, for example, you remember the name O157. H7 is an important pathogen. What is H7 stands for? Flagellar antigen. Why all we are detecting O antibody and H antibody? H stands for flagellar antigen. So here basic H stands for flagellar antigen. If you know this, more than sufficient. That's all. That's all. With this, we have completed what? We have completed flagella. Same my template: name, composition, function, and medical application. That's all. There is no extra H here. Leave it. Next is Fmge. Next is Fmge. Name Fmge. Name Fmge. It contains a protein called fimbrine. Name Fmge. It contains a protein called fimbrine. Somebody has a doubt? Listen. H stands for flagellar antigen. H stands for flagellar antigen. This is called O157. Don't be panic. And H7 is E. coli, enterohemorrhagic E. coli. I'll teach you. Here I am saying H stands for flagella. Why all? O antibody, H antibody. H stands for flagella. That's all. That you want to tell. Right. All my classes are integrated and interrelated. Tomorrow again I am going to teach you O157, H7, everything. Don't be panic. Today is the basic. You need to know H antigen is called flagellar antigen. That's all. The types, everything. Okay. The name of the person, I'll tell you. O is somatic antigen. H is flagellar antigen. Okay. Right. There's a German name. Don't be panic. Don't go that much depth. Right. Listen. Next is Fmge. Name of the protein is called fimbrine. What is the function? Yes. It helping in attachment with cell. Because if we want to cause infection, it should get attachment. So attachment with medical devices. Attachment with medical devices. Sorry, not medical. I'm sorry, slip of the tongue. Sorry, my dear. Attachment with cell surface. Cell surface. So the bacteria will come and attach with our cell surface with the help of Fmge. So colonization, important person is Fmge because it's helping in attachment. What is the medical application? We can type the bacteria. Typing of bacteria. For example, type 1, type 2 to type 6 we have divided. Type 1 is mannose-sensitive. Type 2 to type 6 mannose-resistant. People join in DAMS Exclusive Club 2022. I'll post many things because nobody can teach microbiology matter of 30 hours. We'll teach in between any update. Lot of updates will come. Suddenly the government will change the policy. Government will add one vaccine extra. Now government says COVID 3 doses. Suddenly government will tell COVID maybe 5 doses. Okay, those whatever update comes, important things comes, some revision series comes, we'll post in exclusive club. You actively participate. Actively participate, ask questions, whatever questions you can put in e-medicals also. We are ready to help. It's not like just teaching and going. Out there will be with you. If you put the question, you will get answer within maximum Same day, right? Or next day you'll get the answer. Because your question is seen by everybody, including our administrators. So they'll check how fast I'm answering. Even in the tea break, in the lunch break, we'll see how many questions are there. We'll try to answer the questions. Any doubts, anything, you can please ask. Typing is, that's all. So name, composition, function, and medical application. Extra age. There is something called pilus. Plural pili. It contains a protein called pilin. And main function, it is a specialized form of Fmge. Attachment is number one. Always any Fmge attachment. Extra function, add-on function is gene transfer by a process called conjugation. Gene transfer by a process called conjugation. Pilus or pili, gene transfer by a process called conjugation. Got it? Conjugation, that's all. Gene transfer by a process called conjugation. So 5 points completed. Name, Fmge, contains fimbrine, helping in attachment with cells. It helping in typing of bacteria. Extra age, pilus, it's called pilin. It has attachment property, extra properties, gene transfer, a process called conjugation. Over. Smart people will do this, or legends will do this. You, my kids are ultra legends. You are ultra legend. You are ultra legend. You are ultra legend. Extra age. Okay. Okay, right. Got it? You people are ultra legends. What you need to do? You make a table by your own. So here you write these 5 points. Here you write these 5 points. Listen to me carefully. Here you can write flagella, Fmge. Like you can write that one page. That one page is your whole bacterial anatomy. I got some queries, simple queries. Don't worry. Fmge has pili. Pili is a specialized type of Fmge. If you want, you can take down also. A special form of Fmge is called pili. With the extra function is gene transfer. Okay, extra function is this thing. Got it? Yeah, somebody asked typing. Who's that? Jyoti. Typing means we are classifying the bacteria. We type the bacteria. Type 1, type 2, type 3, like that. It's type of classifying the bacteria. Based on the manners. We can type the bacteria by different methods. Gram stain is a typing. Gram positive, gram negative. Based on the structure, comma shape, cocci, bacilli. We can type like that. Based on the Fmge, we have typed this. Next is, we completed 2 important things. Third one is, listen to me, glycocalyx. You may think, sir, what is glycocalyx? Listen. So this glycocalyx, if it is, listen to me, diffusely or loosely arranged, then we call it as slim layer. Listen to me. No. Aris Christie, not all structures are present in all bacteria. Next I will teach you. First you know all structures in the template format. Next which bacteria possess pili, which will not possess pili. That and all I will teach you. Some things are compulsory present in all bacteria. Some things are optional, that I will teach you. Don't be panic. It's a question from Aris. Very good question. Okay. Listen. Glycocalyx is a substance, I will tell you. If it is loosely arranged, then we call it as slim layer. If the same glycocalyx is well organized, if it is well organized, we call it as capsule. We call it as capsule. No, audio, video, everything is going very fine. Just you can log off or check your internet speed. Okay, capsule. You have the doubt, sir, both are glycocalyx. You say one is slim layer, one is capsule. What is the basic difference? Again, I'm telling, loosely arranged, slim layer, well organized, capsule. If I give this example, you will not forget. Foodie. You know bundi. Everybody knows bundi. Okay, sweet bundi is called slim layer, loosely arranged. If the same bundi, if you make well organized, tightly organized, then it is called a laddu. Next time if you take laddu, you think this is capsule. If you do like the laddu, laddu become bundi, it becomes slim layer. So simple language, if loosely arranged, then it's called slim layer. If it is well organized, it's called capsule. Okay, some bacteria possess capsule, some bacteria possess slim layer. No problem. What is the basic function of this? The glycocalyx. The basic function is antiphagocytic. Antiphagocytic. Glycocalyx is a chemical substance. Okay, glycocalyx is a chemical substance around the cell wall. If it is well organized, then we call the glycocalyx as capsule. If it is loosely organized, okay, if we loosely organized, we call it a slim layer. Bundi is a eatable item, my dear. Ankush Negi, bundi is Indian sweet. If we take laddu, if we make the laddu into small pieces, that small piece is called bundi. Now everywhere it is, even South Indian, North Indian, everywhere it is the fantastic sweet, laddu and bundi. Or I'll show the image to you. You will not forget. Come on. Yeah. This is called slim layer, loosely arranged. This is called capsule, well organized. See. Well organized. Got it? So once you know something, with the help of the example, you can understand. Yes or no? Next is, listen to me. So, very simple. Basic function is resist phagocytosis. Phagocytosis is a process, it will engulf. It will become a shield, resist phagocytosis. Okay, now we need to know two things. Number one, what is the function of the slim layer or capsule apart from antiphagocytic? Number two, example for each. That's all. Make it very clear. So, listen to me. The basic function of slim layer is number one, antiphagocytic always. Number two, attachment with medical device. Attachment with medical device. I'll come back, Ruhi. Ruhi, your question will be answered soon. After seeing the completion of this session, I'll show. Next. Another 20 minutes, you'll get the answer, Ruhi. Okay, because after 20 minutes, after learning gram cell wall, you understand. Attachment with medical device. Sir, what does it mean? Please, Fmge, attachment with cells. The bacteria attach with my cell with the help of Fmge. Attachment with cell surface. But here, attachment with medical device, pacemaker, catheter, or implants. Anything, if you keep medical device inside the body or contact with the body, this bacteria goes and attach with the help of the medical device, with the help of the slim layer to the medical device. They form a structure called biofilm. Biofilm. So this biofilm helping in, it will not allow the antibiotic to enter inside. It will not allow the antibiotic to enter inside. It exhibits antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic resistance. Got it? So these are all the basic functions. Attachment to the medical device, it forms a biofilm, will not allow the antibiotic to enter, so it shows resistance. Bacteria which possess slim layer is Staph epidermidis, Staphylococcus epidermidis, Streptococcus viridans. Vishanka Sharma has a doubt. So what is medical device? Medical device is pacemaker, your implant or catheters, anything. Foley's catheter, urinary catheter, all prosthetic device. Perfect. John, we put one word, golden word. It is prosthetic device. Every prosthetic device is medical device. Okay. Step viridans, Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Yes. So these are all what? About slim layer. So if they write about slim layer, it is loosely arranged glycocalyx, antiphagocytic, attachment with medical device, it produces biofilm and antibiotic resistance. Example, biofilm is a structure it forms. I got a lot of questions, basic questions. Francis asked one question, sir, biofilm. I'm drinking a cup of coffee or tea. Wait for 10 minutes. After that, if you see, you are able to see a brown layer. That is an example for biofilm. Okay, that's an example for biofilm. Right? Next is capsule. Listen to me. Capsule. Maximum bacteria. The capsule is made up of polysaccharide. Some bacteria, it is made up of polypeptide. Example is Bacillus anthracis. Polypeptide Bacillus anthracis. Polysaccharide and polypeptide. So those points are for slim layer. Rabinoic, yes. Now we are talking about capsule. Some capsule are made up of hyaluronic acid. Some of them made up of hyaluronic acid. Example, Streptococcus pyogenes. Okay. Capsule is well organized. Main function of the capsule is antiphagocytic. Apart from that, these are all the capsule made up of. I told many bacteria capsule is having polysaccharide. Example, world famous example, NHS pathogens. NHS. What is NHS? Neisseria, meningitis, Haemophilus influenza, Streptococcus pneumoniae. Streptococcus pneumoniae, many are there. These three are very important. Polysaccharide capsule. Polysaccharide, these three are very important. Apart from that, you remember Klebsiella pneumoniae. Many are there. Salmonella, many are there. But remember these three. These three are notorious pathogens. We call them as NHS organism. NHS organism. Okay. And my favorite point, all my class, this is my favorite. Wherever, sorry. Okay, come on. Next is important. Listen to me carefully. This is my favorite point in polysaccharide capsule. Wherever polysaccharide capsule, if you hear the term, remember my song. Yes. 4 points you must know. Very important, my dears. You will enjoy tomorrow. Yes. What is it? It is always antiphagocytic. Antiphagocytic. Thank you, my dears. Take care. All your wishes. I'll be back. Mindset. It's mindset. That's all. If you think you are well, you are well. Even if for whatever structure of the body, if mind is not stable, you become dull. Okay? Cool. Next is virulence. Next is virulence. Okay? Virulence means it is number one virulent factor. It is antiphagocytic as well as virulent factor. It produces mucoid colonies. It produces mucoid colonies. Thank you, my dears. Mucoid colonies. This AVM is common for all bacteria. All capsule, polysaccharide capsule, AVM is common. And S stands for serotypes. That may be vary. That may be vary. Some bacteria 1, 2, 3, 4. Some bacteria A, B, C, D, like that. We'll do wonder. We'll rock. Don't worry. We together will rock. You people are my energy givers. Your comments and your discussion with my kids, I'll be happy. Okay? Right. Come on. Yes, this is about capsule. Is there anything called paragraph? You're writing paragraph. All flow chart. You know this. Template. This is very important. Okay. Next, shall I go? Not all bacteria has capsule. I will come back. I will tell what are all the bacteria having capsule, what are all the not capsule. I will tell. Don't worry. Just you take down the fundamentals. Then we'll have some more discussion. Okay. Right. Ruby had a question. Yes. So well taken. Your question is. I'll answer. Some bacteria compulsory for all. Some structures are compulsory for all bacteria. Some structures are optional. We'll tell you. Next is very, very important. It takes long time. Before tea break, we need to finish bacterial anatomy. We need to touch bacterial physiology. Okay. Come on. Bacterial cell wall. AVMS for polysaccharide capsule. Again, I'm telling. AVMS is for polysaccharide capsule. The mnemonic. So any polysaccharide capsule, the functions are AVMS. You must know AVMS. Antiphagocytic, number one virulent factor cause disease, mucoid colonies, and serotypes. Okay. Next is, anyway, you people are answering, beautiful. Cell wall. Number 2, it is made up of peptidoglycan. The peptidoglycan is, okay, the Vishaka Sharma, AVM is a mnemonic. The functions of polysaccharide capsule. Okay, right. Peptidoglycan, it is made up of 2 chemicals, NAG and NAM. I think you studied in your UG. NAG is N-acetyl glucosamine. N-acetyl glucosamine. N-acetyl glucosamine. NAM, N-acetyl muramic acid. So the peptidoglycan is made up of NAG and NAM units. Number 3, what is the main function of bacterial cell wall? It gives shape, support, it helping in attachment, and also it acts as a virulent factor. Shape, support, attachment, and virulence. Even though if people not asking any question in the forum, you can personally mail me or inbox me. I'll give my WhatsApp number and I'll give my mail ID. You can communicate. I will answer, and it's my duty to answer. Okay, 2 things. Once, I love teaching. Second, I'm getting money for that. It's not, even though business, do with ethics and by heart. Teaching is an art. It comes from the heart. Okay, money is different. I'm getting money for it. It's not free of cost. I'll accept, but I enjoy that. Okay, right. Shape, support, attachment, and virulence. These are all the functions. Next is very important. What is the use of the cell wall? Medical applications. What is the medical applications? Yes, we are developing drugs. We are developing drugs. Drugs targeting on cell wall. The antibiotics, they go and break the cell wall or inhibit the synthesis of the cell wall. Game over. I don't want to do surgical strike in pharmacology, but some antibiotics are acting on cell wall. Can you list drugs targeting bacterial cell wall? Drugs target cell wall, bacterial cell wall, or every basic, you know that, fantastic. Penicillins, cephalosporins, penicillins, cephalosporins, vancomycin, many are there. Bacitracin. Very good. Very good. Beta-lactam antibiotic. Excellent. People beautifully mentioned. Beautiful mention. So happy. That's all. So basic points you know. Cell wall, name, contains peptidoglycan, basic function, and medical application. Now we are going to see extra age. Now confusion will be clear. If you put E, people has a doubt. Huh? My kids are so smart. Extra age. Lot of extra age is there. It is extra age. Lot of points are there. Please. Number 1, I start with grams. Gram staining. At the end of the gram staining, some bacteria are gram positive, some bacteria are gram negative. Accepting. I am treating all the bacteria in a similar way, but at the end somebody become gram positive, somebody become gram negative. How? I am teaching the same thing to all kids. Some kids are getting rank 1, some kids are not getting the eligibility. Some structural change will be there. That you should know. Please understand. Listen to me. Make it very easy. Some structural change. So you must know the difference between gram positive and gram negative cell wall. Important. Last time also we got the picture based question. So just 5 differences, not more than that. The difference between gram positive and gram negative, make a table. One, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, come on. This is properties. This is gram positive. This is gram negative. There is a structure called teichoic acid. Yes, Hazin, Multani. Why penetration happens and not happens someplace? This is the reason. Very good. Teichoic acid is a structure exclusively present in gram positives. If you are able to see teichoic acid, finish the file, it is gram positive. Next is lipopolysaccharide. We shortly call LPS. Exclusively seen in gram negative. If you are able to see, or if you are seeing lipopolysaccharide, close the file, it is gram negative. Next is periplasmic space. Periplasmic space. Okay, periplasmic space. It is exclusively present in gram negative. Porins. These are all exclusively seen in gram negative. I'll explain everything, don't worry. Finally, peptidoglycan. It is seen in both, but important different. In gram positive, it is thick. In gram negative, it is thin. That's all. Thick in gram positive, thin in gram negative. Got it? Now I am going to teach you all those things. You need to know medically important. I will teach you what is periplasmic space, what is porins, everything I will teach you. Don't worry, don't be panic. It's a trailer. Now we are going to see the main picture. Before that, don't get offended. It's only for teaching purpose, understanding, and my experience. Okay? Please remember these words. You will not forget gram positive and gram negative cell wall. Simple. Gram positive cell wall is like boy's purse. How the boy's purse will be there? Very thin. If you open one ID card, 150 rupee note will be there, or 100 rupee note will be there. Sometimes that also not there. Okay? Right. Gram negative cell wall is like girl's handbag. Nobody knows what is inside. Even the owner of the bag don't know. If you open, the lipstick will be there, hairband will be there, purse will be there. 2 months before cinema theater ticket will be there. All garbage will be there. All thing will be there. Important and non-important, everything will be there. Lot of items are there. With this knowledge, you come back. I will teach you all those things. See, I am going to teach you everything. Don't be panic. When I say over, that time you write the question, what is each. Whatever I spell, I will mean it. I will teach you, my dears. Don't be panic. Cool. Come on. This is cytoplasmic membrane. Otherwise called inner membrane. Inner membrane. This is my experience, because one day my wife asked, I want on this thing, some ATM card, something in my bag. That time I have the opportunity to open the bag. Okay. That time only I realized. Immediately I correlate with microbiology. Okay. Oh, it's like gram negative cell wall. Got it? Same way. Just for fun. Don't take offended. Okay. Right. This is protoplasm. Come on. 2 minutes. I'll finish it off. If you understand this, by it's a schematic picture. It is a schematic picture. So it's a cytoplasmic membrane. Then protoplasm is there. Come on. First I'm going to talk about gram positive bacteria. Gram positive bacteria, there is very thick peptidoglycan. Very thick peptidoglycan is there. And in the peptidoglycan, we have a structure called teichoic acid. One ID card is there, 50 rupees there. Over. This is about gram negative, gram positive bacteria. So gram positive bacteria, it contains thick peptidoglycan and teichoic acid. Gram negative bacteria, there is a structure called, listen to me, outer membrane, that is not seen in gram positive. In the outer membrane, there is a structure called lipopolysaccharide. The lipopolysaccharide has three areas. One is called outer polysaccharide, core polysaccharide, inner polysaccharide. So in the outer membrane, it contains lipopolysaccharide. That outer membrane is not seen in gram positive. Okay, the important, please remember, outer polysaccharide acts as O antigen. It is otherwise called somatic antigen. O antigen, otherwise called somatic antigen. O antigen, otherwise called somatic antigen. So, Rabi Naik has a question. Cytoplasmic membrane, yes. Cytoplasmic membrane is called cell membrane. That's called inner membrane. Okay. The inner polysaccharide act as endotoxin. It is called lipid A. This point you must know. $1 million points. So, outer, O for O, over. Inner, endo means inner. Inner is lipid A, endotoxin, over. So, the space between, here please note down, the peptidoglycan is present. Peptidoglycan is present here. Peptidoglycan is present. Please remember the space between outer and inner membrane. Outer and inner membrane. This space between outer membrane and inner membrane is called periplasmic space. We call it as periplasmic space. The space between outer and inner membrane, we call it as periplasmic space. Got it? My question, what is the use of periplasmic space? If some space is there, we used to use the space for storing purpose. We can use some storage things. So in periplasmic space, the bacteria is storing drug resistant enzymes. Storage of drug resistant enzymes. Example, penicillinase, beta-lactamase, also beta-lactamase, like these drug resistant enzymes are stored in periplasmic space where the storage is not available for gram positives. Okay, you got the point? What is periplasmic space? Space between outer membrane and inner membrane. What is the use? Storage of drug resistant enzymes. That's all. Next is outer membrane contains lipopolysaccharide, LPS. It contains three parts: O for outer, O antigen, I for inner, endotoxin. Next is, there is a tube-like structure. Listen to me carefully. There is a tube-like structure. We call it as porins. Main function of the porins is efflux of antibiotics. It's a tube-like structure. They throw the antibiotic outside. Efflux of antibiotics. Efflux of antibiotics. So you know the three areas. lipopolysaccharide, porins, periplasmic space. See here, many people ask the question, many of my kids, sir, got it? Yeah, now the full picture of gram positive and gram negative. So now you will accept my statement, boys purse and girl's handbag. Yes or no? So peptidoglycan also present. See the peptidoglycan thickness, here this much thick, here this much thick. Peptidoglycan, thick and thin. Teichoic acid present, here not present. All others, lipopolysaccharide, porins, periplasmic space, all are present in gram negative, gram positive, these are all absent. Hope you understand. Now listen to me carefully. Application I wanted to discuss. Which is more resistant, gram positive or gram negative? I will say 100% gram negatives are more resistant than gram positive antibiotics. How? Simple. Periplasmic space is like a refrigerator. I have refrigerator in my house. Gust came. I prepare food. After eating, they left. 30% of the food is pending. I don't want to waste. I put it in the refrigerator. That is a space. 3 days later, same gust came. They ask, Monday, we had excellent food on your house. We want the same like food. My mind was, not the same like food. I'll give the same food. Because it's in the refrigerator, just I need to heat, I can give. But if I'm not having refrigerator, the food will be waste. When they came next time, I need to prepare new food. Same concept. Gram positive bacteria, every time they prepare new enzymes. It takes some time. Meantime, the antibiotic will kill. Here, after using, rest of the enzymes are stored. Whenever it comes, weapon taken from the store, immediate. Number 1. Number 2, porins. When the drugs enter inside, it takes some time to active form, then kill the bacteria. Before it become active form, the bacteria throw the antibiotic outside via porins. Here it is not there. I got a question. So what is the function of teichoic acid? Teichoic acid main function is attachment and antigen. Teichoic acid acts as an antigenicity. Okay. No, if you keep in refrigerator, they will not get food poisoning. I got a question. Huh? Right. No, this is for understanding purpose. My example you can easily understand. Okay. Now I'm going to show the image to you. Just spend 1 minute for the image, then we'll go to the next system still wall. See here. Yeah. This is gram positive bacteria. See, gram positive bacteria, cytoplasm is there, is plasma membrane, inner membrane, thick peptidoglycan wall, teichoic acid. Make it very easy. See here, you can make it. So now you can understand. Now you can understand. Gram positive, I'm going to put. Important point you need to know is thick peptidoglycan, teichoic acid, only 2 things. But gram negative, it has a space called periplasmic space. It has porins and it has lipopolysaccharide. In the lipopolysaccharide, see carefully, O antigen is outside. The inner one is lipid A. See carefully, see. I'm going to enlarge. Lipid A. Inner is lipid A, outer is O antigen. Okay, it's a component of lipopolysaccharide. See the red color. Porin is a channel, tube. Got it? This is seen in all gram negatives. Don't worry, all gram negatives. It's a common for all gram negative. Gram negative, E. coli, Salmonella. Gram positive, Clostridium, Staphylococcus. Many are there. That I will teach you. Gram positive, gram negative. Examples. Whole bacteria we are going to read only gram positive, gram negative. Got it? Next is last point. In the presence of antibiotic, please listen to me. In the presence of antibiotics, some bacteria, they lose the cell wall to escape, because the antibiotics or enzymes core not much use. So the has core is not much medically important. No problem. It is for structure. Listen to me. When the antibiotic comes, what I will do? This antibiotic is targeting on my shirt. I will remove my shirt. I got very nice questions. What is murin? Murin is the old name for peptidoglycan. Murin is the old name for peptidoglycan. Don't be panic. Make things easy. I want to show it in the next picture, but anyway, you asked it previously. One more picture I want to show you. See, murin is the old name for peptidoglycan. Peptidoglycan is the new name. It's synonymous for peptidoglycan. Fundamentals. See here, it's very beautiful picture. Very beautiful picture. Oh, sorry, missing. See, this picture is very beautiful. It can give clear idea how the gram negative will be. Lipopolysaccharide, outer is O antigen. It's called lipid A, inner. Periplasmic space is there. Outer and inner membrane. Porins are there. Gram negative. Make it very easy. Gram positive. Thick peptidoglycan. Here it is thin. And teichoic acid. That's all. Don't worry about anything. Teichoic acid. Over. Next is, can you tell it is gram positive or gram negative? Yes, legends will tell L ring, P ring, S and M. 4 rings are there, it's gram negative. Legends will tell. Ultra legends will tell it is gram negative based on lipopolysaccharide. So be a ultra legend. Just seeing lipopolysaccharide, seeing only gram negative. That's all. Legend means both are correct, but the way the approach, smart work. Yes, that's all. That's all cool. Right. Next is, yes, in the presence of antibiotics, the bacteria lost the cell wall. We call them as L forms. L forms. Bacteria divide of cell wall. Bacteria divide of cell wall. L stands for Lister Institute, don't worry. L forms means divide of cell wall. For example, gram positive bacteria, they lost the cell wall, we call them as protoplast. Gram negative bacteria, if they lost the cell wall, spiroplast. Gram positive, if they lost the cell wall, we call them as protoplast. P for positive, remember. Gram negative, spiroplast. Okay, some bacteria always without cell wall, birth to death, naturally without cell wall. We call them as stable L forms. Remember, stable L forms. Okay, naturally without cell wall. Naturally without cell wall. Naturally without cell wall. We call them as example mycoplasma. Naturally without cell wall, we call it as mycoplasma. Got it? Right. So in bacterial cell wall, what to remember? Just I can recollect for 2 minutes. We'll go to the next one because before tea break we need to finish. We have the target also. No problem. Anyway, it's online class. 9 o'clock, 10-15 minutes extra also I can take. Everybody's almost in home. Some people are in the center, no problem. 9 o'clock and 99% I'll finish. Don't worry. 8:40 is my time. 15 minutes buffer. Cell wall made of peptidoglycan composition and important function shape supporting this thing. Medical application is drugs targeting on cell wall. Apart from that, we need to know about gram positive and gram negative cell wall, and we know about the structure and each one's medical application and L forms. Over. Next is, see, all my notes are like boxes. If take your microbiology book, you just to go through the way the style how they give, the way style how I am giving. Because unless otherwise, if you know the complete subject, you cannot make template. You know everything, and which is common in everything, you take, put a template. That's all. That's a template making technique. Come on. Next is cell membrane. It contains permease enzymes. What is the main function? It acts as semi-permeable membrane. That means, very simple, it helping in transportation. It helping in transportation. What does it means? Influx of nutrients and efflux of toxic metabolites. Okay, thank you, Saravanan. Influx of, it take influx of nutrients from the environment, the nutrients should come. It will not take everything. It's like a sentry. It say you are a nutrient, you go inside. Efflux, throwing out toxic metabolites. Okay, in and out. Nail Rathod has a question, what is protoplast? Please remember, gram negative without cell wall. Gram positive without cell wall, protoplast. Gram negative without cell wall, spiroplast. Is Nail? L form. The L form of gram positive is protoplast. L form of gram negative is called spiroplast. Okay, I'm coming back again. Come on. Inner membrane. Sorry. Transportation. What is transportation? Here, influx of nutrients and efflux of toxic metabolites. Influx of nutrients, efflux of toxic metabolites. That's all. Influx and efflux. Got it? I'll check my voice here. I just go back. Just you can hear my voice also. Toxic metabolites. Yes, how now? It's loudly it's hearing. Okay. Influx of nutrients, efflux of toxic metabolites. That's all. Yeah, just like coming back. Right. So efflux of toxic metabolites. Cool. Next is, what is the medical application? Okay. We need to have 4 eyes. One eye is on the writing pad. Another eye is on my monitor. Third eye is what is the output of you in eMedicos app. I have a separate eMedicos app in mobile phone. Okay. Fourth eye is thinking what I am going to teach you next. Right. Listen. Medical application. Listen to me. Drugs targeting on cell wall, cell membrane. Can you tell drugs acting on bacterial cell membrane? Famous drugs. Polymyxins. Daptomycin. Polymyxins and daptomycin, they're acting on cell membrane. That's all. Point is over. This is about cell membrane. Next is mesosome. Mesosome. Basically, mesosome are invaginated into the cell membrane structure. Don't worry. Mesosome, it contains respiratory enzymes. What is the function? There are two types of mesosomes are there. There are two types of mesosomes. One is called lateral mesosome and septal mesosome. Types, two types. No extra edge for cell membrane. No extra edge. Okay. Lateral and septal. The main function of lateral mesosome is respiration. And septal mesosome, what is the function? At the time of binary fission, it facilitates the septum formation. It facilitates septum formation at the time of binary fission. It facilitates septum formation at the time of binary fission. Okay, there is no proper medical application. And extra edge. It is otherwise called chondroids because it is taken care of mitochondrial function. For us, it's mitochondria. Mitochondria absent there, so we call them as chondroids. We call them as chondroids. Here there is no proper medical application, don't worry. It's just a structure. Next is very important, you are aware of ribosomes. It contains enzymes for protein synthesis. It contains enzymes for protein synthesis. Both are same, Kavya. Kavya has a doubt. Sir, cell membrane and cytoplasmic membrane. Cell membrane, cytoplasmic membrane, protoplasmic membrane, all are same here. All are same. Or inner membrane. Sometimes we call inner membrane, sometimes we call cytoplasmic membrane. Sometimes you short just like that call cell membrane. Everything is here denotes bacterial cell membrane. Okay. Enzymes for protein synthesis. Number 3, what is the function? Yes, these are all protein manufacturing units. Main function is protein synthesis. Fourth one is medical application. Yes, here drugs targeting or drugs target ribosomes. Yes, we know there are two type of ribosomes are available, 30S and 50S. You are aware of that. There's a famous mnemonic, by at 30. Every medical school they used to teach. Yes. Yes, cherubin. Same. Next is right. By at 30, sell 50. Where beautifully people mention by A for aminoglycosides. My job will be easy. Tetracyclines. They act on 30S ribosome, 50S streptogrammin. Streptogrammin, macrolides, erythromycin, linezolid, and lincomycin. Linezolid and lincomycin. Okay, so drugs targeting Aris Christie, every ribosome is having little units. Okay, it is made up of few subunits. That's called subunits. By at 30, sell 50. These are the drugs targeting on ribosome. Overall, it is 70. If you go inside, some of them are 30, some of them are 50. When I combine, they become 70. See here. This is my okay. Just a minute. I'll show a beautiful picture to you. Yeah, PQR. Yes, nice picture. You can see. Do not hide myself. I'm shifting myself. Zoo. Yes, I'm shifting myself here without doing. So now you can see the mnemonic. By at 80, aminoglycoside tetracyclines made up of 30. If you see the structure here, sorry. So 50S is streptogrammin, 30S aminoglycoside tetracyclines. Got it? Right. These pictures I will post in Facebook club, don't worry. These already I posted, don't be panic. These structures already posted in the old Facebook club. Now I am going to post it for you. Subject will not change. Once I prepare the material, till the government changes the policy or any updates comes, I can use the material. Got it? Right. Next is, listen. Next is, listen to me carefully. We completed ribosomes, mesosome. Next is bacterial DNA. It is single, circular, and it contains genes. Many genes present. Okay, main function, it regulates all the functions. If we take bacterial DNA, coming back to right side, okay, no problem. That sound is important. Many times the sound and the other thing, it gives other is very difficult for me sitting in the studio alone. I'm talking alone. No, now I feel I'm talking in front of thousands of students. Okay, happy. Come on, you people made this environment. Okay, single. So DNA contains many genes. What is the function? It regulates all the functions. Apart from that, medical application. Okay, medical applications. Right. Drugs acting on bacterial DNA. Many drugs. I'll give classical example, fluoroquinolones. I'll give classical example, fluoroquinolones. Like fluoroquinolones in the sense, beautifully mentioned, rifampicin, those kind of drugs. Fluoroquinolones, ciprofloxacin, moxifloxacin, levofloxacin, gatifloxacin, all floxacins. Okay, cool. Next is extra age. Something called plasmid. Yes, gyrase, fantastic. Act on DNA gyrase, fantastic. Okay, Janvi. Plasmid is nothing but extra chromosomal, not in DNA. Free DNA. Extra chromosomal free DNA. Plasmid. Extra chromosomal free DNA. And main function, it involved in gene transfer. A process called conjugation. A process called conjugation. Gene transfer or conjugation. The method is called conjugation. That's all. If you talk about DNA, these are the points. Number 1, name. Number 2, contains. 3, function. 4th, medical application. External age. That's all. If you make a table, I'll give a homework to you. Not today. Tomorrow after the class. You try to make 1 page and put it in Facebook club. Right? Whole bacterial anatomy, 1 page. Last man and the team is storage granules. It is nothing but it contains nutrients. Main function, nutritional depots. Wherever there is a lack of nutrition, that time they take the nutrition from here. It's a nutritional store. That's all. It's a nutritional store. And medical application. It helping in identification. How? For example, metachromatic granules. If you are able to see metachromatic granules, it may be Corynebacterium diphtheriae. In case of lipid granules, or is otherwise called much granules, it may be Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So, I will tell the Facebook link. You need to apply. It's a Facebook group. It's a Facebook group. DAMS Exclusive Club 2022. When you apply, you need to do 2 things. Your DAMS ID is exclusive for DAMS people. Exclusive for DAMS students. You put your ID, they will approve immediately. You put your either 2 way. If you are doing in a center, all center heads or administrators, they can add you, or directly you can give the request. They will do. They'll give the request. They will do. If they're not giving, you just mail me. I am also administrator. I also can do, no problem. but I don't know your real number and all. They will verify. That's all. No problem. Okay. Gyrase is name of the enzyme. DNA gyrase is the name of the enzyme. Okay. With this, I hope we have completed our bacterial anatomy. Just go to the checklist. We'll find whether we did it or not. See here. Is this a checklist? Flagella over, Fmge over, capsule over, cell wall over, cell membrane over, mesosomes over, ribosomes over, DNA plasmid over, storage granules over. Done. We complete everything. Now I give a small work to you, not big work. When drinking tea, you think, what are the structures 100% needed for a bacteria? What are the structures for? Lipid granules, or it's called much granules. Somebody asks Shubham. So just think, what are the structures needed for bacteria? 100% needed. What are the structures? Optional. Without the structure also bacteria can survive. Just make a list and I'll see you after the break. Now the time is exactly 3:59. Okay. The name of the term, much granules. Okay. So break. Resume at 4:15. Now time is 4:15. Started. Okay, I got the answers also. Beautiful. Right. I'll adjust my light. Studio light. Now I'm okay. The light is so hot. Power. Sorry. Right. Come on. So I got a question for you people. Is what are the things are mandatory? Okay. What are the things are mandatory? Please remember, the things mandatory is number one. Yeah, this zoom out. Right, listen to me. 100% needed is number one, DNA. Number two, ribosome. Number three, mesosome. Number four, cell membrane. Beautiful, Manisha. All others not needed, much needed. Without capsule, bacteria can survive. Some people are capsulated, some are non-capsulated. Some are cell wall, some absence of cell wall. Protoplast is there, spiroplast is there, even mycoplasma, lifelong without cell wall. Got it? Flagella, no need. Somebody have no flagella. Fmge, somebody may not have the Fmge. Got it? Plasmid, without no need. No need of plasmids. Got it? So these are all must. Others possible. Now it's like just recollect post T. Okay. Can you tell one function of each? I'll show the image. One function of each. Tuck, tuck, tuck will type. It is just fast typing. Okay. Just one function of each. I'll show the image. You just tell one function. I'll start with flagella. What is the function of flagella? One function. Yes. Organ of locomotion, motility. Good. Next is outer membrane. It possesses lipopolysaccharide. act as O antigen and endotoxin. Formats coming beautifully. Fantastic. Pili, attachment and gene transfer. Good. Depot, storage, nutritional depots. Nutrition. Therefore, nutrition. Cool. Ribosome. Yes, people may now say it's silly question, sir. Ribosome for protein synthesis. Cytoplasmic membrane. What it does? Transportation in and out. Very good. Everybody is beautifully answering. I'm so happy. Plasmid. Gene transfer. Conjugation. Fantastic. Capsule. Antiphagocytic. Cell wall. It's called murin or peptidoglycan. It gives shape, support everything. Nucleoid, nucleus. Nucleoid, we call it as nucleoid or bacterial DNA. It controls all the functions. That's all. Influx, efflux, ABSM. Great. I am asking only one answer. You people give many answer. That shows your level of understanding. After teaching, I will pause for a minute. We'll check our whatever we studied. Key points, juice, concentrate, essence. Then go to the next. This is the original picture, printed picture. I have drawn my own picture. Whichever you like, you can use it. Okay? Right. Fantastic. Mind blowing. One movie is one fellow will tell fantastic, marvelous, mind blowing, sir. Like that. Cool. Now, all these structures we have seen here. One more I want to teach you. Another 10 minutes I'm going to teach that without not shown in the image. Not shown in the image. Okay? Not shown. Dr. Surya's very fond of timing. You ask all your seniors, not even 1 minute it won't be get delayed unless otherwise any natural calamities, power failure like that. Otherwise 19% even face to face also. When the class is 9 o'clock means 8:59 the class will be started. You ask your seniors, they will tell the rest. That fellow is like a crack, timing crack. He will start on time. That's my plus point. I'm maintaining. Excellent. Chandresh Dikshit mentioned bacterial endospores. Next is spores. Just 5 points, we'll finish up. Don't worry. Okay, spores. Next is bacterial endospores. Please remember bacterial spores. As per our template, what is the composition? It contains calcium and dipicolinic acid. Calcium and dipicolinic acid. It contains calcium as well as dipicolinic acid. Both. Next is, what is the function? It protects the bacteria. It's a method of survival. It's a method for survival. What does it mean? In case of unfavorable environment, one bacteria become one spore. In case of favorable environment, this is called unfavorable. In case of favorable environment, the spore become one bacteria. So it is not reproduction. Fungal spores are reproduction. Bacterial spores no reproduction. One become one. It's a period of dormant. I love to give this example like our politicians. When they are in the rule 5 years, they'll dance. When unfavorable environment, they lost the election, they'll keep quiet for next 5 years. Again, they become in power, they will dance. Like that, favorable, unfavorable. Make things easy. Right. Next is point number 1, name. Point number 2, composition. Point number 3, function. Point number 4, what is the medical application? The medical application, listen to me carefully. We are using because it is heat resistant. We need more than 100 degree to kill. So we need more than 100 degree to kill. So we are using as quality control agents for sterilization disinfection. We are using bacterial spores, quality control agent for sterilization procedures. Okay, extra edge. Be happy, thank God. You know why? There are hundreds of bacteria producing spores, but we are going to study only 2. Why, sir? Only those 2 people, they cause disease to human being. We call them as medically important bacteria. What are the 2 people? BC. Or you can remember another way. How long the spores can survive? Thousands of years they can survive. Not 1 or 2 days. Thousands of years they can survive. From before Christ, they can survive. That means, the example, they isolated spores from Egyptian mummies. They isolated spores, long period. So remember BC. So 2 examples, only 2 bacteria we are going to read. One is Bacillus. Usually it produces non-bulging spores. And Clostridium. It producing bulging spores. Okay, that's all. With this, we completed our bacterial anatomy. Whatever we finish, we'll see some pictures, because nowadays image is very important. Few pictures, not much. What is this arrangement? Yes, everybody knows. Monotrichous, tuft of flagella at one end, Lophotrichous, both side, Amphitrichous, and all over the body, Peritrichous. Now you have the doubt. What is missing? Atrichous. Make things easy. Be confident. My thing is, read little, retain those little, logically read. Do not forget. Keep on practice. Micro, very easy subject. Descriptive subject. Got it? Right. Next is listen to me for a minute. Yes. Next we are going to see, as per our plan. So here the bacterial anatomy is over. That's all. This bacterial anatomy is over. Now we are going to see bacterial physiology. Okay, what Pooja? Any question from Pooja? Okay, right. Thank you. You people asking question and you people answering. Now you become teacher. You are helping your own colleagues. You become teacher. And the best way of learning is teaching. Today I'm teaching something to you means definitely I learn something. Okay, cool. Bacterial physiology. So first blueprint, what to read, how to read. That's all. So the blueprint is, or what to read is two things. What to read is two things. One is bacterial growth curve. Bacterial growth curve, and another one is bacterial growth requirements. That's all. This is what to read. This is what to read. This is what to read. Growth curve and growth requirement. Got it? Growth curve and growth requirement. Next is this bacterial physiology, growth curve and growth requirement. See the growth curve. Here I will tell you how to read, what to read and how to read. Listen to me. Like human being, if we take our life cycle, a life procedure, we have different steps are there, different stages are there. What are the different stages? One is different stages are there. Infant, toddler, adolescence, adult, old age, death. Like that, if we take the bacteria, if put the bacteria in the culture medium, it exhibits the following pattern. It exhibits the following pattern. This is called time, this number. The bacteria goes like this. Okay, this is called lag period, log period, stationary period, decline, phase, lag phase, log phase, stationary phase, decline phase. Each phase you need to learn 3 points. That's all. 3 to 4 points, at least 3 points you must know. I start with lag phase. So what are the points you need to remember? Number one, it is a phase. It is a phase of adaptation. Suppose if you go to new college, it takes some time for it to adapt next year. Or if you think 3-4 years before or 5 years before, when you joined your MBBS, it takes some time for to adapt. Where is the department? Is it okay? Hostel is okay? Like that. Adaptation. So the bacteria will think whether it is enough food is available, area is safe. Shall I go for multiplication? Like that. Adaptation phase. Number two, it is preparation for multiplication. Preparing for multiplication. So increase in size. The size will be increased. It stores many nutrients. I'm ready for multiplication. So only size is increased, no number. It's not multiplying. Ready for multiplication. It is ready for multiplication. Number three, listen to me carefully. Antibiotics are ineffective. Antibiotics are ineffective. Okay, antibiotics are ineffective. Sir, what is mean by ineffective? Resistant? No. Please be careful. Resistant is different from ineffective. Sir, simple. Resistance is battle. This is the bug. This is the drug. The drug will come. The bug will go. Touch. If the drug is strong, it will kill the bug. If the bug is strong, they destroy the drug or escape from the drug. If it escapes, we call it as resistant. If it is died, we call it as sensitive. That's all. That is called resistance. Here, ineffective means whenever the bacteria will go and tell, drug, you kill me, the drug will see like this, get lost. Scientifically, I'm telling. Many drugs are targeting on actively multiplying bacteria. If there is no active multiplication, drugs may not be active. Got it? Even class also, if the person is silent, he may not be my target. He is keep on talking in class disturbing, he may be my target. Like that. When the bacteria start multiplying, that may be a target. But here the bacteria is silent, so it may not be a target. So many, and not all, many antibiotics targeting on actively multiplying bacteria. Next is logarithmic phase. It is otherwise called exponential phase. It's otherwise called exponential phase. Okay, it's otherwise called exponential phase. Okay, in the exponential phase, listen to me. What happens? Number one, they start increasing in number. They start multiplying. How? 2 to the power n, that's called logarithmic multiplication. Okay, logarithmic multiplication. 2 become 4, 4 become 8. Chandrasekhar Dikshit, whatever antibiotic, first you should consider the bacteria as a target. Here it never considered bacteria as a target because, for example, a bactericidal drug which acts on active multiplication, protein synthesis. If there is no protein synthesis, no active multiplication, it may not act. So in this phase, it may not be a target for antibiotic. That's what I'm saying. Once it's a target, it will kill. Got it? So antibiotic radar, it may not find this bacteria because it may be very small, which cannot be seen through the radar like that. So coming to the log phase, increase the number 2 to the power n. 2 become 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, like that it's going. Number 2, if you want to demonstrate any original character of the bacteria, use this phase. Like, what is the original character? You can see the morphology. Number 1, you want to see the morphology of the bacteria, see this phase. Demonstrate biochemical reactions. Urease test, that test, this test, whatever test usually. And antibiogram. What is antibiogram? Antibiotic sensitivity testing. Everything is perfect. So if you want to demonstrate any original character, use this phase. I love to call this phase as honeymoon period for bacteria. Happy, happy, happy. Honeymoon. Okay. Next is, listen to me carefully. In this phase, it's keep on multiplying. It is an ideal target for antibiotic. So antibiotics are more effective in this phase. Or the bacteria is more susceptible in this phase comparing with others. More multiplication, more target. Okay. Next is stationary phase. Next is stationary phase. In this phase, listen to me. See, in the first phase, no growth. It's like flat. Second phase, it's going like anything. Okay. In stationary phase, I got a question from Nidhi. What is antibiogram? Antibiogram means antibiotic sensitivity testing. Antibiotic sensitivity testing, we call it as antibiogram. Short name. Come on. Stationary phase. Here, number of production is equal to number of destruction. Number of production is equal to number of destruction. Number of production is equal to number of destruction. So count is maintained. 50 added, 50 destroyed. Okay, why it is happening? Because lack of nutrition. Where food is less, they start dying. What is happening? This is important. These are the things are happening. Number one, sporulation, storage granules, exotoxin production,